Chapter 1899. The underground world was boundlessly vast. The miraculous soil and special environment nurtured many resources that were not found on the surface or extremely rare. In the martial epoch, resources came first and talent second. With sufficient resources, one did not have to worry about not attracting demonic geniuses. Even if Xiaoqin ran out of resources, he would not be able to do anything. The primeval heavenly pills of the Heaven Dragon Palace had helped Xiaoqin a lot, benefiting him greatly. In a mere 2 months, he had advanced to peak consummation middle stage star venerate. Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, this would be impossible. One could easily imagine that there would be competition for places with scarce resources. The resources in the underground world were countless. Netherworld frost iron, obsidian stone, heptagold metal, ink silver, ghost cloud steel, dark crystal stone, underworld heart jade, and many more. The more dangerous a place was, the more scarce the resources would be. This was the law of the Great Thousand Realms. With so many resources, as long as the 4 dynasties and 8 empires had the ability, they would definitely not let them go. Even the 10 holy lands of the righteous Dao and the 10 great demonic Dao sects of the demonic Dao, these aloof existences, would carve out their own territories. Furthermore, every layer of the abyssal underworld was extremely vast. Most of the time, even the underworld monarchs could not control all the resource points. This gave the other factions a good opportunity. The factions in the abyssal underworld divided up and occupied resource points. The Divine Dragon Empire was one of the top factions in the entire Central Great Realm. Naturally, they could not miss out on this opportunity. The mission that Xiaoqin accepted was to help the Dragon's Gate take back a lost resource point. After using the mission card to send a message, Xiaoqin quickly received a reply from the other party. The mission card contained not only the other party's location but also the corresponding map. After injecting a strand of spiritual sense into the mission card, a 3-dimensional map quickly appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. Flame Dragon City. This city was the main camp of the Dragon's Gate. A complete legion, the Flame Dragon Legion, was stationed there. Right now, Xiaoqian's destination was to rush to this Flame Dragon City and wait for the other party's instructions on how to take back the lost resource point. Whoosh! Xiaoqin leaped into the air and jumped off the demon blood vulture's back. Then, he glided over the mountain peaks and gently landed on the ground. As far as the eye could see, the wilderness was boundless. It was dark and suffused with an oppressive aura. Who knew what dangers were lurking in the seemingly peaceful front? Caution flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes as he executed the Thunder Dragon incantation. He stood on a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. Who knew what kind of danger he would encounter if he flew in the sky rashly? It was better to be careful in an unknown place. The abyss underworld was dark. However, compared to the surface of the underground, there wasn't much difference. It was just that the vegetation was taller and the soil was black. An ordinary weed could be hundreds of meters tall. Fortunately, it was not dense and was sparsely dotted on the ground. Otherwise, his speed would be much slower. Whoosh! A ghost beast unique to the underground world pounced towards Xiaoqin. It was a ghost beast that looked like a black tiger. His body had the most obvious characteristics of ghost beasts, lifeless and lifeless. Ghost beasts were actually the souls of dead ferocious beasts that dissipated into the underground world. Through the underground world, the special environment, as well as the dark energy and negative emotions, they were resurrected and turned into mutated beasts. Strictly speaking, these ferocious beasts were already dead. However, ghost beasts could cultivate as well. It was common for strong ghost beasts to instantly kill primes. Xiaoqin was in a rush, so he attacked decisively, not holding back in any of his moves. 2 Dao discs appeared behind him, ready to deal with the strong ghost beasts that could appear at any time. As Xiaoqin rushed over, a huge sense of danger appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the darkness in front. The white figure bared its terrifying fangs and bit at Xiaoqian's head. Whoosh! Without even thinking, Xiaoqian instinctively retreated and dodged. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and turned around to counterattack. A miserable shriek rang out. A ghost wolf with white fur opened its scarlet eyes and glared at Xiaoqian. Deep Abyss Demonic Wolf. Xiaoqian recognized the origins of this ghostly beast. He thought to himself, its speed is extraordinarily fast. Its movements are erratic, nearly injuring me. Die! Without giving the ghost wolf a chance to turn around, Xiaoqian decisively punched, and the two Dao discs behind him gave off a resplendent light. Saber light and lightning flickered in the fished light. The Deep Abyss Demonic Wolf exploded with one punch. The Deep Abyss Demonic Wolf turned into scattered black energy that spread into the sky. Its next resurrection would take a long time. The black light scattered, and a white beast's beast core appeared on the ground. It looked exceptionally resplendent like a crystal. The beast core of a ghost beast was also known as the demonic soul pill. If one directly refined it, one could quickly recover soul energy. Of course, one needed to remove some impurities first. If one did not, one could only absorb a small amount. As Xiaoqian fought intensely, the ghost beasts he encountered grew increasingly stronger. However, he did not spend too much time. He dealt with them in one exchange. If he could not, he would make a detour. 4 hours later, the silhouette of a city appeared before Xiaoqian. This was Flame Dragon City. The city was not very large, but it was heavily guarded. There were many camps around, heavily guarded. Xiaoqian could also see dragon race cultivators patrolling the surroundings. Whoosh! Just as Xiaoqian was observing, 2 dragon race cultivators wearing battle robes suddenly appeared and looked at Xiaoqian cautiously. When these 2 dragon race cultivators discovered Xiaoqian's dragon race aura, their expressions eased up slightly. Xiaoqian had just said that the city was heavily guarded, and he was immediately discovered. Indeed, it was extraordinarily strict. Recently, Flame Dragon City has been heavily guarded. It is not open to the Dragon's Gate's outer palace disciples. If you are here to stay, you will be disappointed, the person on the left said directly as he looked at Xiaoqian. Naturally, Flame Dragon City provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's outer palace disciples. As the Dragon's Gate's headquarters in the underground world, it naturally provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's disciples. Many dragon race cultivators came to the underground world to adventure. Many of them would use Flame Dragon City as a resting place. Xiaoqian took out his mission token and identity token. Then, he said, I am Xiaoqian, a core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. I am here on a mission from the Dragon's Gate. The 2 guards had a strange look on their faces after inspecting it. However, they still returned the mission token and core disciple identity token to Xiaoqian. Then, they respectfully led him into the city. Come with me. The general has been waiting for a long time already. Of the 7 outer palaces, you are the only one missing. After following the 2 through many checkpoints, Xiaoqian successfully entered the city. Then, he was led to a tower with the dragon race's characteristics. At the top floor of the tower, Xiaoqian reported honestly. After verifying his identity, he was invited in. When Xiaoqian pushed the door open and entered, the average-sized room was already filled with people. Aside from the Flame Dragon Legion's upper echelon, there were also the other outer palace core disciples who had accepted the mission. Xiaoqian was somewhat surprised to see Murong Yan among the core disciples. Like Xiaoqian, Murong Yan had also accepted the mission. Xiaoqian. The Heaven Dragon Palace has a total of 3 Heaven-class core disciples. I recall that they are Yi Axian, Li Luo, and Zhu Yun. There doesn't seem to be a disciple called Xiaoqian among them. A middle-aged cultivator wearing battle armor with a clearly stronger aura than everyone else in the room spoke indifferently as he looked at Xiaoqin. If Xiaoqin guessed right, this person was the Flame Dragon Legion's leader, General Feng. Xiaoqin said calmly, "General, the mission does not seem to state that only Heaven-class core disciples can accept this mission. However, the mission specifically states the difficulty. This is not an ordinary rank 1 mission. Furthermore, it explains the mission's importance in detail. I was the one who asked the Dragon's Gate to issue this mission. I am very clear on what kind of person I am looking for." General Feng frowned slightly. Clearly, he was not satisfied with Xiaoqin. He was even more dissatisfied with the administrator of the Heaven Dragon Palace's mission hall. This was simply messing around. It was fine for the other outer palaces to send ordinary core disciples. After all, they all had divine dragon bloodlines. However, the Heaven Dragon Palace actually did not send a Heaven-class core disciple to accept this mission. General, I can verify that although Xiaoqin has a mixed blood dragon bloodline, he is definitely not weak. Unexpectedly, Murong Yan, who initially looked down on Xiaoqin, took the initiative to speak up for Xiaoqin at this moment. General Feng felt slightly surprised. After some thought, he said, "Since Murong Yan has confirmed it, then I will not question your qualifications to accept this mission. Sit down. I have always dealt with matters and not people. Please don't mind my earlier attitude." Xiaoqin nodded and said, "Many thanks." Xiaoqin also felt somewhat depressed in his heart. The divine dragon bloodline was indeed good. Murong Yan's words prevented General Feng from questioning him, saving him a lot of trouble. However, the other outer palace's core disciples did not think much of Xiaoqin as they looked at him. After a glance, they no longer paid him any attention. "There's no need to thank me. I was just speaking the truth." Murong Yan's proud words appeared in Xiaoqin's mind. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt stunned. He did not seem to have any intention of thanking the other party, as what Murong Yan said was the truth. However, since Murong Yan sent a voice projection to him, Xiaoqin still replied, "Many thanks." Humph. Murong Yan appeared proud as he snorted coldly, showing an expression that said, "At least you are tactful." Xiaoqin knew the other party's temper. He smiled faintly and ignored him. Chapter 1900. "Since everyone can't come, I'll tell everyone the plan in advance," General Feng said after seeing Xiaoqin sit down. Then, he looked at the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces and said seriously, "Xiaoqin, don't come." Murong Yan, Xiaoqin, and the others showed grave expressions as they looked at General Feng. General Feng organized his thoughts and said, "The stronghold that was taken away is rich in netherworld frost iron and underworld heart jade. You might not understand. I'll give a simple explanation. Netherworld frost iron is a crucial divine material that every inherited Dao tool needs. No other resource can replace it. As for underworld heart jade, it is a natural resource that can stabilize the soul and recover soul energy. The underworld heart pill refined from it is a medicinal pill that sovereign personages need." The others felt startled. Although they all had inherited Dao tools, they did not know that refining inherited Dao tools required netherworld frost iron. They had heard of the underworld heart pill before, but it was extremely expensive. Unless one was a sovereign personage, cultivators of other cultivation could not carry it on them in large quantities. Xiaoqin recalled that he had underworld heart pills in his storage ring. Those were the war trophies that he obtained from killing other holy venerates. However, there were not many of them. Actually, these losses are bearable as long as we do not lose our main camp. Sooner or later, we can rebuild our stronghold in this vast abyssal underworld and make up for it. The greatest loss is prestige. If we cannot retake our lost stronghold in time, the other factions will view the Flame Dragon Legion's strength significantly. At that time, not to mention what Rakshasa heaven will do to us, the other factions from the surface might make a move on us. The struggle in the abyssal underworld is far more intense than on the surface. Do you understand what I mean? Clearly, General Feng had prepared these words for a long time. The moment he spoke, he told everyone about the severity of the matter. The matter was not as simple as losing a stronghold. In this abyssal underworld, the strong preyed on the weak. The competition was even scarier. If one could not retake the stronghold quickly, one would be considered weak. The weak had no place to live in this abyssal underworld. While it looked like losing a stronghold, in reality, it threatened the interests of the entire Dragon's Gate in the underground world. If one was not careful, Flame Dragon City might be uprooted. General Feng's meaning was not to underestimate this mission. One had to understand the importance of this mission. They could not afford any mistakes. It's just a small stronghold. Don't worry, General. It won't be a problem for us. Right after General Feng spoke, Murong Yen expressed his stance, appearing extremely confident. Who knew? The other core disciples from the 7 outer palaces all looked at him strangely. General Feng frowned slightly, not understanding. He had already made it clear enough. Why did this Murong Yen still not understand? The moment he opened his mouth, he mentioned an insignificant gathering point. He did not realize the severity of this mission. His gaze shifted to Xiao Qin, and he started to doubt what Xiao Qin had said earlier. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong and quickly said, "General, we all know the importance of this mission. If there's anything you need help with, you can tell us. We won't be careless and will obey your arrangements." "All right." General Feng nodded slightly and said softly, "The fight for the stronghold will definitely be a large-scale battle. It's impossible to take it down with just the 7 of you. What I want you to do is to destroy the Rakshasa demon's underworld god altar and then send out a signal for me to launch an attack. Absolutely obey the arrangements, and do not act on your own." Clearly, Xiao Chen's words had temporarily dispelled General Feng's doubts. Whoosh! General Feng waved his hand, and a jade strip appeared before Xiao Qin and the others. The jade strip contained information about the Rakshasa altar and the details of this mission. The underworld god altar could summon the clone of the first underworld monarch, Rakshasa Tian. When the clone appeared, Rakshasa Tian could use his underworld monarch will to influence the Rakshasa demons within 5,000 kilometers. This greatly increased the strength of the Rakshasa demons, who no longer feared death, and increased their combat prowess by more than 50%. Furthermore, Rakshasa Tian's clone was an extremely strong existence in the first place, posing a great threat. The existence of the countless underworld god altars allowed the Rakshasa race to become the overlord of the strongest abyssal underworld. Even when the various factions of the surface world gathered, they could not truly shake or threaten the Rakshasa demon's ruling position. As long as they destroyed this underworld god altar, it would be equivalent to breaking an arm of the Rakshasa demons. Their chances of snatching back the gathering point would increase significantly. General Feng's mission to gather the elites of the various outer palaces was to rely on the strength of the 7. They infiltrated deep into enemy territory and successfully destroyed the underworld god altar. Xiao Qin thought to himself, this mission is extraordinarily dangerous. Just 7 people infiltrated deep into enemy territory. If they were discovered and something unexpected happened, they would die for sure. It would be hard for them to escape. After the other 6 saw the mission's details, their expressions changed slightly. Originally, they were thinking of following the Flame Dragon Legion into battle. Who could have imagined that they would infiltrate alone and destroy the underworld god altar? Since the underworld god altar was so important, it would definitely be heavily guarded. General Feng said, "This mission is indeed rather dangerous. However, don't worry. There is no sovereign personage guarding the underworld god altar. There is only one sovereign personage among the Rakshasa demons. He cannot personally guard the altar. Once we destroy the altar, I will launch an attack. He will have to deal with the Flame Dragon Legion, so he will not be able to chase after you. Xiaochen grasped the jade strip and looked at General Feng. Then, he asked, when do we depart? General Feng felt very satisfied with Xiaochen's attitude. He did not complain at all, going straight to the point. He said softly, 3 days later. If you have any requests, our legion will do our best to fulfill them. You should also familiarize yourselves with each other during these 3 days. When the time comes, you will have better teamwork. If you have any questions, you can raise them now. The Golden Dragon Palace core disciple on the left said, I would like to know if we can obtain additional rewards from the Flame Dragon Legion after we complete the mission. General Feng frowned slightly but still said, I can make the decision and give you some Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades as additional rewards. I want 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and 1,000 Underworld Heart Jades, the Golden Dragon Palace core disciple said indifferently, showing no room for negotiation. The Golden Dragon Palace core disciple asked indifferently. He showed no expression on his face, as though there was no room for negotiation. An adjutant beside General Feng could not help scolding. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. General Feng felt slightly angry. However, this Wei Hongfei was the strongest of the 7, a core member. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, if you can really destroy the Underworld God Altar, I can give you 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades. However, if you fail, you know the consequences. Wei Hongfei revealed a faint smile and said softly, deal. After saying that, Wei Hongfei stood up and left, not lingering. When the core disciples of the other outer palaces saw the situation, they could not help asking for additional rewards based on their strength. Soon, only Xiaochen and Murong Yan remained of the 7 core disciples. General Feng looked at the 2, indicating that they could ask for additional rewards based on their strength. Who knew, the 2 did not ask for additional rewards. Murong Yan shook his head and said, I do not have the habit of taking advantage of others. Our Murong clan does not lack resources. Only Xiaochen remained. Indeed, Xiaochen did not want any additional rewards. He did not have the habit of taking advantage of others either. However, Xiaochen made a request. He needed a batch of good arrows, in large quantities and of good quality. Xiaochen's arrows were of poor quality. If not for the heart flame, he would not be able to use them with the god's shadow bow. Since Xiaochen had joined the army, he needed to exchange for a batch of good arrows for his own use. His request was very reasonable, so General Feng agreed happily. Then, he got someone to lead Xiaochen to the supplies department. 3 days later, the 7 gathered. General Feng personally sent them off. Whether they could destroy the Underworld God Altar or not was the crux of taking back the resource node. The fact that General Feng was willing to spend so many resources showed how much importance he placed on this mission. General Feng even agreed to Wei Hongfei's unreasonable request. As General Feng watched Xiaochen's group leave, his aide-de-camp asked, General, do you think they can complete it? General Feng replied softly, there is still a lot of hope. The strength of these 7 is extraordinary. They are the cream of the crop among the core disciples of their respective palaces. Although that Wei Hongfei is unruly and takes advantage of the situation, he is fully qualified to compete for a heaven-class core disciple position in the Golden Dragon Palace. As for Murong Yan, he is a rare genius of the Red Dragon race that appears once in 1,000 years. However, Xiaochen is slightly weaker. The Heaven Dragon Palace is still somewhat unreliable. Prepare a backup plan and be prepared for their failure. Yes, General. After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiaochen clearly felt that the other 6 were already very familiar with each other. Along the way, they chatted softly, expressing their opinions. When Xiaochen saw this, he immediately understood. The other 6 had interacted with him alone for the past 3 days, isolating him. After traveling for a while, Wei Hongfei suddenly stopped and looked at Xiaochen. I will be the leader of this mission. I believe that General Feng has already told you. I have already seen your information. Xiaochen, since you are good at movement techniques, you will be the scout and lead the way. Scouting was a very dangerous job. However, Xiaochen did not mind. Even if he faced a sovereign personage, he would be able to protect himself. Without saying anything more, Xiaochen nodded. Then, he stopped resting and went ahead to scout the way. This mixed-blood dragon is rather tactful. He knows that he is weak and does not have the authority to speak. He is self-aware. He knows that he can only rely on the 6 of us for this mission. It would already be good if he did not implicate us. I really don't understand. How did he become a core disciple with such a low cultivation? Or is the Heaven Dragon Palace already so weak? Seeing Xiaochen go far away, the 6 immediately revealed their disdain for mixed-blood dragons in their hearts. Murong Yan knew how strong Xiaochen was, but he did not want to say anything, so he did not interrupt. Wei Hongfei said indifferently, let's continue discussing how to complete this mission. This matter is very important, so we need to be careful. Chapter 1901. Xiaochen did not have many complaints about such an arrangement, taking the lead to scout ahead. As long as he could complete the mission, it was sufficient. Xiaochen left the group and moved quickly, not wasting any time along the way. He did not bother with the ghostly beasts he encountered. 4 hours later, he suddenly felt a strange aura. Xiaochen stopped and gently pushed off with his feet, taking 3 steps back. 2 black figures appeared. They were tall and sturdy, and their feet were like cow hooves. 2 humanoid monsters with scarlet hair, jade-green eyes, and sinister faces appeared before Xiaochen. Rakshasa demons. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the horrifying monsters before him. They were the demons that ruled the first underground layer. The 2 Rakshasa demons held weapons in their hands. Their jade-green eyes gleamed as they looked coldly at Xiaochen. Kill! The Rakshasa demons radiating terrifying demonic chi did not even think as they launched themselves at Xiaochen. The 2 Rakshasa demons were only star venerates, pitifully weak. They did not know where they got the courage to launch themselves at Xiaochen. Xiaochen stood upright without using his great Tao energy when the 2 Rakshasa demons pounced over. When the 2 Rakshasa demons charged over, he did not retreat but advanced instead, taking the initiative to attack them first. Boom! The Rakshasa demons instantly fell to the ground, no longer able to get up. Xiaochen did not give them a chance to shout. He sent out 2 strands of saber chi and silently finished off the 2 Rakshasa demons. After that, he unleashed the heavenly flame and burned the 2 Rakshasa demons' corpses to ashes. I ran into the Rakshasa demons' patrols. It looks like we should be arriving at the dragon race's stronghold soon. Xiaochen muttered to himself. He no longer charged forward as ferociously as before, looking into the distance. After Xiaochen discovered a rather high terrain, he gently landed on it. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and looked ahead. In front of them was a vast plain. On the plain, there was a ruined city. He could vaguely make out that this was the dragon race's stronghold. However, the Rakshasa demons clearly did not like the dragon race's aesthetics. They directly demolished the entire city into rubble. Tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons were scattered all over the rubble. In the sky, there were also many tamed ghost beasts flying. Sitting on top of them were Rakshasa demons who were obviously stronger. When Xiaochen saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He already knew that this mission was very dangerous. He had not expected it to be so dangerous. With so many Rakshasa demons trapped, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the center of the ruins of Dragon City stood a tall building that looked like a tower. There were countless ancient stones piled up together. The stone had already been dyed red with blood. The entire altar gave Xiaochen an extremely absurd feeling. Amidst the solemnity, there was an evil and terrifying demonic nature. Above the altar stood a statue of the first underworld king, Rakshasa Tian. At the foot of the statue, there were a few Rakshasa demons resting with their eyes closed. They should be the guardians of the altar. There was a total of 8 people. Every guard gave off the aura of a holy venerate. These Rakshasa demons wore armor, and their facial features were no different from humans. However, there was a bone spike protruding from each shoulder. Afraid of alerting the enemy, Xiaochen did not dare to look too closely, so he withdrew his heavenly eye. Xiaochen was not in a rush to leave. As he looked at the city ruins in the distance, he entered deep thought, thinking about how to complete this mission. After thinking about it, Xiaochen felt a headache. Even if he managed to sneak through the Rakshasa demon army and destroy the altar, killing his way out would still be a huge problem. After taking one more look and imprinting the surroundings into his mind, Xiaochen turned around and left. Just as Xiaochen turned around, the 8 guardians sitting at the foot of the Rakshasa Tian statue suddenly opened their eyes and slowly closed them. It was like they discovered something but also like they did not know anything. After returning to the group, Xiaochen told Wei Hongfei, Murong Yan, and the others what he saw. Could it be that General Feng agreed so readily? He is clearly sending us to our deaths, the Silver Dragon Palace core disciple Lu Feng said with some dissatisfaction. Lu Feng, the Silver Dragon Palace core disciple, said with some dissatisfaction on his face. However, Wei Hongfei remained calm. There is a special note on the mission. Since you accepted it, you should have expected the difficulty. Furthermore, if the mission was not difficult, how could the reward be so high, reaching 20,000 primeval heavenly pills? Lu Feng said softly, I was just saying. Since you accepted the mission, you cannot back out midway. The Flame Dragon army had already gathered. They were just waiting for them to destroy the Fiend God altar. There was no time to dilly-dally. The group picked up their pace. Even with their full speed, they were not slow. When the group arrived at their previous location, the expressions of the other 6 changed. Even the previously calm Wei Hongfei frowned heavily. Listening to Xiao Chen's explanation was one thing. Seeing it for oneself was another. Murong Yan was flabbergasted. Had I known, I would have made a will. The tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons stopped in the city ruins, occupying the Dragon's Gate's original stronghold. That Fiend God altar happened to be in the center of the city ruins. Lu Feng asked sullenly, is there any way to sneak in silently? Wei Hongfei shook his head and said, clearly, that is impossible. If we can enter silently, we will not be able to do so. If we could sneak in silently, General Feng would have already sent someone to do it. There would not be a chance for us to do it, and the mission reward would not be so large. Xiaochen thought to himself, if I want to sneak in, someone needs to stand out and attract the attention of most of the Rakshasa demons. At least half of the Rakshasa demons have to be lured away before the others can sneak in. Murong Yan and I will attract them from the front. The 5 of you will take the opportunity to sneak in. This is the signal flag. I'll leave it to you, Lu Feng. Wei Hongfei took out a flag and handed it to Lu Feng. Then, he made some simple arrangements. There was no shortcut in the current situation. This was the only way. Lu Feng was rather decisive, not hesitating at all. Murong Yan, you don't have any objections, right? Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Murong Yan. Murong Yan smiled and replied, since when did the Red Dragon race have people who are afraid of death? Since you dare to stand out, why would I not? Murong Yan's words put the core disciples of the other palaces to shame. If it were them, they would hesitate for a long time if they went to attract the enemy's attention with Wei Hongfei. After all, not everyone could be like the Golden Dragon Palace's core disciples, so confident and unafraid of death. Rakshasa race, does anyone dare to fight with me, Wei Hongfei? Boom! Wei Hongfei soared into the clouds, his entire body radiating resplendent golden light. A horrifying dragon might spread out from his body. The moment the glaring Wei Hongfei appeared in the dark space, he attracted the attention of all the Rakshasa demons in the rubble. Strands of golden dragon chi revolved around Wei Hongfei's body. The golden dragon light dyed the clouds in the sky above his head. They were dyed with golden feathers and looked particularly dazzling. This person is nearly a grade 6 golden dragon bloodline. Xiao Qin evaluated. This Wei Hongfei was indeed extraordinary. The Golden Dragon Palace lived up to its reputation. Whoosh! 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 The moment Wei Hongfei appeared, several figures immediately flew towards him. These were all Rakshasa race experts. They gave off terrifying demonic chi and showed ferocious expressions. However, when these Rakshasa race experts got within 100 meters of Wei Hongfei, golden light flickered in the air. Wei Hongfei exploded 6 Rakshasa demons with one punch. The Rakshasa demons turned into a blood mist spreading out in the air. Ha ha ha! Is there no one in the Rakshasa race who can truly fight me? Wei Hongfei laughed maniacally. The dragon might spreading out in the sky became even stronger. The golden clouds burned like flames. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, a pillar of fire suddenly burst out of the city and soared into the clouds, illuminating the dark space. Without saying anything, Murong Yan landed in the rubble and started a massacre. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yan were in the sky, attracting the attention of the Rakshasa race experts. The other was on the ground, using the Red Dragon race's unparalleled berserk fire Great Dao to massacre everyone. There was no pattern at all. Wherever there were more Rakshasa demons, Murong Yan would end up there. Still not leaving? Xiao Qin asked when he saw that the Silver Dragon Palace's Lu Feng was thinking about something, dilly-dallying and not making a move. Do I need you to instruct me? Lu Feng glared at Xiao Qin and ignored him. Then, he led the other 3 and said, "Let's go." Chapter 1902. Under Lu Feng's lead, the 3 silently made their way to the rubble. Xiao Qin did not rush to follow. He was thinking about something else. Would the Rakshasa demons not guess that the Flame Dragon Legion would send people to destroy the altar? Actually, the idea of destroying the altar was rather crazy. The success rate was very low, and the danger level was very high. Normally speaking, the Rakshasa demons would not think of this. Shaking his head, Xiao Qin stopped thinking. His body gently floated up, and he silently arrived beside Lu Feng and the others. Xiao Qin's incredibly fast speed startled the 4. It was as Wei Hongfei said, his movement technique surpassed theirs. Boom! 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 At this moment, Murong Yan's entire body burned with intense flames in the rubble, looking like an ancient fire dragon. With every punch and palm strike, he could send out flames filling the air, filling the surroundings. The Rakshasa demon army appeared somewhat chaotic. Several experts tried to delay Murong Yan. They did not want to give him a chance to cause large-scale destruction. However, Murong Yan's mission was to attract the attention of the Rakshasa demons on the ground. How could he get trapped? Suppressing his temper, Murong Yan laughed maniacally as he moved about without any pattern. It had to be said that Wei Hongfei and Murong Yan were in the sky and on the ground. This created a great opportunity for the 4. Wei Hongfei flickered with golden light in the sky. Dragon might spread out in golden clouds. On the ground, Murong Yan was covered in intense flames. The commotion the two caused attracted the attention of nearly all the Rakshasa demons. This resulted in a large gap in the rubble of the city. Lu Feng's group took advantage of this opportunity to move forward silently, quickly approaching the underworld god altar. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out continuously. As the group walked through the city, Rakshasa demons filled the surroundings. Occasionally, loud sounds rang out, making everyone show extremely grave expressions. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Who is it? Suddenly, a small group of Rakshasa demons came out of a broken wall in front. Kill! Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold as he took the initiative to attack. Moving like a ghost, he jabbed the forehead of the Rakshasa demon who spoke. A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and silently dealt with this Rakshasa demon. His hands did not stop moving. With every move, a Rakshasa demon would die. After Xiao Chen killed the three of them, Lu Feng and the rest finally reacted. They quickly took action and killed the remaining Rakshasa demons in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Fortunately, Lu Feng and the others were not weak. After they reacted, they quickly killed their enemies. This small group of devil cultivator was quickly eliminated, and did not cause any big waves. When Lu Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Chen, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen turned his head and said indifferently, "Follow me." There was something special about him, something that caused people to trust him and follow behind him. Lu Feng was far inferior to Wei Hongfei. Xiao Chen thought for a moment before deciding to lead the team himself. The mission was too important to fail. With Xiao Chen leading the team, the group moved even faster. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was very sharp, allowing him to avoid the Rakshasa demon groups in advance. While the situation was chaotic, Xiao Chen led the four to the underworld god altar. Along the way, they occasionally ran into some unavoidable encounters. However, Xiao Chen would always end the battle quickly. Several times, he managed to avoid any mishaps. He did not expose himself and trigger an even larger encounter. Stop! Xiao Chen suddenly stopped, and the people behind him quickly stopped. Lu Feng looked at the underworld god altar, which was less than 10 kilometers away, and said, "You really think that you are the leader? Move aside. Charge up the altar and end the mission." After saying that, Lu Feng ignored Xiao Chen's attempts to stop him and moved past Xiao Chen. Whoosh! The moment Lu Feng passed Xiao Chen, the Rakshasa Tian statue on the underworld god altar suddenly opened a pair of scarlet eyes. A scarlet light descended from the sky and encased Lu Feng's figure. Lu Feng had nowhere to hide within 10 kilometers. The 8 guards on the altar also opened their eyes and stared at Lu Feng coldly. Whoosh! 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 Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. It was obvious that those who were able to guard the nether god altar were all elites. It's over. We were exposed. It's really over. Not only can we not complete the mission, but we can't leave either. Xiao Chen and the others hid at the back. However, when they saw the many Rakshasa demons rushing over, their faces turned ashen. Lu Feng, who felt Rakshasa Tian's gaze, immediately panicked. Not only did he feel a demonic might pressing down on him, but he also felt the fear of impending death. Furthermore, Xiao Chen felt the fear of impending death. The elite Rakshasa demons rushing over from all directions placed immense pressure on him. It was like many grim reapers holding scimitars to reap their souls. Since we're already exposed, there's no need to think anymore. Attack, Xiaochen sighed to himself. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and pushed away the distracted Lu Feng with a palm strike. As Xiaochen stood before the underworld god altar, he raised his head and met Rakshasa Tian's gaze. Rakshasa Tian, do you really think you can come back to life? Xiaochen snorted coldly and released his dragon might. Without hesitation, he executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. The colossal palm's fingers were like sabers, carrying a boundless saber intent and lightning as it clawed at the statue. Those who insult the gods must die. The 8 high-ranked Rakshasa demons suddenly stood up and attacked at the same time. They all executed their best moves, shattering the colossal palm before it reached them. The 8 people on the altar paled slightly as they took a step back. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. Clearly, they had underestimated the might of Firmament's Rage and suffered a huge rebound. Bang! 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 The fragments of the colossal burning palm contained the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. They were not that easy to extinguish. They landed on the ground and blasted away the Rakshasa demon elites that rushed over. I'll cover you. Quickly charge up the altar. Since they were already exposed, there was naturally no need to think about anything else. There was only one thing to do, kill. At the crucial moment, Xiaochen stepped forward, reigniting hope in the hearts of the group, whose morale had plummeted. Without any hesitation, they all rushed to the altar. Many thanks. Lu Feng showed an ashamed expression, feeling too ashamed to show his face. He simply had not expected that he could not even compare to the mixed-blood dragon, Xiaochen. Xiaochen said indifferently, I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want to fail the mission. Let's go. Provoked by Xiaochen's cold attitude, Lu Feng snorted coldly and led the others up the altar. The altar was covered in divine might. Under heavy pressure, even movement techniques were restricted. It would not be easy to climb up. Soon, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that were blasted away by the shock waves of Firmament's Rage rallied and charged over. If these people harassed Lu Feng and the others, who were climbing the altar, they would not have a chance to climb it. All of you, come over. Xiaochen struck the ground heavily with his tyrant saber. Then, he drove the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. The Taiji force field encased the surrounding 10 kilometers. A huge Taiji diagram spun wildly on the ground. A strong suction pulled over the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that wanted to stop Lu Feng and the others from climbing the altar. The many Rakshasa demons were horrified to discover that they could not control themselves as they surged over to Xiaochen. A strange force stuck to their bodies, preventing them from executing their movement techniques and greatly affecting their speed. Even so, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demons were too horrifying in numbers. Clang! 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiaochen, and he drew his saber. A saber light flashed, and 10 Rakshasa demons near him had their throats slit, dying on the spot. However, before Xiaochen could catch his breath, Rakshasa demons surged over from all directions. Xiaochen brought out his saber skills to the limits, sending out densely packed saber lights into the crowd. Snowflakes, lightning, bright moons, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena burst out of his body, illuminating the surroundings. Xiaochen stood on a lightning dragon, howling back and forth. He turned into the light of freedom and dodged most of the attacks. Lu Feng and the others, who were climbing the altar, were greatly startled when they saw Xiaochen fighting 1,000 alone. The 8 guards on the altar also frowned heavily, finding this scene incredulous. The leader, a high-ranked Rakshasa demon in black battle armor, said sullenly, 4 of you, go down and stop them from climbing the altar. Yes. Whoosh. Immediately, 4 guards leaped down from the altar and charged at Lu Feng and the others. However, Lu Feng and the others were outstanding. They were core disciples of the various outer palaces and possessed divine dragon bloodlines. In one-on-one combat, they had a high chance of victory. The 4 Rakshasa demons that descended did not pose much of a hindrance to Lu Feng and the others. Taiji burst. Xiaoqin roared ferociously, and the Taiji force field erupted. The remaining Rakshasa demons were all blasted away. Saber wounds riddled each of the Rakshasa demons. Electricity spread throughout their bodies, making them unrecognizable. Xiaoqin stood upright while holding his saber. His white robes were stained with blood. It was hard to tell whether it was his or his opponent's. In the chaotic battle, Xiaoqin could not be bothered to count how many times he was struck. Xiaoqin raised his gaze and happened to meet the gaze of the black-armored Rakshasa demon standing on the altar. Kill! Xiaoqin leaped into the air and charged at the altar. You overestimate yourself. The black-armored Rakshasa demon showed a mocking expression as he smiled coldly. His right hand grasped the protruding bone on his shoulder and pulled out a slender white bone spike. Just as Xiaoqin charged over, the black-armored Rakshasa demon attacked at lightning speed. Pu Ci. The bone spike pierced through Xiaoqin's right chest, causing blood to spurt out. While Xiaoqin was charging, a strong underworld deity might envelop him, greatly limiting his speed. Caught off guard, he got injured by the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Furthermore, Xiaoqin managed to dodge at the critical moment. Otherwise, if the bone spike pierced through his chest, he would have been severely injured. The black-armored Rakshasa demon had a handsome face, unlike an ordinary Rakshasa demon. Blood dripped from the slender bone spike. The black-armored Rakshasa demon placed the spike on his tongue and gently licked it. Then, he smiled strangely and said, "It tastes pretty good. After this battle, I will properly enjoy your physical body." 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons stood behind the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Their jade-green eyes stared coldly at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin stopped the blood from spurting out of his wound. Then, he glanced at Lu Feng and the others fighting on the altar. They had more or less gained the upper hand. However, when the Rakshasa demons charged over, they would still face the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. Their chances of victory were not high. Xiaoqin snorted coldly. Then, his body suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, charging to the bottom of the altar. In the blink of an eye, it circled around the altar and spun rapidly upward. Rumble. The rapidly spinning electric light illuminated the surroundings, kicking up boundless strong winds that kicked up sand and pebbles, covering the sky. The strong winds made it hard for the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4 to open their eyes, and their bodies trembled slightly. Xiaoqin, who had turned into lightning, resisted the underworld god might, continuously draining his primal chaos veritable essence energy. When Xiaoqin was about to fly to the top of the altar, he suddenly turned into a lightning dragon and roared at the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. The dragon roar spread out in all directions, shaking the sky. Before this shocking heaven dragon roar, the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4 could not help taking several steps back above the altar. Scram! The black-armored Rakshasa demon shouted, withstanding the pressure, and unleashed his aura. Then, he led the 4 Rakshasa demons to charge at the lightning dragon, trying to chase Xiaoqin down. Who knew, the lightning dragon split into 9, not bothering them at all. Instead, it continuously circled around the 3-kilometer-tall Rakshasa Tian statue. 9 dragons soared into the sky, triggering a terrifying mysterious phenomenon. At some point in time, layers of thunderclouds covered the sky above the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Oh no! He is going to destroy the statue. The black-armored Rakshasa demon's expression changed drastically. In a fluster, he quickly formed hand seals. The 3 behind him cut their wrists at the same time, and blood splattered on the Rakshasa Tian statue. Forced by the situation, this group of people prepared to summon the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone. Chapter 1903. 9 dragon soar instantly dodged the attacks of the black-armored Rakshasa and the other 3 high-level Rakshasas and flew into the sky. The black-armored Rakshasa decisively chose to summon Rakshasa Tian. Rather than letting it be destroyed by you, it would be better to waste this summoning opportunity and kill all of these invaders. Swish swish swish. Rocks peeled off the surface of Rakshasa Tian's 3,000-meter tall statue. The might of the underworld monarch continued to strengthen. The expressions of Lu Feng and the other 3, who had already gained the upper hand, changed slightly. After a moment of shock, they decisively retreated. While the scene before him was unexpected, it was still within his expectations. The best outcome of the mission was to destroy the altar. The worst outcome was to fail the mission. The other possibility was to force the other party to summon the Netherworld King's altar ahead of time. The Netherworld King's altar obviously couldn't summon the Rakshasa race every day. Otherwise, the Rakshasa race would have long since become invincible in the Netherworld. They could only summon it once every half a month. Replenishing the offerings required time, and the altar itself also needed maintenance. Before the battle officially started, Rakshasa Tian had already been summoned. To the Flame Dragon army, this was undoubtedly an acceptable result. But for Xiao Chen and the others, it was almost a death sentence. It was already difficult for him to escape. Now that Rakshasa Tian's clone had appeared, would he still have a chance to escape? Lu Feng took out the signal flag, spun it at the bottom, and shot it into the sky. Immediately, the war flag burned in the sky like a star. Its color kept changing until it finally settled on red. In the air, Wei Hongfei, who was fighting several late-stage holy venerate Rakshasa demons, felt a terrifying underworld monarch might sweep over. Raising his gaze, Zhang Xian happened to see Rakshasa Tian's sculpture peeling off. He couldn't help but be stunned. With the appearance of the Nether God, all of you will definitely die. When the Rakshasa demons surrounding Wei Hongfei saw this scene, they smiled coldly. Their attacks became even sharper. Boom! However, just at this moment, Wei Hongfei's eyes suddenly burned, turning into a golden light. Xiao Chen instantly activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, and the dragon might of the ancient Great Desolate Aeon Golden Dragon race enveloped him. The Berserk Dragon might immediately forced the group back. Wei Hongfei casually glanced at the other people in the chaos. Then, he used the Great Desolate Aeon Dragon might to turn and flee. In this kind of situation, there was no chance for him to take care of the others. Even he himself might not be able to escape. Wei Hongfei was extremely decisive. He turned into a beam of golden light and fled far away with the Great Desolate Aeon Dragon might. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and almost no one could withstand it. Very soon, a path was torn open by him. Chase them. When his bloodline is exhausted, it will be the time of his death. The Rakshasa demon expert that was knocked back clearly did not intend to let Wei Hongfei off so easily. Turning into a demonic light, it whizzed away in hot pursuit. Looks like I'm really going to die here. The somewhat fatigued Murong Yen looked at the Rakshasa demon surrounding him. When he sensed that Rakshasa Tian's clone was about to appear, despair flashed in his eyes. Although Wei Hongfei attracted the attention of most of the Rakshasa demon experts, Murong Yen faced the entire Rakshasa demon army alone. Although there were not many experts, many ants could kill an elephant. Compared to Wei Hongfei, Xiao Chen had activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline long ago. It was almost impossible to use it to save his life. The Rakshasa demons surrounding him from all directions, in the sky and on the ground, did not dare to act rashly. The Berserk Red Dragon race had left too deep an impression on these Rakshasa demons. Murong Yen felt stifled. His entire body was bathed in blood as he breathed heavily and looked around. Murong Yan's thoughts were simple. Before he died, he would kill more. When comparing the two, it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. However, it was clear that Murong Yan's thoughts were much more straightforward than Wei Hongfei's. What Murong Yan showed was the difference in intelligence. The underworld monarch statue's intelligence. 9 lightning dragons soared into the sky. Then, the 9 lightning dragons merged together in the thundercloud whirlpool in the sky. The instant Xiaoqin appeared, countless electric lights burst out of his body. When Xiaoqin looked around, he saw that Lu Feng and the others had already left. In just 1 second, Xiaoqin analyzed the situation before him. Oh no! Half of the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian statue had already fallen. In a while, the underworld monarch's clone would arrive. At that time, no matter how capable Xiaoqin was, he would die here. Run, you lowly mixed-blood dragon. The underworld monarch has appeared. Ha ha ha. You will die for sure. The black-armored Rakshasa demon laughed maniacally as he formed hand seals and looked at Xiaoqin, who was in the air. The horrifying underworld monarchs might already swept through the entire battlefield. All the Rakshasa demons felt greatly encouraged. The fleeing Rakshasa demons were all in sorry states. Whoosh! 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 The sound of rocks falling off the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian statue was like the death god's talisman, disturbing everyone's emotions. Should I flee? Where can I flee to? With the appearance of Rakshasa Tian's clone, there is nowhere to flee to. I can only fight. Black clouds spread out under the thundercloud whirlpool. Xiaoqin activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Golden light flashed in his eyes, looking like a burning divine flame. However, before the light could spread out, Xiaoqin closed his eyes. The tyrant saber in Xiaoqin's right hand flew out and spun in the air, flickering with boundless electric light. Buddhist sect 7 kills seal. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiaoqin's forehead. Then, he formed hand seals with his right hand and activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. The incomparably horrifying killing intent covered the entire city ruins. In an instant, it suppressed the underworld monarch's might, causing all the Rakshasa demons to freeze for some reason. The killing intent assaulted them, and their movements stiffened. It was like a lotus flower not soaking in water or the sun and moon not staying in the sky. The horrifying killing intent surged and burned like a killing god born in an ancient battlefield returning to the mortal realm. However, Xiaoqin's heart remained incredibly calm. If someone of the Buddhist sect used their Dharma eye to look, they would find the entire city ruins filled with an incredibly turbid aura. Only Xiaoqin gave off a gentle light, separating him from the overwhelming killing intent. However, despite being in water, Xiaoqin did not get wet at all. This was an extremely profound state. What is he doing? The black-armored Rakshasa demon summoning of Rakshasa Tian slowed down for a moment. What is he doing? Naturally, he was borrowing life from heaven, risking his life to obtain a chance of survival. Kill! Xiaoqin ferociously opened his eyes. At this moment, the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian also appeared. A dark light illuminated the surroundings. Rakshasa Tian looked up, and a pair of jade-green eyes erupted with a terrifying will that entered Xiaoqin's soul pool. If an ordinary person were here, they would instantly be overwhelmed by the fear of Rakshasa Tian. They would not move at all, just stand there in a daze. However, Xiaoqin, who was in the sky, did not show any fear when facing Rakshasa Tian's clone. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand, and the tyrant saber, which had been spinning in the air several times, came out of its scabbard. A melodious saber hum resounded in the surroundings. Resolving the mundane. Resolving the mundane meant that one had no desires, no joy, no sorrow, and was immune to all mental attacks and negative emotions. After activating his great desolate Ian bloodline and using the 7-kill seal to execute resolving the mundane, the might of Xiao Chen's saber strike had already reached an incredible level. Boom! The saber descended. Before Rakshasa Tian, who had just appeared, could understand what was going on. The eternal and inextinguishable saber light on the tyrant saber chopped Rakshasa Tian in half. The saber's momentum did not stop there. When it landed on the altar, aside from the black-armored Rakshasa demon, the other 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons immediately died. Rumble. When this saber strike landed, it destroyed the entire altar. Before the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone could do anything, Xiaochen destroyed it with one saber strike. Lu Feng and the other dragon race disciples, who were fleeing, were all stunned, deeply shocked by this saber strike. Before the shock waves scattered, the great desolate Ian bloodline in Xiao Chen's body slowly faded. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. I won the bet. Xiao Chen gambled that the moment Rakshasa Tian descended would be the moment he was at his weakest. If this saber strike did not kill Rakshasa Tian's clone, Xiao Chen, who faced it head-on in the next second, would be instantly killed. Fortunately, Xiao Chen won the bet. Go! Xiao Chen shouted, and a scarlet light spread out. The demon blood vulture soared into the air with Xiao Chen on its back. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen consumed several medicinal pills, primeval heavenly pills, underworld heart pills, and blood circulation pills. Then, he closed his eyes and recuperated. Fortunately, the demon blood vulture did not come out from the start, conserving its strength. Carrying Xiao Chen, the demon blood vulture charged forward, carving out a bloody path in the sky. After recovering a little, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Then, he suddenly saw Murong Yen below, cornered. His armor was shattered, and wounds covered his body. His eyes were listless, and he appeared fatigued. His body wobbled, but he gritted his teeth and held on. This fellow, without hesitation, Xiao Chen descended from the sky and turned into a flash of lightning, piercing through the many Rakshasa demons riding ghostly beasts in the sky. Just as the Rakshasa demons approached, the lightning turned into a lightning dragon that pushed them back in all directions. The Rakshasa demons circled around Murong Yen, carrying him and turning into a lightning dragon storm that soared into the sky. After knocking away the Rakshasa demons in the sky, the storm scattered. Then, Xiao Chen and Murong Yen landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Ha ha ha. To think that this great me is still alive. I, Murong Yen, am indeed very lucky. Murong Yen, who landed on the demon blood vulture's back, rejoiced endlessly. However, he did not say any words of thanks to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen had seen this many times. It did not matter. He closed his eyes and took the opportunity to recover. Back then, when Situ Changfeng saved Xiao Chen several times, this fellow did not even say a word of thanks. This kind of person was stupid. He felt that saving him was the right thing to do, that there was nothing wrong with it. However, one day, if Xiao Chen got into trouble, he would definitely risk his life to save Xiao Chen. He didn't need to ask for a word of thanks. In his opinion, this was also something that should be done. Chapter 1904. Xiao Chen, you are really something. To think that a mixed-blood dragon like you could produce such a talent. How strange, Murong Yen said excitedly when he saw Xiao Chen open his eyes. Xiao Chen replied expressionlessly, I'm from the Heaven Dragon Palace. Ha! Isn't the Heaven Dragon Palace a mixed-blood dragon palace? Say another word, and I'll throw you off. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not seem to be joking, Murong Yen laughed embarrassedly. Never mind. Never mind. Relying on the demon blood vulture to display its divine might, it carried the two forward, forcefully carving out a path. Dust clouds churned in the rubble of the underworld king's altar. The black-armored Rakshasa demon walked out of the rubble with a weak expression and a heavy frown. Rage flashed in his eyes. The moment Rakshasa Tian's clone appeared, it was destroyed by someone else. Rakshasa Tian could not accept the fact that Rakshasa Tian worshipped the underworld monarch as a god. Just at this moment, a black-clad man walked out from behind the rubble. This black-clad man had a perfect figure. His arms were bare, and his muscles bulged. His eyes were spirited, and his expression was stern. However, there was a disharmonious scar on the right side of his face. The appearance of the scar changed that handsome face's aura, making him look tyrannical and ferocious. Yan Sangming, I followed your instructions and summoned this underworld king's clone in advance. If things did not proceed as you said, neither you nor I would be able to bear the consequences, the black-armored Rakshasa demon said through clenched teeth as he looked at this black-clad man. Rakshasa Tian could transform into thousands of clones. One clone was nothing. However, to the black-armored Rakshasa demon, it was a humiliation. In the future, he would inevitably be mocked by the Rakshasa demons. However, to Xiao Qin, this was a humiliation. In the future, he would inevitably be mocked by the Rakshasa demons. It might even become a reason for the black-armored Rakshasa demon to be attacked. He could not help but feel angry. The scarred Yan Sangming said indifferently, "Don't worry. The Flame Dragon Legion should be on their way already. Lord Wuting made preparations long ago, just waiting for them to come in. After this, the Dragon's Gates faction will not develop in the first layer of the abyssal underworld for 10 years. Besides, it's not like you don't know the trump card I've prepared. What's there to worry about?" When the black-armored Rakshasa demon heard Yan Sangming mention trump cards, his expression eased up slightly. However, he said playfully, "You flood dragon humans are still the best at dealing with these dragon race cultivators. After all, we were once of the same race." So, this man with a scar on his face was a merman. It was a little hard to tell. A murderous intent flashed in Yan Sangming's heart, but his face did not change. After a while, he suppressed his murderous intent. "What do you think of that dragon race cultivator who shattered Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike?" the black-armored Rakshasa demon asked as he looked at Yan Sangming. Yan Sangming looked into the distance and said, "Very strong. The mixed-blood dragon bloodline has not produced such a horrifying character for many years already. However, due to the limitations of the bloodline, it would be hard for them to have any future in the current divine dragon empire." "Are you that certain?" the black-armored Rakshasa demon asked softly. Xiao Chen's last attack had left a deep impression on him. It was hard to imagine how terrifying such a person would be in the future. However, from Yan Sangming's words, there was no need to worry about Xiao Chen becoming someone great. After thinking for a long time, Yan Sangming said indifferently, "If the mixed-blood dragons were not forced into such a miserable state, how could most of them have followed the Black Dragon King into the abyssal underworld back then?" "Shut up. Don't mention those 3 words." The black-armored Rakshasa demon suddenly raged. His expression turned sullen as he unreasonably interrupted Yan Sangming. The words, "Black Dragon King," were taboo in the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. No one was allowed to mention them. Yan Sangming glanced at the black-armored Rakshasa demon and said softly, "It is time to make preparations. I have to rush over to Lord Wuting's side. I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, Yan Sangming's figure flashed, disappearing into the darkness. Outside Flame Dragon City, most of the Flame Dragon army had already gathered. They were ready to move out, preparing to take back their stronghold. War chariots gathered in the wilderness. Warships filled the sky. Tens of thousands of dragon race cultivators waited in formation, exuding an invisible dragon might that spread out with vast might. General Feng had already seen Lu Feng's signal. The Netherworld King's statue being activated ahead of time was an acceptable situation. The Flame Dragon army could accept this. However, to the 7 people carrying out the mission, this was the outcome they were most unwilling to face. When Rakshasa Tian's clone descended, it would be fortunate if one of the 7 could escape. "General, it's almost time," the adjutant reminded him softly. General Feng collected his thoughts, and a burning flame flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Flame Dragon Army, depart!" Rumble. Immediately, the horses with dragon blood galloped and roared. The war chariot sped along, causing the ground to tremble. In the sky, the battleships flew together, covering the sky. The Flame Dragon Army advanced at lightning speed, tens of thousands of people in the army. Surprisingly, they were not any slower than Xiao Chen's group of 7. The entire army was like a precise machine. As time passed, this machine spun faster and faster. Tens of thousands of Flame Dragon Legion soldiers. From afar, it looked like a giant burning dragon had turned into a ball of flames at low altitude. It was a graceful sight. In mere moments, this army covered 50,000 kilometers. It was somewhat startlingly fast. Everywhere the army passed, the ghostly beasts in its way instantly turned to ashes. Even a lone sovereign personage would have to flee for their lives when facing this army, not daring to show off their sharpness. On a sand dune, Wei Hongfei, who had escaped the pursuit of the pursuers, heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the sand dune. Then, he swallowed a medicinal pill and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. His grade 6 golden dragon race divine dragon bloodline helped him recover quickly. After about 15 minutes, Wei Hongfei suddenly opened his eyes. He saw 2 figures rushing towards him in the dark night. The aura of the dragon race. When these 2 approached, Wei Hongfei discovered that they were Lu Feng and another White Dragon Palace core disciple. Brother Wei. Upon seeing Wei Hongfei, Lu Feng and the other White Dragon Palace core disciple rejoiced and quickly landed on the sand dune. Wei Hongfei asked, "Where are the others?" Lu Feng still had bloodstains on his face, appearing to be in a sorry state. He sighed and said, "I saw the Rakshasa demon surround and kill Brother Hong and Brother Ma. Xiao Chen and Murong Yen do not know. However, they probably will not be able to escape." Murong Yen went without saying. He had long activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and attracted so many Rakshasa demons. He would not be able to escape death. As for Xiao Qin, he would definitely be extremely weak after that saber strike. Furthermore, Xiao Qin was in the center of the rubble, surrounded by Rakshasa demon elites. He would probably die as well. If Brother Xiao Qin died, it would be a pity. If he had not killed that underworld monarch clone at the last moment, he would not have died. If he had not killed that underworld monarch clone at the last moment, Brother Lu and I would not have stood a chance of escaping. When the White Dragon Palace core disciple thought of Xiao Chen's saber strike, he still felt shocked. What? Wei Hongfei was greatly startled. He immediately stood up, appearing horrified. Say that again. Xiao Chen destroyed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike. It is absolutely true. Brother Lu and I saw it with our own eyes. Lu Feng did not dare to lie. He nodded in confirmation. If not for Xiao Chen's saber strike, he would have died long ago. Even if Rakshasa Tian had not made a move, his sovereign might would have supported the Rakshasa demons, greatly increasing the Rakshasa demon's strength. Xiao Chen was lucky to escape now. Furthermore, he had to face a much stronger Rakshasa army. Wei Hongfei's expression flickered. He tightly clenched his right fist, and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. The moment Rakshasa Tian's clone appeared, as a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple, Wei Hongfei's first thought was to flee. However, Xiao Qin, a mixed-blood dragon cultivator, actually dared to do something that Wei Hongfei did not dare to do, risking his life. Xiao Qin had invisibly surpassed Wei Hongfei. The Golden Dragon race was now the orthodox race. Every one of them was incredibly proud. Such a result embarrassed Wei Hongfei. If Wei Hongfei dared to risk his life, he might have a chance to kill Rakshasa Tian, who had just appeared. However, Wei Hongfei did not dare to gamble. If he could not kill Rakshasa Tian, he would die for sure. Just this point alone made Wei Hongfei lose to Xiao Qin completely. No, we have to go back and save Xiao Qin. Even if we cannot save him, we have to retrieve his corpse. We cannot allow the demons to trample on his corpse, Wei Hongfei said seriously. Determination flashed in Wei Hongfei's eyes. Senior brother Wei. Senior brother Wei. The two quickly stopped Wei Hongfei. What kind of joke was this? If they charged back in their current state, they would just be sending themselves to death. I've already made up my mind. There is no need for the two of you to follow me. Actually, Wei Hongfei still had some combat prowess. From the start to the end, he had been holding back. He still had some trump cards that he had not used. However, he was stirred up by Xiao Qin risking his life to kill Rakshasa Tian's clone. He decided to go back and take a gamble. If Xiao Qin was still alive, it would all be worth it. Lu Feng urged anxiously, Senior brother Wei, the two of us are grateful to Xiao Qin for saving our lives. However, if we go back now, we will just be sending ourselves to death. There is no need. Rumble. Just at this moment, the ground trembled endlessly. Cracks appeared on the mound. A surging dragon might surged over, instantly flattening the 1-kilometer-tall mound. The two immediately rejoiced. The Flame Dragon Legion had arrived. They were now completely safe. The adjutant beside General Feng waved the flag, and the fast-moving Flame Dragon Legion came to a halt. This is great. We are truly fortunate. 3 of you are still alive. When General Feng saw Wei Hongfei's group, joy flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought that it would be pretty good if one of them survived. General Feng fixed his gaze on Wei Hongfei and smiled. You truly live up to being a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple. The Golden Dragon bloodline is indeed extraordinary, living up to your reputation. I will fulfill your request after the battle. I will also report the military merits. Wei Hongfei said, General, there is something you do not know. After making up his mind, Wei Hongfei told General Feng the truth about Xiao Qin killing Rakshasa Tian's clone. There really is such a thing. General Feng was a sovereign personage. However, the shock on his face was no less than Wei Hongfei's. The Heaven Dragon Palace core disciple Xiao Qin that General Feng worried about the most actually forced the other party to summon the Underworld Monarch clone. Furthermore, Xiao Qin killed Rakshasa Tian's clone alone. This was simply inconceivable. The mixed blood dragon race had not produced an astonishing character for many years already. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, a huge fireball burned in the sky. The fireball suddenly exploded, turning into countless sparks that lit up the night sky. In that instant, the sky turned as bright as day. All the cultivators in the Flame Dragon Legion squinted slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Aside from the front, countless figures appeared on 3 sides of the Flame Dragon Legion, densely packed together. These figures wore armor flickering with demonic light and had indistinct scales on their faces. The Flood Dragon Humans. General Feng's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and the Flame Dragon Legion immediately entered a state of combat. Chapter 1905. Aside from the ground, there were even more ghostly beasts in the air. Each ghostly beast had a flood dragon human standing on it. Surrounded on 3 sides, aside from the front, there were no gaps. However, the front led to the Rakshasa race. As expected, the Rakshasa demon army was on its way, completely sealing off the encirclement. General Feng looked around and fixed his gaze on a tall mountain in the distance. A Rakshasa demon with grey bone spikes on his shoulders and a flood dragon human cultivator with a scar on his face stood side by side. General Feng's gaze sank as he said coldly, "Wu Ting, what is the meaning of getting a bunch of trash to surround my army? Could it be that you want to rely on this group of useless rebels to surround and kill my Flame Dragon Legion?" Although there were many cultivators surrounding the Flame Dragon Legion, their cultivations were lacking. However, most of their cultivations were lacking. They could not even compare to the Rakshasa demons in the stronghold, much less the Flame Dragon army. Many of them were not even minor primal core venerates. It would not be wrong to call them trash. The Divine Dragon Empire did not have as many people as the dynasty. However, they all had the dragon race bloodline and were stronger in the first place. Those who could enter the Flame Dragon Legion were at least major primal core venerates. Half of the elites were star venerates. Although General Feng was surrounded, he did not show too much worry. The Rakshasa demon on the tall mountain was the sovereign personage Wu Ting. The flood dragon human cultivator Yan Sangming stood beside him. Wu Ting smiled faintly. "You are right. Today, I am going to use this group of flood dragon humans to deal with you. This is called using dragons to control dragons. If you think that they are trash, you can take a look at their battle armor first. It will not be too late to decide then. It's the demonic dragon battle armor." The expression of General Feng's adjutant changed drastically when he saw it. The demonic dragon war armor was personally refined by the Black Dragon King. Aside from its strong defense, the demonic dragon war armor was extremely sturdy. Aside from its strong defense, it had a strong suppressive effect on dragon race cultivators. The demonic dragon battle armor could mostly neutralize martial techniques containing the dragon race bloodline and veritable essence energy. Wearing the demonic dragon battle armor immediately weakened the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators' advantage in cultivation. Furthermore, the Flame Dragon Legion had a numerical advantage, several times the Flame Dragon Legions. The situation immediately turned bad. "Ha ha ha, not bad, you have a good eye. Although this demonic dragon armor is a replica and will be useless after one use, it is enough to wipe out your Flame Dragon army. Kill." Wu Ting laughed maniacally. The army of 100,000 flood dragon people charged forward without fear of death. "I've been tricked." General Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was possible that the Netherworld King's altar was summoned ahead of time by the other party. They were waiting for his army to move out. Someone had already planned all of this. "General, what should we do?" General Feng's face sank as he said coldly, "Charge. Charge out before the Rakshasa demon army arrives. It was not worth it to fight with these flood dragon people." In General Feng's opinion, the flood dragon humans were incomparably lowly. It was not worth it for the dragon race cultivators to exchange their lives with them. In any of the 9 layers of the Netherworld, flood dragon humans would always have the lowest status. In addition, the dragon clan itself had a rather negative opinion of this former traitor. The current situation was also one of the bases for General Feng's judgment. Taking back the stronghold was out of the question. As long as they could charge out before the encirclement closed up and protect most of the Flame Dragon army, they would be lucky. General Feng showed a sullen expression as he led the Flame Dragon army forward. The Flood Dragon humans in the rear were in a frenzy as they chased relentlessly. The Flood Dragon humans on both sides continuously harassed them, so their advance was not smooth. Wei Hongfei felt that something was wrong. However, the situation was urgent, so he could not figure out what was wrong. Relying on the Flame Dragon army's strong mobility, the Flame Dragon army charged forward without saying a word. The Flood Dragon humans finally managed to shake off the Flood Dragon humans encircling them from 3 sides. However, it was too late. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. The ground suddenly caved in. Before Xiaochen could understand what was going on, boundless lava spewed out. A trap. Someone had predicted General Feng's move. They guessed that he would not fight to the death with the flood dragon humans. The ground exploded, and the horrifying lava of the netherworld erupted, immediately tearing apart the flame dragon army's formation. Countless flame dragon army cultivators died miserably in an instant. Cries of pain rang out. Several war chariots instantly exploded. The cultivators inside had no space to dodge. The scene was unbearable. Instantly, there were countless casualties. Kill. A chaotic battle broke out. The three flood dragon humans took advantage of the chaos to charge in, risking getting blasted by the lava. They wanted to prevent the flame dragon army from regaining a unified command, maintaining the chaotic situation. What made the flame dragon army even more despairing was the rumbling of the inheritance in front. The black-armored Rakshasa demon army had reorganized and blocked the gap. Little brother Yen, your plan is indeed exquisite. Ha ha ha. I will definitely remember your contribution. After this matter is over, I will ask Rakshasa Heaven for permission to give you a piece of land as your tribe's fief. Wu Ting laughed maniacally. As he watched the flame dragon army fall into such a situation, he felt strangely excited. The flame dragon army was incredibly strong. It had made the Rakshasa demon army suffer several times already. Wu Ting felt delighted to have this day. Many thanks. Yen Sangming remained expressionless. It looked like he was about to succeed in his plan, but he did not show much joy. Even if Yen Sangming managed to kill the flame dragon army, at least half of his subordinates would die. The Rakshasa demons only needed to block the top. However, the flood dragon humans had to enter the lava formation to fight the flame dragon army. The difference in treatment was obvious with one glance. However, Yen Sangming did not show any dissatisfaction on his face, not showing it at all. A chaotic battle broke out. Blood flew everywhere, and miserable shrieks rang out. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red from killing, and they fell into a frenzy. It was a complete chaotic battle. The more chaotic the battle, the more advantageous it was for the flood dragon humans. That way, the flame dragon army's advantage in organization would vanish. Ha! Are you thinking of defying heaven and changing your fate? I'll test you out. Seeing that no one could stop General Feng and that he wanted to reorganize his army, Wu Ting laughed maniacally and charged over. The two sovereign personages fought. Instantly, they left a large empty space in the middle of the battlefield. The strong auras deterred anyone from getting close. If they did, they would die. Yen Sangming looked around and fixed his gaze on Wei Hongfei. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Golden Divine Dragon. The 6-colored Divine Dragons should all die. Whoosh! Yen Sangming's figure flashed, and he charged into the battle, landing in front of Wei Hongfei. Wei Hongfei's expression froze slightly. This flood dragon human before him actually gave off a dangerous aura. Yen Sangming showed a disdainful smile. The scars on his face wiggled, making his face look extremely terrifying. You seem to be injured. In that case, I'll only use half my strength. Come, let me see how strong your golden dragon is. You are seeking death. Seeing the other party's disdainful expression, rage immediately flashed in Wei Hongfei's eyes. To think that a flood dragon human dared to underestimate him. In the abyssal underworld, a flood dragon human was the lowest existence. To think that he dared to mock the divine dragon empire's strongest golden dragon race. Bang! In the end, when the two exchanged a palm strike, endless demonic chi poured out of Yen Sangming's body. The demonic dragon might in his body immediately surged like the sea, vast and boundless. Yen Sangming used a lot of force, and Wei Hongfei vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. You do not even have the strength to force me to use my bloodline power. It looks like you are severely injured. How unfortunate. Killing you like this does not bring me any joy at all. Wei Hongfei retreated quickly on the sea of lava. As he looked at the other party's battle armor, he entered deep thought. Aside from being injured, the bigger reason was that the other party's demonic dragon battle armor blocked most of the force from his palm strike. Most of the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators in the lava sea and the entire battlefield were in a similar predicament as Wei Hongfei. The Flame Dragon Legion cultivators were simply helpless against the other party's demonic dragon battle armor. Even though the other party was only an insignificant venerate, this demonic dragon battle armor, which the Black Dragon King specially developed to counter the dragon race, immediately became problematic. In the distant sky, the demon blood vulture carrying Xiao Qin and Murong Yan traveled through the clouds. Suddenly, Murong Yan's and Xiao Chen's expressions changed at the same time. A heavy stench of blood penetrated the clouds and spread over, instantly turning the two's expressions grave. It was the blood of dragon race cultivators. How many dragon race cultivators had to die for the stench of blood to soar into the clouds? Xiao Qin and Murong Yan both sensed that something major had happened, something very bad. Chapter 1906. When the demon blood vulture saw Xiao Chen's gaze, it turned around in the clouds and turned into a beam of scarlet light, rushing towards the battlefield. As the two were fleeing, they had been extremely weak, so they slowed down in their retreat. As a result, Xiao Chen slowed down when he left the path of retreat. He focused on recovering himself and did not have time to regroup with the Flame Dragon army. How can it be like this? Soon, the two saw an extremely chaotic and cruel scene. The Flame Dragon Legion was surrounded by Rakshasa demons, who outnumbered them by several times. The Flame Dragon Legion's 20,000-odd Flame Dragon Legion cultivators were split into small groups by Yan Cangming's Flood Dragon humans. The Flame Dragon Legion cultivators could not regroup, unable to get into a formation. What was even worse was that the location of the battle was a sea of lava, causing the battle to be even crueler. At every moment, there were Flame Dragon Legion cultivators being killed in this land of lava. Although several Flood Dragon humans died for every Flame Dragon Legion cultivator, such a comparison was worthless. Those Flood Dragon humans had low cultivations. They relied entirely on their demonic dragon battle armor to qualify to fight the Flame Dragon Legion. Without the demonic dragon battle armor, the Flood Dragon Legion could crush the Flame Dragon Legion and easily break out. The most intense battle was between General Feng and the Rakshasa race sovereign personage Wu Ting. Wu Ting held two bone spikes in his hands. His Thunder Dao might merged with his sovereign personage will, forming a lightning barrier. When fighting General Feng, Wu Ting did not seek to kill his opponent. All he wanted to do was delay him. Whenever a sovereign personage wanted to leave, Wu Ting could not hold him back. Even if the Flame Dragon Legion got destroyed, nothing would happen to General Feng. However, if he was left alone, this was the situation that Wu Ting wanted to see. How could one person's strength reverse the situation? Wu Ting smiled and said, "Even if I let you go now, you will not be able to turn the situation around. Today, the Flame Dragon Legion will be eliminated." General Feng showed a sullen expression, not saying anything. He only attacked even more frantically, venting the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. The demon blood vulture carried Xiao Qin and Murong Yan far away in the air. Murong Yan felt hot-blooded. Without thinking, he wanted to charge down. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand to stop Murong Yan. Then, he said softly, "Just protect me. There is no need to send yourself to death." "Are you sure?" Murong Yan's heart was already filled with rage. When he saw Xiao Qin blocking him, he felt somewhat upset. "It's better than you going down there to die." Not bothering to explain, Xiao Qin took out the Soul Slayer bow, loosened his grip, and released an arrow. The heart flame on his fingertip merged with the arrow, and it shot into the battlefield without a sound. The arrow was like a beam of dark light. Without a sound, it pierced through the Flood Dragon human's demonic dragon armor and pierced through his heart. The demon dragon armor had a suppressive effect on a dragon race martial artist's true essence. But in front of Xiao Chen's arrows that were fused with his heart fire, it was like paper. Puchi. The flood dragon human that was pierced by the arrow lost all signs of life and died on the spot. The arrow did not stop, piercing through a dozen flood dragon humans before stopping. Although the arrows did not pierce the hearts of all the flood dragon humans at the back, their demonic dragon armor was completely destroyed. As expected, a look of understanding appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Just as he had expected, the demonic dragon armor could restrain the dragon race. It did not have much of a defense against his heart fire. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, Xiao Chen shot out arrows like dragons, shooting 9 arrows in 1 second. Each arrow pierced through 10 enemies. In 1 second, more than 100 flood dragon humans had their demonic dragon armor destroyed. The unlucky ones were even killed by a single arrow and died on the spot. In 10 seconds, more than 1,000 flood dragon humans had their demonic dragon armor destroyed. Among them, 100 died instantly. Many of the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators who were fighting felt it was strange that the Flood Dragon human cultivators they were fighting were Flood Dragon humans. Before these Flood Dragon humans understood what was going on, their demonic dragon armor broke and exploded. After losing the demonic dragon armor, these Flood Dragon humans were no match for the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators. These Flame Dragon Legion cultivators could easily kill them with a casual sword strike. Whoosh! 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 The arrows that Xiao Chen shot all landed in the same direction. Immediately, a gap appeared in the tight encirclement. What's going on? The Flame Dragon Legion's dragon race cultivators found this somewhat strange. However, they could not miss this opportunity. They instinctively rushed towards the gap. The Flame Dragon Legion's momentum, which had fallen to rock bottom, rebounded. The situation of the battlefield changed in an instant. Such an obvious abnormality naturally attracted the attention of the Rakshasa demon's upper echelon and Yan Sangming. The same words echoed in everyone's minds. What's going on? It's Xiao Chen. Lu Feng looked around and noticed Xiao Chen and Murong Yan, who were standing on the demon blood vulture in the distant sky. It's Xiao Chen and Murong Yan. These two are not dead yet. Several of the Flame Dragon Legion upper echelon, who knew the inside story of the mission, roared in shock. After putting in a lot of effort, Yan Sangming pushed Wei Hongfei into a corner. Just as he was about to kill Wei Hongfei, Yan Sangming suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Chen, who was still shooting arrows. Suddenly, he stopped moving and looked at Xiao Chen, who was still shooting out arrows continuously. The Rakshasa demons and flood dragon humans that went to harass Wei Hongfei were either chased away by the demon blood vulture or knocked away by Murong Yan. When these three stood in the sky, they were simply unrivaled. Damn it! Yan Sangming shouted coldly. He ignored Wei Hongfei and soared into the sky, intending to attack personally. Stay behind. Wei Hongfei, who was already severely injured, was deeply aware of how horrifying this Yan Sangming was. Wei Hongfei, who was already exhausted, burst out with a horrifying aura. Strands of golden dragon chi surrounded him as he continuously soared into the sky. The golden dragon might spread out. A murderous intent flashed in Yan Sangming's eyes. He could not do anything but stay behind. The demonic chi on his body surged, exuding the aura of death. Yan Sangming's aura changed drastically, and the mysteries of death flickered in his eyes. In that instant, it was like Yan Sangming turned into the Grim Reaper of Hell. A black dragon that represented death seemed to circle in the depths of his eyes. Touch of death. Countless strands of black energy containing the death great Tao shot out from the sea of lava, looking like the tentacles of a demon, looking incredibly terrifying. Yan Sangming remained expressionless. The scars on his body looked terrifyingly sinister as he ferociously opened his hand. The black energy that shot out turned into countless black tentacles that wrapped around Wei Hongfei. Boom! 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 Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly. He moved his fists, sending out a dense barrage of attacks. The golden dragon's roar shook the surroundings. Thousands of strands of golden dragon chi flew out continuously, trying to block the black tentacles. Unfortunately, the golden dragon chi that Wei Hongfei sent out immediately corroded when it touched the black tentacles. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. Countless black energy tentacles stabbed thousands of holes in Wei Hongfei's body. Wei Hongfei could not move at all. He was like a huge mutated hand with thousands of fingers. The fingers pierced through his body and held him in the air, preventing him from moving. Black demonic chi slowly covered the golden light in Wei Hongfei's eyes, slowly draining away his life force. Boom! Yan Zhengming swung his hand, and Wei Hongfei's body knocked away many ghostly beasts in the air before sinking into the sea of lava. Wei Hongfei's fate was unknown. Such a restraint gave Xiao Qin plenty of time to attack. Not only did Xiao Qin not mend the opening, but it even grew larger. The Flame Dragon Legion took advantage of this opportunity to regroup and break out of the encirclement. The Flame Dragon Legion, which had been split up earlier and could not bring out its full combat prowess, finally pulled through at this moment. The exquisite machinery started operating once more, and the entire Flame Dragon Legion became one again. Surging dragon might gathered as the Flame Dragon Legion charged over the Rakshasa demons' corpses and Flood Dragon humans' corpses with an unstoppable aura. At this moment, Wu Ting tried to escape, but General Feng blocked him. Damn it! How can it be like this? How did we break out of a sure-death situation? Wu Ting brandished the bone spike in his hand, feeling enraged. At the same time, he could not understand. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qin felt dizzy. He held the Soul Slayer bow as he knelt on one knee. Heart Flame was the simplified version of Heart Force. It was formed using the Supreme Profound Heavenly Heart Art's soul energy and veritable essence energy. In such a short time, Xiao Qin exhausted his Heart Flame without any regard for his life. He instantly overdrew on his recently recovered essence, qi, and mental strength. Whoosh! After breaking out of the harassment, Murong Yen returned to the demon blood vulture's back. Then, he looked at the pale Xiao Qin, who looked like he would collapse at any moment. Murong Yen panicked and quickly supported Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin! Xiao Qin, hold on. Did you manage to break out? Xiao Qin asked in a somewhat weak voice. Murong Yen turned his head back and looked. He saw a long dragon pouring out of the hole that Xiao Qin opened, sweeping through everything in its path. The Flame Dragon Legion gathered the remaining cultivators and successfully broke out of the encirclement. We succeeded, Murong Yen answered quickly. Quickly retreat. Without much thought, Xiao Qin gave the order. The demon blood vulture immediately obeyed. The demon blood vulture's entire body shone with a red light. Cassier! Cassier! Scarlet feathers containing intense poison shot out in all directions. The demon blood vulture immediately cleared out a large space. After finding the right direction, it quickly fled far away. You think you can escape? Death God Profound Chop. Yan Zhengming, who was chasing with murderous intent, roared ferociously and executed a killing move. The sky tore, and a cold light containing the mysteries of death tore through the sky. Then, it turned into a 30-kilometer-long saber light that locked onto the demon blood vulture and chopped down. Heaven-burning rage. At the crucial moment, Murong Yen did not even think. He turned around and stood before Xiao Qin, then pushed back with a palm strike. Flames burned in the sky for half the day, illuminating the surroundings like it was daytime. Murong Yan's rage surged, blazing with a fierce flame. Rage attacked his heart, and his bloodline burned, making his entire body burn. Murong Yan leaped into the air and controlled the descending flaming palm to block the death god profound chop. Pu Ci. Who could have imagined that the death god's profound slash contained the death great Dao, which overdrew on Murong Yan's physical body and bloodline? The death god profound chop looked down and chopped down heavily. A mouthful of black blood splattered into the air as Murong Yan fell, half dead. The demon blood vulture quickly caught him. Damn it! He actually blocked it. When Yan Sangming saw that Murong Yan blocked his killing move, he felt enraged. Just as Yan Sangming was about to make a move, he suddenly saw clouds moving in all directions. 10 odd tribulation clouds drifted over from all directions and gathered above Yan Sangming's head. This was the divine lightning eye that Shaoqin took the opportunity to execute. Yan Sangming's expression immediately changed drastically as he quickly landed. He cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique that contained death's mysteries. Yan Sangming's body was filled with overwhelming sin, making him incredibly horrifying. He feared lightning tribulations the most, like heavenly punishment. Although the flame dragon army suffered severe losses below, it managed to regroup and retreat to the back. The flood dragon humans and the Rakshasa race army chased closely. However, the distance between them slowly widened. The demon blood vulture casually chose a direction. Its entire body gave off a scarlet light, and an indistinct golden light appeared in its eyes. The demon blood vulture did its best to carry Shaoqin and Murong Yan through the clouds. Chapter 1907. Boom! Amid loud sounds, 10 lightning tribulations layered over each other and landed on Yan Sangming. Most of the tribulation thunder's might was blocked by his powerful cultivation, but the sin that it detonated left him in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Dense dragon scales appeared on Yan Sangming's face. That scar looked even more horrifying, and his eyes gave off a demonic light. His expression was distorted by the pain, his thoughts were in chaos, and his mind was on the verge of going berserk. His entire body exuded a terrifying sin. The sin had almost materialized and was constantly tormenting him. Young master. The many flood dragon humans noticed Yan Sangming's strange behavior and quickly flew over. When they landed beside him, they revealed worried expressions. The berserk Yan Sangming's entire body surged with murderous intent. However, when he looked at his fellow flood dragon humans in the surroundings, he felt a chill run down his spine. He forcefully clenched his teeth, and his eyes slowly regained clarity. This person's willpower was truly terrifyingly strong. He was actually able to persevere through such a terrifying sinful backlash with his willpower. Paw! A few flood dragon humans had just gone over to support the pale Yan Sangming when the Rakshasa race's sovereign personage, Wu Ting, descended and threw a slap. A crisp sound rang out as Yan Sangming crashed to the ground. Half his face swelled up, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Hee, a scheme that transcends the heavens. In the end, Rakshasa Tian's clone was killed, and the flame dragon army fled. No one knew if the stronghold could be defended or not. Yan Sangming, you can forget about having your own conferred land. You are just a bunch of lowly dragons. You should just kneel before me. Wu Ting was clearly enraged. Rakshasa Tian's clone had been killed in his stronghold. Naturally, he would become the laughingstock of the Rakshasa race. In the worst-case scenario, he might even be attacked by his own clansmen. If they could wipe out the Flame Dragon army and occupy the Flame Dragon army's headquarters, everything would be fine. However, although the Flame Dragon army suffered heavy losses, they still had their combat prowess. If they returned to defend, it would be impossible to take down Flame Dragon City. He had paid such a huge price, but in the end, it was all for naught, and he had even gotten himself into a lot of trouble. How could he not be angry? The rage of a sovereign personage caused the group of flood dragon humans to tremble. They worried that Wu Ting would take their lives in a fit of rage. Kneel properly for your father and slap your own face. Paw paw paw. Yan Sangming did not say anything. He just knelt on the ground and continuously slapped himself. Even when his cheeks were red and swollen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, he did not stop. My lord. The black-armored Rakshasa demon slowly descended and arrived beside Wu Ting. Then, he said softly, I received news that the Golden Crow Empire's people rushed over. It looks like they are interested in the Dragon's Gate stronghold that we occupied. Wu Ting immediately became enraged. He sent out a palm wind infused with the will of a sovereign personage and knocked Yan Sangming into the air. Retreat, abandon the stronghold. The black-armored Rakshasa demon glanced at Yan Sangming and snorted coldly before leaving with Wu Ting. Young master. Seeing the two leave, the others quickly helped Yan Sangming up, their eyes filled with worry. Yan Sangming clenched his right fist tightly. His sharp nails dug into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. I'm fine. Let's clean up the corpses of our clansmen and leave. But where could he go? This enormous first netherworld was like a dark forest. Killing intent was everywhere. It seemed vast and boundless, but there was no place for the flood dragon humans to stand. Slowly, he loosened his grip, and the anger and killing intent in his heart calmed down. He could only hide his obsession in the deepest part of his heart and never forget it. Looking around, the lava sea was filled with the corpses of flood dragon humans. Actually, not many of the Rakshasa race had died. After a while, most of the flood dragon humans' corpses were cleaned up. Only the corpses of the dragon race cultivators, which no one cared about, and the Rakshasa demon corpses remained on the battlefield. The Flame Dragon Legion was indeed well trained. They were much more efficient than the Rakshasa demons and flood dragon humans. By giving them an opening, the Flame Dragon Legion could instantly resolve the situation and preserve most of their strength. However, there would not be such an opening in the plan. A white-clad bladesman standing on a demon blood vulture slowly appeared before Yan Sangming's eyes. 4 hours later, the army returned to their positions in Flame Dragon City, and the entire city was under martial law. A suppressive atmosphere spread throughout the entire city. Since the Flame Dragon Legion was formed, it had never suffered such a setback. If not for Xiao Chen's sudden appearance and opening alone, the consequences would have been dire. General, the Golden Crow Empire's army moved out. The flood dragon humans and Rakshasa demons both retreated. Before he could sit down, he received a message. General Feng sighed. There was no way to reclaim the stronghold. The Golden Crow Empire's army must have received news and moved. If it were General Feng, he would not let go of such an opportunity, either. However, it was still acceptable. He could go and negotiate with them. Perhaps he could pay a price and reclaim the stronghold. After all, they were still allies in name. Pass down my orders. Search for Xiao Qin and the others with everything we have. Send them back to the city. Yes. The army had left in a hurry, so they could not care about Xiao Qin, Wei Hongfei, and the others. They could only pray that these dragon race elites had great luck and avoided this calamity. 3 days later, the demon blood vulture carried the perfectly fine Xiao Qin and Murong Yen back to Flame Dragon City. After escaping danger that day, the two did not immediately rush to Flame Dragon City. As a precaution, they found a secluded place and started to cultivate. The two were severely injured. They made up their minds not to come out until they fully recovered. In the end, the two spent 3 days recovering to their peak states. Murong Yen patted the demon blood vulture's back and smiled. Xiao Chen, this demonic pet of yours is pretty good. When can you help me get one as well? This was the first time Silly Bird was praised. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, there should be a chance. Its father is the demon blood vulture's race head. We can go and ask in the future. Don't mention my father. I get angry at the mention of him. The demon blood vulture protested in Xiao Chen's heart. This made sense. Only Xiao Chen's demon blood vulture could be sold by its father. When Murong Yan heard that, he rejoiced. Really? Really? However, we will have to wait for an opportunity, Xiao Chen replied casually with a smile. After surviving a series of huge battles, the two felt somewhat relaxed. We've arrived. Whoosh! Flame Dragon City's silhouette appeared in the two's vision. Then, they leaped up and landed firmly on the ground. The moment the two landed, a group of Flame Dragon Legion cultivators immediately appeared and surrounded them. After the earlier battle, Flame Dragon City's security was now several times tighter than before. Xiao Chen. It really is Xiao Chen. When this group of Flame Dragon Legion cultivators saw Xiao Chen's appearance, they immediately revealed joyful smiles. The leader of the group said respectfully, "Young Master Xiao, the general has been searching for you for many days already. He thought that something happened to you. Come back to the city with us." Completely ignored, Murong Yan said unhappily, "Hey, I'm still here." Ha! Young Master Murong, come with us. The general did not forget about you either. In mere moments, the news of Xiao Chen and Murong Yan returning to the city spread throughout the entire army. Everywhere the two passed, nearly every cultivator fixed their gaze on Xiao Chen and Murong Yan. Now, everyone knew that a genius appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace, who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike. After that, Xiao Chen nearly single-handedly opened a gap for the Flame Dragon Legion, saving the lives of more than 10,000 Flame Dragon Legion cultivators. This meant that every cultivator in the Flame Dragon Legion owed Xiao Chen and Murong Yan a favor. General Feng and the other Flame Dragon Legion upper echelon personally came out to welcome them at the city gates. Back then, when Xiao Chen first arrived, everyone in the Flame Dragon Legion doubted his ability to take on heavy responsibilities. Now, Xiao Chen's fame soared. Everyone knew about the white-clad bladesman who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike, saving the Flame Dragon Legion from destruction. Xiao Chen, Murong Yan, this time, it is all thanks to the two of you. The entire Flame Dragon Legion owes you a favor. General Feng did not put on any airs, directly acknowledging Xiao Chen's contributions. Murong Yan accepted this praise without standing on ceremony. When he discovered Wei Hongfei beside General Feng, he was greatly startled. "Brat, you are actually not dead. Didn't I personally see you being flung into the lava?" Wei Hongfei frowned. Anyone who heard this would feel upset. General Feng replied calmly, "The Golden Dragon Palace's core disciples all have an Emperor Dragon pill personally nourished by the Dragon Emperor. They will not die that easily." After Wei Hongfei explained, he looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, "It is indeed shocking that the Heaven Dragon Palace can produce someone like you. Brother Wei, you are too polite." Xiao Chen nodded slightly. This Wei Hongfei was pretty good. Xiao Chen had seen how Wei Hongfei held back Yan Cangming at the risk of his life. General Feng said softly, "Let's stop with the conventional greetings first. The five of you, come with me. I'll finish your mission." Chapter 1908. Xiao Chen followed General Feng into the inner hall. After the four sat down, General Feng clapped his hands. Someone immediately came over and offered the extra rewards that Wei Hongfei and the others requested. Wei Hongfei showed no joy on his face. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need. We barely managed to complete this mission. Flame Dragon City's essence is also damaged. Give it to our injured brothers. The Golden Dragon Palace does not lack this bit of resources." The moment General Feng said that, Lu Feng and the other White Dragon Palace core disciples felt somewhat embarrassed. However, this made sense. When they thought about the Flame Dragon Legion's losses, they recalled the dragon race cultivators who died in the Sea of Lava. The cruel scene appeared before his eyes as soon as he recalled it. The miserable screams of the dragon race still lingered in their ears. Surging blood qi spread for 5,000 kilometers around. Lu Feng and the White Dragon Palace core disciples chose to give up. General Feng said softly, "There's no need to feel guilty. This mission was a failure on my part. Everyone completed it excellently. All the extra rewards came from my own pocket and have nothing to do with the Legion. Furthermore, it is not that there is no good news. The Rakshasa race army suffered heavy losses as well. The Golden Crow Empire has already taken back their stronghold. I already negotiated with their leader. For the next 10 years, they will get 20% of the stronghold's resources. The stronghold will still belong to our dragon race. Soon, we will raise the dragon race's war flag there. At the very least, when the dragon's gate's might is displayed, all the factions of the underground world will know about it. Without the Flame Dragon Legion fighting a bitter battle, causing the Rakshasa race army to suffer heavy losses, the Golden Crow Empire would not have such an easy pickup. Hence, you have completed your mission excellently." Even though the four were not willing to accept the extra rewards, General Feng still forcefully gave them, keeping to his promise. The Golden Crow Empire. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he recalled something. Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather seemed to have gone to the Golden Crow Empire. Xiao Chen had known long ago that Little Yellow Feather was slowly recovering the memories that his ancestors had passed on to him. Back then, Ao Jiao had said that she would send Little Yellow Feather to his old home. The scenes of the past on Grave Island flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes. After that night of romance, there was no more news of Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather. Xiao Chen followed his original heart and searched for the moon step by step. Where was Ao Jiao? Could it be in the Golden Crow Empire? Yes, the Golden Crow Empire, one of the 8 great empires of the Central Great Realm. 3 years ago, the Golden Crow Empire became the most famous empire among the 8 great empires. The legendary ancestor of the Golden Crow actually reappeared. This is truly shocking. At the mention of the Golden Crow Empire, General Feng sighed with emotion. A pure-blooded Golden Crow had actually descended into the Golden Crow Empire. This was simply like a legend. The entire Golden Crow Empire was in an uproar, and even the entire vast 1,000 domains were in an uproar. One must know that the so-called Dragon Clan and the other primordial races were not pure-blooded. However, humans with ancient bloodlines could only be considered descendants of the dragon race. Even the 6-colored divine dragons were the same. Little Yellow Feather's appearance in the Golden Crow Empire was like a pure-blooded ancestor dragon descending to the divine dragon empire. The commotion it caused was naturally imaginable. General Feng could still remember that the upper echelons of the dragon sect were all shocked when they received this news. They even sent out a large number of people to search for the ancestor dragon of the Dragon Clan. In the end, they returned empty-handed. The dragon race was not like the Golden Crow or the Vermilion Bird, which could undergo nirvanic rebirth and pass down their memories to the next generation. It was practically impossible. When Xiao Chen heard General Feng's words, his expression did not change. However, he felt shocked in his heart. Indeed, it was as he expected. On the other hand, Wei Hongfei, Lu Feng, and the others showed calm expressions. They had known about this long ago, having been shocked back then. General Feng, might I ask how that Golden Crow appeared? Xiao Chen asked softly, unable to suppress the questions in his heart. The others gave Xiao Chen strange looks, expressing their confusion. To think that Xiao Chen did not know about such a major matter. This stunned Xiao Chen. He knew that he had asked the wrong question. Given his fake identity, he should know about this. Xiao Chen could only add, back then, I left the Central Great Realm to hide from my enemies. I only rushed back after obtaining some fortuitous encounters. General Feng nodded. No wonder. However, there is no harm in telling you. Back then, the Golden Crow Empire offered sacrifices and divined that the Golden Crow ancestor would appear. Even they did not believe it, so they divined it many times before informing the Golden Crow Empire's upper echelon. This continued until the Golden Crow Empire's faux god ancestor, who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, suddenly came out. Then, before everyone's incredulous gazes, he respectfully appeared with a pure-blooded golden crow and a young girl, causing the entire empire to stir. Speaking of which, it was rather mystical. That young girl was naturally beautiful without any makeup. Her face was exquisite, her lips and teeth fresh, and her bright eyes hid dimples. However, her bloodline was ordinary. She sat on the pure-blooded golden crow openly, not showing any fear at all. You should know that even that faux god ancestor does not dare to look the pure-blooded golden crow in the eye. Xiaochen could not help thinking, it would be strange if it showed fear. She was the one who raised it. Back then, that little yellow feather did not even care about him, its master in name. It liked sticking to Ao Jiao. However, if the Golden Crow Empire's people knew that Ao Jiao named the supreme holy beast in their eyes little yellow feather, they would probably die from anger. Now that the Golden Crow Empire's people mentioned the Golden Crow Empire, they still felt somewhat shocked when they recalled the past. Murong Yan, who sat beside Xiao Qin, said, I know about this. That young girl calls herself Ao Jiao. I heard that she is incredibly beautiful, comparable to our White Dragon Holy Daughter. The White Dragon Palace core disciple immediately felt upset. How can she compare to our White Dragon Holy Daughter? Our White Dragon Holy Daughter has a grade 7 bloodline. She has an innate dragon soul and is crystalline and flawless. In terms of aura and beauty, she is unparalleled, capable of toppling nations. How can she compare? Seeing Murong Yan's serious expression, Murong Yan's lips curled up. He whispered, I'm just saying. You make it sound like the White Dragon Holy Daughter is your home. Xiao Chen, don't you think so? Xiao Chen felt stunned, but he did not say anything. It seemed like both of them were his. Even that golden crow was hatched by Xiao Chen's heavenly flame. Of course, Xiao Chen would definitely not say this out loud. Wei Hongfei thought for a while before saying, the Golden Crow Empire has the Divine Flame Church as its national religion. I recall that young girl was conferred the title of Solar Divine Daughter. General Feng smiled and said, indeed. There is a rumor in the Golden Crow Empire that their pure-blooded golden crow was brought out from the sun by the Solar Divine Daughter. Feeling somewhat depressed, Lu Feng asked, speaking of which, what benefits did this pure-blooded golden crow bring to the Golden Crow Empire? General Feng replied sullenly, the benefits were too great. Why else do you think the Golden Crow Empire's faux god ancestor personally came out of closed-door cultivation? Back then, I heard that there were many battles in secret. Many factions did not want the holy beasts to return to the Golden Crow Empire. There were many top-notch figures who came to stop us. We almost couldn't make it back. If we are talking about intangible benefits, naturally, it is the increase in the nation's luck. You can see this just by looking at how strong the Golden Crow Empire has become in the past 3 years. As for tangible benefits, let me put it this way. If a pure-blooded ancestor dragon appears, all you need to do is take a look, and your strength will increase by 20%. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, there is a golden divine dragon statue that is said to be petrified in the Golden Dragon Palace. Back when I became a core disciple, I was allowed to cultivate under the statue for 3 days, and my strength increased by more than 30%. Many questions that were difficult to understand were suddenly enlightened. I really can't imagine the benefits of cultivating beside a living divine dragon. General Feng said, no matter what, a strong Golden Crow Empire is beneficial to our Divine Dragon Empire. Although the 8 empires compete with each other, they help each other out and are allies in name. The stronger the Golden Crow Empire is, the more pressure the dynasties have to bear. The other empires will be better off, too. The 8 empires were elite empires with the bloodlines of the great desolate Aeon's overlord. The 4 dynasties would have to be wary of them. If one looked further back, the conflicts between the dynasties and empires could be traced back to the beginning of the martial epoch. Xiao Chen, although you did not ask for any additional rewards, you have to accept my kind intentions. General Feng took out a separate box and handed it to Xiao Chen before everyone. General Feng did not show any fear. However, Wei Hongfei and the others did not overthink it either. Be it chopping down Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike or saving the Flame Dragon Legion at the last moment, Xiao Chen was worthy of this valuable gift from General Feng. Xiao Chen was worthy of the heavy gift that General Feng gave to him alone. Without any pleasantries, Xiao Chen returned the gesture and took the box. Murong Yen smiled and said, "General, I contributed as well. Don't forget about me." "Naturally, I won't forget." General Feng smiled faintly and took out another gift, handing it to Murong Yen. When Murong Yen opened it, he immediately beamed with joy. That was a flame seed from the depths of the abyssal underworld. The red dragon race was innately skilled with fire. This great gift brought out the best in Murong Yan's heart. Xiao Chen wanted to open his own box, but General Feng stopped him. He smiled and said, "Open it after we return to the Heaven Dragon Palace. I will not send everyone out of the city." Chapter 1909. The mission to recapture the stronghold was officially over. The surviving 5 all obtained a pretty good harvest. Just the mission reward was 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a large number of primeval heavenly pills was a large sum even for the core disciples of the 6-colored divine dragons. After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiao Chen, Wei Hongfei, and Murong Yen felt like a lifetime had passed. Before coming here, no one would have thought that a single mission would cause so many chain reactions. 2 of his clansmen had left them forever, dying in the midst of a mission. Furthermore, they had not expected Xiao Chen to explode with such terrifying power. Originally, they had looked down on Xiao Chen, thinking that he was a burden. "Xiao Chen, it looks like you will be a very strong competitor in the competition between the 7 outer palaces," Wei Hongfei said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chen in his golden dragon robes. In the competition between the 7 outer palaces, the heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces would compete for the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City. The few of them were of the same opinion. With Xiao Chen's strength, he should be able to easily become a heaven-class core disciple. However, my cultivation is still too low. The heaven-class core disciples of the various palaces are all extremely horrifying. Even the Heaven Dragon Palace is no exception. It has always been better to have nothing than to have something substandard. You have only joined the Heaven Dragon Palace for a short period of time. Wei Hongfei did not blindly flatter Xiao Chen. He continued objectively, "It should not be difficult to become a heaven-class core disciple. However, obtaining the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City is still too difficult." Actually, these words were true. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed was far from sufficient to enter Ancestor Dragon City. But this time, what Xiao Chen showed was mainly a kind of potential, a kind of feeling that made people's eyes light up. Xiao Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. He wasn't arrogant enough to think so. Right now, Xiao Chen could already sweep through the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces. As for the heaven-class core disciples, it would be even harder to say. Just the way Hongfei before him gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he would not be easy to deal with. He was very strong. "I hope to see you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces." It is not easy to become a heaven-class core disciple in the Golden Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen said softly. Wei Hongfei smiled, and confidence flashed on his face. "You will definitely be able to see me. Goodbye." The group took their leave. Soon, only Xiaoqin and Murongyan remained. Murongyan said, "This fellow is right. If we want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, we have to work hard. Remember to come to the Red Dragon Palace in the future. If you have the chance." Murongyan clapped Xiaoqian's shoulder and soared into the sky. The path ahead was boundless. Xiaoqian was still far from entering the ancestral dragon palace. Right now, he was thinking about the harvest of these 4 missions. Xiaoqian had obtained 10,000 primeval heavenly pills from killing Mu Yun, 8,000 primeval heavenly pills from the blazing sun berserk ape, 12,000 primeval heavenly pills from the demonic cloud mountain 18 great bandits, and 20,000 primeval heavenly pills from snatching back the gathering point. Just the mission reward amounted to 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. To Xiaoqian, that was barely enough. He had not let down the effort he had put into this mission, as well as the danger of death. Especially the 4th mission. Now that he thought about it, he was lucky. The 2 dead clansmen were a little unfortunate. Apart from the mission reward, Xiaoqian also obtained a crystal box containing the wealth that the Demon Cloud Mountain bandits had accumulated over the years. The Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Outyan's Dragon Pattern Battle Suit, and Demonic Venerate Mu Yun's storage ring. There was also the mysterious box that General Feng had given him. He had gained a lot from this trip. After Xiaoqian returned, there was no need to think. He would immediately break through to late-stage star venerate and cultivate the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then, Xiaoqian would improve Firmament's rage further. With resources in hand, he had the confidence to do anything. What did General Feng give me? Do you want to take it apart and take a look? We'll take a look when we get back to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Let's take a look at this battle suit first. Xiaoqian took out the dragon pattern battle suit and put it on with a thought. Xiaoqian recalled that when Qin Outyan activated the battle suit, a lot of dragon chi surrounded it. The patterns on the battle suit all lit up. In the end, Xiaoqian tested it and discovered somewhat embarrassedly that he could not activate the battle suit. Only dragon race cultivators with the golden divine dragon bloodline could activate it. Could this be a Dao tool passed down in the clan? After Xiaoqian thought about it, he felt that this was possible. If that were the case, the requirements would be even stricter. Only the Golden Dragon Bloodline's Qin clan could use it. Had Xiaoqian known, he would have snatched a few rings with different attributes. However, at that time, Xiaoqian thought that the owner of such an inherited Dao tool was either rich or of high status. There would definitely be an expert guarding in secret. Xiaoqian could not remain for long, so he left after snatching one battle suit. Now, it looked like he suffered a great loss. Shaking his head, Xiaoqian put away the battle suit, preparing to find an opportunity to sell it when he returned. Then, he started to ponder the demonic Cloud Mountain Bandit's crystal box. It was tightly packed and covered in formation patterns, containing the Dao. If he was not careful, it might explode. Xiaoqian was not skilled in refining or formations. He frowned slightly, not knowing how to deal with it. The Heaven Dragon Palace is equal to a peak rank 6 sect. There should be someone skilled in this. At that time, I'll go and seek out the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Masterly. Xiaoqian did not worry about the crystal box. There would definitely be a way to deal with it when he returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. 7 days later, as Xiaoqian traveled at full speed, he finally returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiaoqian had completed 4 missions over the past 2 months. He had spent about 40 days going back and forth. There were still 20 days left for him to prepare for the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. That was sufficient. I'll go to the Law Enforcement Hall first. Xiaoqian's figure flashed, turning into a flash of electric light in the vast and boundless Heaven Dragon Palace. After 15 minutes, Xiaoqian arrived at the Law Enforcement Hall. After reporting, he quickly received a reply. Vice Hall Master Li personally came out to welcome Xiaoqin. He walked over with a big smile and said, "Brother Xiao. Ha ha ha. This old man knew that you would return on time. Indeed, you are not bad. You are much earlier than I expected. Did you complete the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li asked in a low voice as he walked over quietly. After all, Xiaoqin had to complete 4 rank 1 missions in such a short time. Vice Hall Master Li felt anxious for Xiaoqin. "If you did not complete it, I can help you think of a way. There is no need to worry about the sect's punishment." Vice Hall Master Li was very forthright. He thought highly of Xiaoqin. As long as Xiaoqin said the word, he could help him resolve the problem. Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Li. Naturally, I completed the mission perfectly. With this mission reward, the Heaven-class Core Disciple competition 20 days later will definitely be mine." "Excellent." Vice Hall Master Li felt slightly stunned when he heard that. Then, he praised, "You truly deserve to be the person that this old man thinks highly of. Come, I'll accompany you to the mission hall." Damn it. This old man has long found that damned administrator an eyesore. I'll show him that this old man's judgment is absolutely correct. I was thinking the same thing. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Then, under Vice Hall Master Li's lead, they secretly arrived at the mission hall. When the administrator of the mission hall saw Xiaoqin and Vice Hall Master Li, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Isn't this the core disciple Xiaoqin? Why are you back so early? Have you completed the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li, "It is not that I am not giving you face. It is only right and proper to accept punishment for mission failure. The more failures, the heavier the punishment. Even I cannot change the sect rules." The administrator had a deep impression of Xiaoqin. Back then, Xiaoqin had taken 4 rank 1 missions in one go, putting him in a difficult position for a while. When the administrator saw that Xiaoqin had returned early with Vice Hall Master Li, he felt that he had failed the mission. The administrator wanted to ask Vice Hall Master Li to plead on his behalf and deceive him to avoid punishment. The administrator smiled coldly in his heart. "Who asked you not to listen to my advice back then, making things difficult for me? You also have times when you beg me." Xiaoqin and Vice Hall Master Li exchanged looks. Then, Vice Hall Master Li guffawed and said, "Who told you that they were not completed? Listen up. He has completed all 4 rank 1 missions. Xiaoqin even received a reward from the Flame Dragon Legion's commander." The expression of the mission hall administrator changed drastically despite himself. "That's impossible. How could he have completed 4 rank 1 missions in such a short time? Give me the mission card and the proof of completing the missions as well." "That's impossible." Xiaoqin calmly took out the heads of demonic venerate Mu Yun and the 18 great bandits, the blazing sun berserk apes beast core, and the mission card that General Feng had approved. As Xiaoqin verified the heads one by one, he confirmed that they were all real. The mission hall administrator's expression turned somewhat unsightly. When he heard the final mission card, General Feng's praise for Xiaoqin, the administrator's expression turned as unsightly as it could be. His expression was as ugly as it could be, and he still couldn't believe it. Vice Hall Master Li felt delighted. He smiled and said, "Stop wasting time. Quickly hand over my brother's reward." "That's not right. Completing 4 major rank 1 missions at the same time is a rare occurrence. No matter what, there should be some bonus reward, right? This is a bit against the rules." Hall Master Li, the deacon of the mission hall, stuttered. Vice Hall Master Li snorted coldly. "Just do what I tell you to do. Do you think I don't know that after the rank 1 mission is completed, you idlers will also receive rewards from the Dragon Gate? Just give me 20%. Don't be so long-winded." The deacon of the mission hall felt bitter in his heart. He knew why Vice Hall Master Li had come here personally. He wasn't here to plead on behalf of Xiaoqin at all. It was because he had acted like a villain last time that he had angered the other party. This time, he was here for revenge. The Blood Dragon Guards are a bunch of bastards, the mission hall administrator cursed in his heart as he was forced to do as he was told. Chapter 1910. Vice Hall Master Li was a straightforward and righteous person. He directly increased Xiao Chen's reward by another 20%. 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. An increase of 20% meant 60,000 primeval heavenly pills. Obtaining an additional 10,000 primeval heavenly pills for no reason felt very good. After leaving the mission hall, Xiaoqin expressed his gratitude and stated the reason for his visit. Big brotherly, this is the crystal treasure chest I obtained from annihilating the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits. It is probably the wealth that the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits have accumulated over the years. Vice Hall Master Li received the crystal treasure chest and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an exquisite little thing. This old man actually can't figure it out in such a short time. After fiddling with the box for a while, before Xiaoqin could say anything, Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "You want me to find a grandmaster to help you open this box?" "That's right. No matter what's in the box, I'm willing to give 20% of it to Brotherly." Vice Hall Master Li laughed heartily and said, "There's no point in talking about this. The demonic Cloud Mountain bandits aren't even worthy of my attention. I think highly of you because you have a high chance of becoming a Heaven Dragon in Ancestor Dragon City." Heaven Dragon. I often hear these two words. What exactly is a heavenly dragon? Xiaoqin asked, feeling confused. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "The Heaven Dragon is a kind of transformation, a kind of leap. Breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, washing away all the impurities and becoming a legend. The Heaven Dragon is a legendary existence that surpasses the divine dragons. It is extremely terrifying. You might not understand what I'm saying. Do you see the statue of the Heaven Dragon standing on the peak of the mountain that looks like it's soaring through the clouds? It's right there." Vice Hall Master Li said as he pointed at a statue standing on a mountain peak in the distance. Looking in the direction of his finger, Xiaoqin saw the statue. It was a statue of a giant dragon that could be felt from far away. The entire statue was incomparably long, occupying the peak of the mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of zhang tall, and its peak was vast and surrounded by clouds and mist. The clouds moved with the wind, and the statue hidden inside seemed to be alive. The Heaven Dragon bloodline is a mutated bloodline of the dragon race that cannot be inherited. In the Great Desolate Era, the Heaven Dragon actually existed, but its bloodline could not be passed down. In theory, a divine dragon could also mutate into a Heaven Dragon, but it had never happened before. Without experiencing the hardships of the lowest level, it's impossible to complete this sublimation and become a Heaven Dragon. Vice Hall Master Li said leisurely. There was a hint of yearning in his words. The Heaven Dragon could only be a legend. Are there any warriors with the Heaven Dragon bloodline in the Dragon Clan now? Xiaoqin asked. Nope. The probability of a Heaven Dragon appearing was too low. Once it appeared, the Dragon Clan would definitely prosper. Actually what? I shouldn't be saying this to you, but it doesn't matter. This old man doesn't have that many scruples. 25 years ago, my Heaven Dragon Palace gave birth to a genuine Heaven Dragon. However, this person only appeared for a brief moment before his Daoist rhyme disappeared. Dead? Indeed, he died. When I was very young, I found him somewhat strange. Indeed, it was not strange. To think that the first thing he did after becoming a Heaven Dragon was to challenge the current Dragon Emperor. If that is not seeking death, what is? Vice Hall Master Li seemed to know that person. When he mentioned that person, his tone contained heavy sorrow. Even though Vice Hall Master Li purposely hid it, Xiaoqin could still sense it. Speaking of which, he was the one who created the Supreme Dragon Fist that you chose. What? This startled Xiaoqin. His normally calm heart could not help rippling. He recalled that the martial technique pavilion disciple who led him there back then did not say this. Vice Hall masterly smiled and said, he was the one who created the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the Supreme Dragon Fist was created by him. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the dragon race sealed up his deeds. Not everyone knows about it. Hence, sometimes, everything is preordained by the heavens. You were the one who chose that secret manual. Xiaoqin thought to himself, I am a blue dragon, a bona fide divine dragon bloodline. It is probably impossible for me to become a heaven dragon. I will have to disappoint Vice Hall Masterly. After saying goodbye to Vice Hall Masterly, Xiaoqin walked down the peak alone. Xiaoqin was still thinking about his conversation with Vice Hall Masterly. To think that the Supreme Dragon Fist was created by the Heaven Dragon who fought with the Dragon Emperor. Xiaoqin had not expected it. It was no wonder Zhang Xian felt that this fist art was disgraceful and unorthodox at first glance. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was honored? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was honored? Luck was not on your side, and your life was as thin as paper. What was supreme? In the world, only I was honored. The incantation for the Supreme Dragon Fist echoed in Xiaoqian's mind. His thoughts drifted somewhat. It looked like Xiaoqin had to practice this fist technique properly. The fact that it was created by the Heaven Dragon was definitely true. Vice Hall Masterly had also said that the Divine Dragon bloodline could give birth to a Heaven Dragon. Xiaoqin might have a chance. He wondered if there would be any difference between the transformation of the Blue Dragon bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline and the transformation of an ordinary bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline. Xiaoqin. Just as Xiaoqian's thoughts wandered, a startled cry startled him to his senses. When Xiaoqin raised his head to look at the newcomer, he felt slightly stunned. After a while, he showed an expression of understanding. Zhang Yunxian. Before Xiaoqin came out of closed-door cultivation, Zhang Yunxian had forced him to make a move and ended up being beaten up like a dead dog. Coincidentally, Xiaoqin had just returned, and he ran into Zhang Yunxian again. Xiaoqin, how bold of you! The law enforcement hall grounded you, and you actually sneaked out. When Zhang Yunxian saw Xiaoqin, he also felt stunned. After he saw clearly, he could not help smiling coldly in his heart. What a great Xiaoqin! Is it not enough for the law enforcement hall to teach you a lesson? You even dare to sneak out after being grounded. Quickly go and call the Blood Dragon guards over. I'll delay him. After violating the sect rules and being punished, he still dares to sneak out. Xiaoqin, no one can save you today. Zhang Yunxian smiled coldly as he looked at Xiaoqin. Then, he quickly left with his friends to inform the Blood Dragon guards. Suddenly, Xiaoqin recalled that he had indeed been placed in confinement. Back then, Vice Hall Masterly had said that he had been imprisoned. Back then, Vice Hall Masterly had said that Zhang Yunxian would give him a random punishment and not show himself for now. Xiaoqin had forgotten. However, does it matter? It does not. Xiaoqin raised his hand and punched at Zhang Yunxian. After the tempering of a few missions, Zhang Yunxian was no longer as weak as before. Xiaoqian's cultivation had stabilized, and his horizons had widened. He had accumulated a lot of experience. When Xiaoqin punched, the attack was sharp. The fist wind contained 30 cauldron force and a boundlessly sharp saber move. Xiaoqin raised his feet slightly, and 2 Dao discs appeared behind him. Winds blew and clouds surged. This time, Zhang Yunxian was on guard, guarding against Xiaoqin. When he saw Xiao Chen make a move, he smiled and said, "I was waiting for you to make a move." However, when the fist wind approached, a vast might pressed down. The sharp fist wind immediately stifled Zhang Yunxian. Zhang Yunxian immediately regretted his actions. He could not receive this punch at all. He had to dodge the instant he made his move. However, the fist wind had already arrived, and he could not retreat. Bang! The punch sent Zhang Yunxian flying amid a loud sound. After he landed, he moved back continuously. Bang! 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 Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen's entire body flickered with electric light. Saber winds danced, and fist lights flew endlessly. Xiao Chen threw punch after punch. With every punch, blood leaked out of Zhang Yunxuan's mouth. After 10 punches, Zhang Yunxian could no longer hold back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. Paw! Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to get up, Xiao Chen stomped heavily on him. "Senior brother Zhang, the Blood Dragon Guards are here. The Blood Dragon Guards are here." At the crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. Zhang Yunxian, who was under Xiao Chen's foot, could not help laughing loudly. "Xiao Chen, your death date is here. Let's see how you deal with the upcoming Heaven Class Core Disciple selection after being captured by the Blood Dragon Guards." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, his gaze fell on the 4 Blood Dragon Guards in the air, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When the 4 Blood Dragon Guards saw Xiao Chen, they all showed startled expressions. Before they came, they had not heard that the person who broke the sect rules was Xiao Chen. This was especially so when they felt Xiao Chen's gaze. They felt a chill. Whoosh! 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 The Blood Dragon Guards landed on the ground and walked over to Xiao Chen and Zhang Yunxian. "It's him, it's him. He left the confinement room and violated the rules of the sect. Today, he even injured a fellow disciple, adding to his crimes." When Zhang Yunxian saw the Blood Dragon Guards walk over, the smile on his face widened. He pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted, "Senior martial brother, you've worked hard. Leave this person to us." "Not at all, not at all." Zhang Yunxian chuckled. However, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Those words were not directed at him. A core disciple, Zhang Yunxian, deliberately attacked a fellow disciple, Xiao Chen. He has a bad influence and is now being taken away according to the sect rules. Without saying a word, the 4 Blood Dragon Guards each struck out with a palm strike, knocking Zhang Yunxian unconscious. Then, they worked together to raise him. The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Senior brother Xiao, goodbye." The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why did nothing happen to Xiao Chen, but senior brother Zhang was taken away? What a joke! How could the Blood Dragon Guards dare to offend Xiao Chen now? Everyone knew that he had Vice Hall Masterly backing him. They would be lucky if they didn't beat them up instead. Chapter 1911. As Xiao Chen watched coldly as the Blood Dragon Guards captured Zhang Yunxian, he remained expressionless. However, he thought to himself, serves him right. Zhang Yunxian repeatedly sought trouble for me. If this were outside, would not let him off so easily. The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian startled to their senses after being stunned. Then, they ran over to block the Blood Dragon Guards. "Blood Dragon Guards, you are mistaken. He. Xiao Chen is the main culprit. My senior brother is just blocking him. You have to look carefully." Those disciples said in dissatisfaction as they pointed at Xiao Chen. "The Blood Dragon Guards are handling matters. It is not your place to interrupt." Scram! The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards felt impatient and directly attacked. Scarlet flames immediately burned in his eyes. When the blood dragon guard threw a palm strike, vast veritable essence energy mixed with dragon might surged out. Then, that person shouted coldly, "If you still don't scram, we will capture you all as well. How dare you obstruct the blood dragon guards? You are really bold." Seeing the blood dragon guard's ferocious appearance, the disciples immediately trembled in fear, not daring to say anything. Their image of bullying the kind and fearing the evil was immediately exposed. The many disciples watching from the summit could not help laughing loudly when they saw this scene. The core disciples following Zhang Yunxian were usually arrogant and despotic. However, no one dared to do anything to him because he had Yi Qianyun as his backer. Even if they were bullied, they could only endure it. Now that the blood dragon guards captured Zhang Yunxian, they felt incredibly happy in their hearts. As for Xiao Qin, the spectators could tell who was in the right and who was in the wrong. No matter what the rumors were, Xiao Qin had never used his status as a core disciple to suppress the other disciples. Xiao Qin had not taken the other disciples' cultivation resources either. He did not have any disputes with them at all. There was a balance in everyone's heart. They could distinguish between good and bad. At the very least, no one spoke up for Zhang Yunxian at this moment. No one stepped forward to accuse Xiao Qin either. Of course, Zhang Yunxuan's lackeys were an exception. Seeing that the blood dragon guards had gone far away, the lackeys did not dare to voice their anger. Instead, they vented their anger on Xiao Qin. Just you wait. Now that senior brother Yi has broken through to middle stage holy venerate, he will definitely seek justice for senior brother Zhang. However, when they saw Xiao Qin raise his eyebrows as if he was about to attack again, the group of people ran away quickly. He did not dare to stay for long, not giving Xiao Qin a chance to make a move. He sure runs fast. Xiao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. He ignored this group of clowns and summoned out the demon blood vulture. He flew straight to his cave abode. Senior brother Yi, something big has happened. The group of people rushed to Yi Qianyun's residence in a fluster. Even before they arrived, they were already making a ruckus. Yi Qianyun, who was in closed-door cultivation, frowned slightly. When this group of people approached, he shouted, "Speak properly. Don't act like you lost your soul." Yes. Senior brother Zhang Yunxian was beaten up by Xiao Qin in the mission office. What? Yi Qianyun immediately felt enraged. This Xiao Qin is really going against the heavens. Does he not know that Zhang Yunxian is one of my people? Xiao Qin repeatedly did not give me face, humiliating Zhang Yunxian in front of everyone. How is Yi Qianyun going to establish himself among the core disciples in the future? Something's not right. Yi Qianyun stood up. Then, he thought, isn't Xiao Qin in confinement at this time? Yi Qianyun had forgotten about this person long ago. At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin violated the sect rules and was placed in confinement. He would definitely miss the heaven-class core disciple selection. If Xiao Qin could not become a heaven-class core disciple, then Xiao Qin would be as good as crippled, no longer a threat. Why did Xiao Qin suddenly appear again? Yi Qianyun said coldly, "Speak. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Senior brother Yi, it's like this. After hearing this group of people's narration, Yi Qianyun's expression turned grave. His thoughts were quick, and he quickly guessed what happened. The blood dragon guards completely ignored Xiao Qin. This meant that Xiao Qin's confinement was just a pretense. This was normal. A talent with potential like Xiao Qin would always attract the appreciation of major characters. Senior brother, what should we do now? Yi Qianyun said coldly, don't cause too much trouble during this period. When I become a heaven-class core disciple, Xiao Qin's good days will come to an end. Scram. Yi Qianyun felt uneasy. How could he care about Zhang Yunxuan's life or death? Now that a major character had taken a liking to him, the threat that Xiao Chen posed increased several-fold. After the group left, Yi Qianyun said sullenly, "I have to show Elder Yun some respect as well. There is only one heaven-class core disciple slot. Nothing can happen to it." At the same time, Qin Yan, Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, and the other core disciples with extremely strong accumulations, who were disciples of heaven-class elders, also received news of Xiao Chen's strong return to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Back then, as a disciple of a large clan, they had cleared the 3 stages together with Xiao Qin and become core disciples. Initially, they did not care about a mixed-blood dragon. However, now, they had no choice but to take him seriously. However, these people were also very confident in their own strength. After arriving at the Heaven Dragon Palace for about half a year, they had brought out their accumulations to the fullest. Their respective accumulations were fully brought out, and under the guidance of a master teacher, they improved rapidly. These people did not believe that they would lose to others. Like Yi Qianyun, they all had absolute confidence. They believed that they would definitely become a heaven-class core disciple. However, in the end, there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. At Xiao Jinyu's residence, clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The sword intent was like frost, dyeing the surrounding 5,000 kilometers white. The surrounding mountains were covered in pure white mist, making them look like white snow. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that it was not white fog, frost, or snow. It was the sword intent. It was the sword. This was an extremely pure sword intent. With a thought, it turned into white frost, covering the mountains and lakes. A strong wind howled. When one listened carefully, one could hear the sound of metal horses and weapons clashing. That was the sound of the sword Dao. In the courtyard of the residence, pear blossoms filled the courtyard. Xiao Jinyu circled in the air before slowly descending. His heart moved, but his sword did not move. The pear blossoms flew and piled up. When he landed, he was buried in a pear blossom grave. Clang! Xiao Jinyu tossed the sword in his hand, and it stabbed into the ground by 1 centimeter. It buzzed endlessly, and the sword intent raged like a storm. However, that pear blossom grave did not move at all, looking like a real grave. Xiao Chen. Xiao Jinyu snorted coldly, and the white-clad Xiao Chen appeared before him. During the past month, Xiao Jinyu had cultivated bitterly day and night, Elder Tian Yun's words echoing in his mind. If you cannot defeat Xiao Chen and embarrass this old man, you can forget about remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace. Damn it! Damn it! The echoing words grew increasingly louder in Xiao Jinyu's ears. He could not help roaring to the sky. Dang! 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 The sword stabbed into the grave directly shattered. Then, a horrifying sword intent howled out. Rumble! The broken sword shard stabbed into the surrounding peaks, instantly chopping them in half. Xiao Jinyu said coldly, "You cannot exist in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Only I can become a heaven-class core disciple. You are not worthy." The strong hatred caused Xiao Jinyu's sword chi to surge endlessly, raging and howling as he wished. Not bad. Whoosh! Elder Tian Yun suddenly appeared in the residence and praised Xiao Jinyu softly. Xiao Jinyu's expression changed slightly, and a hard-to-detect hatred flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and said, "Master. Only with emotions can one erupt. The more hatred you have, the more ruthless you are. I know that your ambition is not in this Heaven Dragon Palace but the vaster Ancestor Dragon City. However, if you cannot even take the first step and fall at Xiao Chen's feet, your life will be over." Elder Tian Yun said coldly without any expression. "Disciple does not dare to. No matter what accomplishments I achieve in the future, I will not dare to forget Master's kindness." Humph! What use do I have for your kindness? If you become a heaven-class core disciple and enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon will naturally reward me. Remember, just don't embarrass me. In the future, if you really reach a high position, what does that have to do with me? This old man has lived long enough. I fight for the present, not the future. Elder Tianyun said sullenly, you have to ruthlessly defeat Xiaoqin. Otherwise, I will personally chase you out of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Jinyu's expression twisted slightly. Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin. It's Xiaoqin again. Why do you feel that I am definitely not as good as Xiaoqin? He is just an insignificant mixed-blood dragon. Yet, you keep using him to provoke me. How hateful. Seeing that Elder Tianyun clearly did not trust him, Xiao Jinyu's hatred for Xiaoqin and Elder Tianyun deepened. Prepare well. There is still one more month. You need to make a breakthrough in the Sword Great Dao. Elder Tianyun waved his hand and vanished. Chapter 1912. When Xiaoqin returned to Cold Moon Cave, he did not know that he had become a thorn in the side of Xiao Jinyu and the others. However, given Xiaoqin's character, it did not matter even if he knew. Those who did not incur the jealousy of others were mediocre. As long as one's heart was fearless, it did not matter. Xiaoqin was very open-minded, not thinking about these frustrating thoughts at all. There was no hatred or fear in Xiaoqin's heart, only an indomitable, proud, and unyielding heart. Xiaoqin clearly understood his heart and his goal. Then, he put in the effort and did not give up. Just that was enough. Inside his residence, Xiaoqin took out the brocade box that General Feng gave him. He could finally open it and take a look. What could it be? General Feng gave Murong Yan an abyssal flame seed. It happened to be compatible with Murong Yan's attribute, complementing his heart and body. Since it was given to Xiaoqin, it could only be good and not bad. Furthermore, it would be compatible with Murong Yan, not some useless treasure. With some anticipation, Xiaoqin opened the brocade box. Boom! The instant Xiaoqin opened it, a dazzling light immediately blinded him. It was white and gray, and he felt some pain. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Xiaoqin could not help mocking himself in his heart. Interesting. I have not even seen what it is, and I am already moved to tears. No wonder General Feng told me not to open it first. With such a piercing light, it would be hard not to envy Wei Hongfei and the others. When Xiaoqin's vision recovered, the blurry, flickering scene slowly turned clear. The brocade box contained a stalk of grass and a piece of jade. The light came from the two. The main thing that came from the jade was the jade. The grass originally did not give off any light. However, after being in contact with the jade for a long time, it gave off some light. The jade was an unpolished piece of jade. Aside from the resplendent light, there was nothing strange about it. It looked very plain, white, and clear, like a drop of dew that bloomed with the morning sun. There was a burning flame hidden in the water. Something strange. The jade is like water, but there is a flame hidden in the water. Xiaoqin muttered to himself. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and magnified the flame in the jade by 100, no, 1,000, times. Only then did he discover, to his horror, that the flame was actually a thunder flame. It was this thunder flame that had stabbed him just now. Good heavens, just how pure and dense must it be to be able to injure me with just a little bit? How can it compare to my great Tao of thunder? With a thought from Xiaoqin, the Tao disc representing the thunder great Tao appeared behind him. The Tao ring condensed and condensed into a point. The lightning was resplendent, and Xiaoqin placed it on his palm. The lightning flame was hidden in the jade, but it gave off a bit of light. However, compared to his own condensed Grand Tao, it was overshadowed. How could this be? Xiaoqin trembled slightly. He almost lost control of the great Tao of thunder, causing it to spill out and explode. Xiaochen quickly focused his mind and slowly infused the thunder great Tao into his body to prevent an explosion from destroying his courtyard. Jade was not an ordinary object. It was like water or mist. However, this peerless unpolished jade was merely used to hide the aura of the thunder flame. What General Feng gave Xiaochen was that thunder flame, not this unpolished jade. It was indeed a good fit. General Feng saw that Xiaochen possessed the great Tao of thunder, so he gave him this item. This way, my thunder great Tao can be improved further. Indeed, it complements each other. It is indescribably wondrous and suits my heart. Xiaochen looked at that stalk of grass. It was green and extremely simple, just like an ordinary grass that grew in a crack in a rock, in a corner, or on the ground. However, when placed together with that bit of thunder flame, it would definitely not be ordinary. What could it be? The first thing that came to Xiaochen's mind was something like the sword monarch grass, a grass watered by sword intent. The grass before Xiaochen might be a grass watered by saber intent. However, it was of a much higher grade than the sword monarch grass. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Holy Land was filled with sword monarch grass. At that time, Xiaochen felt that it was a great pity. How great would it be if it were saber monarch grass? If he directly absorbed it, his saber intent would reach peak small perfection and his saber great Tao would advance further. Right now, would this stalk of grass fulfill his wish? I'll know after trying. Xiaochen's spiritual sense entered the grass. Ka-xie. The vast saber intent shattered his spiritual sense in less than 1,000th of a second. All Xiaochen saw was a blurry saber light in his mind. It was as vast as the sea, disappearing in a flash. Xiaochen immediately felt a splitting headache. His sea of consciousness felt like it was about to be sliced in half. He stumbled and nearly dropped the brocade box. Fortunately, the scene that appeared in his sea of consciousness disappeared in a flash. It came and went quickly. When Xiaochen recovered, he revealed joy on his face. His eyes glowed as he laughed loudly. Good. Indeed, it suits my heart. Even a stalk of grass has its own pride. It cannot be underestimated by others or pry into it. General Feng, Xiaochen thanks you. Of the two treasures, one targeted his thunder Tao and the other targeted his saber great Tao. No wonder he could not open it in person. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yan were still fine. At most, they would feel envious and jealous. However, it was hard to say for the other two. If these treasures were leaked, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring to him? Xiaochen, who already had the heaven-class core disciple spot in his grasp, could not help feeling even more confident now. I'll advance to late-stage star venerate first and absorb all these primeval heavenly pills. Xiaochen suppressed his restless heart. He knew that it was not the time to absorb these two treasures yet. It would be a waste to do so now. When he reached the peak in both aspects, he would absorb these two treasures and experience a qualitative leap. Even with important treasures in hand, he could not act rashly and summon a heart demon. Caution! Caution! This was the principle. After arriving at the cultivation room of the residence, Xiaochen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. Then, he gently waved his right hand. 1,000 primeval heavenly pills appeared in the surroundings, floating in the secret room. Such a scene was extremely extravagant, dazzling to the eyes. These were primeval heavenly pills, something much more precious than superior-grade spirit jades. Time to break through. Xiaochen did not feel any pity or fear of wastage. He opened his mouth like a huge whale in the deep sea, swallowing all these primeval heavenly pills like you the shrimp. Boom! 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 Intense tremors came from Xiaochen's physical body, making him excited. Dragon roars rang out endlessly, shaking heaven and earth, surging in Xiao Chen's body. Every cell in Xiao Chen's physical body thirsted for the vast spiritual energy that the primeval heavenly pills turned into, greedily absorbing it. Xiao Chen's aura soared explosively, rising continuously. When he finished absorbing all 1,000 primeval heavenly pills, a certain bottleneck in Xiao Chen's body broke. It was like a dam instantly collapsing, surging energy crushing it. After successfully breaking through, Xiao Chen advanced to late-stage star venerate. The bottleneck between middle-stage star venerate and late-stage star venerate no longer existed. However, Xiao Chen wanted to temper himself in the middle stage, accumulating accumulations. Looking at it now, the effects were pretty good. After breaking through, Xiao Chen's aura increased several-fold. The veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, which was already filled to the brim, immediately became sparse. The space within the primal core was like a nation with countless more territories added. The sky above the soul pool was densely packed with stars. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, starlight burst out. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by soul energy was strangely simple, like returning to its natural state, laying the final foundation for the next realm. Without circulating any cultivation technique, Xiao Chen relied only on these 1,000 primeval heavenly pills to forcefully break through. It was tyrannical and efficient. There are still several tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills left. After this, I will have to work slowly and not succeed in one go. Xiao Chen did not lose himself because of the sudden breakthrough. He closed his eyes again. With a wave of his hand, he placed the many primeval heavenly pills in the spirit-gathering formation below. Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 11th layer, continuously absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. Immediately, electric light flickered in the room, and thunder roared endlessly. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of lightning appeared in this quiet room, nourishing Xiao Chen, who was in the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Xiao Chen used up 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a horrifying absorption forced Xiao Chen to stop temporarily. Although Xiao Chen's physical body had a horrifying requirement after cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique, he still needed more primeval heavenly pills. Even if he swallowed 50,000 primeval heavenly pills in one go, his body might not explode and die. However, Xiao Chen maintained restraint and did not go that far. Xiao Chen had a balance in his heart. There were some bottom lines that he could not touch. Once he did, it would be hard to turn back. The consumption of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills thoroughly stabilized his late-stage star venerate cultivation. He was now a small perfection late-stage star venerate, not far from great perfection. Senior Brother Xiao, I'm here on Hall Master Li's orders. Please open the door and meet me. Just at this moment, a voice came from outside the residence's formation. Chapter 1913. He came on Vice Hall Master Li's orders? It looks like the seal on the crystal chest has been removed and can be opened. Whoosh! Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning, passing through the many formations and appearing outside the residence. This person was an inner palace disciple in his 20s. When he saw Xiao Chen appear, he was slightly startled. Then, an expression of worship appeared in his eyes. Xiao Chen glanced at the inner palace disciple and found this expression strange. Senior brother, this is the crystal chest that Vice Hall Master Li asked me to bring to you. He said that you can open it now, but it has not been touched. He also asked me to remind you that there might be restrictions in there, so you need to be more cautious. The inner palace disciple said respectfully as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received the crystal chest. Vice Hall Master Li was very thorough, fearing that Xiao Chen was inexperienced. However, Vice Hall Master Li worried for nothing. Xiao Chen had already experienced such matters many times and was very experienced. Oh, right. Vice Hall Master Li also asked me to tell you not to lower your guard in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. He received news that there is only one slot this time. Those who are capable of competing for the Heaven Class Core Disciple slot are all cultivating like crazy. Among them, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, and the other disciples who have taken a Heaven Class Elder as their master have become even stronger. Seeing that Xiao Qin was somewhat excited, this inner palace disciple's voice trembled somewhat. One slot. The Heaven Dragon Palace was different from the other palaces. It had many core disciples, more than 10,000. Getting these 10,000 people to compete for one Heaven-class core disciple slot was simply too cruel. No wonder Wei Hongfei said that the people who could become Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace would not be weak. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Help me thank Big Brother Li. I will definitely do my best in the Heaven-class core disciple competition and not disappoint him." Ha! I also believe that Senior Brother Xiao will succeed. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace knows about this. Senior Brother Xiao Qin killed demonic Venerate Mu Yun in the Violent Flame Desert. Then, he killed Rakshasa Tian's clone in the first layer of the Abyssal Underworld with one saber strike and saved the entire Flame Dragon Legion by himself. Word of this has spread throughout the 7 palaces. Brother Xiao has brought glory to our Heaven Dragon Palace. He ruthlessly suppressed the might of those divine Dragon Palace disciples. The inner palace disciple was excited and said a lot in one breath. He was extremely excited. The inner palace disciple said a lot in one breath, feeling excited. Furthermore, mixed blood dragons always had a low status. The 6-colored divine dragons looked down on them. Even true dragons with slightly better bloodlines looked down on them. Suddenly, Xiao Qin appeared and surpassed the disciples of the other divine dragon palaces in 2 missions. This was indeed inspiring. Xiao Qin now understood. No wonder he felt that the inner palace disciples looked at him strangely when he came out. The news spread really fast. There are also some veteran core disciples whose strength cannot be underestimated. That Yi Qianyun has already broken through to the mid-stage Holy Venerate realm. Into of Mu, Masters, the Qin Xiao Qin, he is, into of sect. Is of Yun Qin of Master. Of Qin. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Many thanks. You are too polite, too polite." Upon receiving Xiao Qin's thanks, the inner palace disciple rejoiced. "I'll take my leave first." Honestly speaking, after opening General Feng's brocade box and receiving 2 great gifts, Xiao Qin felt very happy. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits could have any pleasant surprises in the crystal treasure chest. Xiao Qin did not have any expectations for the items in the crystal treasure chest. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain bandits could have any pleasant surprises. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin casually put away the crystal treasure chest, not opening it for now. Xiao Qin had just absorbed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, so he was not in a rush to continue cultivating. So, he called out the demon blood vulture and arrived at the lake in his residence. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. When Xiao Qin arrived, he immediately felt a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, which made his heart calm down. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well walk around. Xiao Qin stood at the shore and emptied his mind. He did not think about the fight for the Heaven-class core disciple position or advancing his cultivation. Xiao Qin just walked around casually, aimlessly, moving as he pleased. Suddenly, Xiao Qin took a casual glance and was stunned. The mirror-like surface of the lake suddenly reflected a dragon image. The dragon image was clear and very realistic. Suddenly, Xiao Qin could not tell if it was real or fake. It was like a dragon really hid in the lake. Xiao Qin looked up into the distance. It turned out to be the projection of the Heaven Dragon statue on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace. The wind blew, and the Heaven Dragon statue revealed its true appearance, reflected in the lake. I did not discover such a wondrous scene in the past. It is truly mysterious. Xiaochen muttered to himself. Soon, this wondrous scene vanished. The clouds hid the Heaven Dragon statue in the distance again. However, the reflection in the water looked like a heaven dragon swimming gently, not stirring up any ripples as it vanished silently. Heaven Dragon. Heaven Dragon. As Xiaochen looked at the smooth and tranquil water, he felt disappointed and frustrated for some reason. It was like the Heaven Dragon had really slipped away before his eyes. The Heaven Dragon was an existence above the divine dragons. In the hearts of every mixed-blood dragon, it held a lofty, godlike position. Speaking of which, only the lowliest mixed-blood dragons could break out of their cocoons and become butterflies, becoming a heaven dragon. Once a mixed-blood dragon comprehended the Tao and became a heaven dragon, it would immediately surpass the six-colored divine dragons, becoming a transcendent existence. Every mixed-blood dragon probably had similar fantasies in their hearts. They hoped to one day become a heaven dragon. At this moment, the Heaven Dragon's figure was deeply engraved in Xiaochen's heart. If Xiaochen became a Heaven Dragon, he would be even more confident of fighting for the Dragon Emperor position in the future. Let's go and take a look. With a thought, Xiaochen turned into a flash of lightning and merged into the clouds. After a while, that extremely distant main peak appeared before Xiaochen. The interesting thing was that when Xiaochen got closer, he could not see the full appearance of the Heaven Dragon statue. The scene that Xiaochen saw became even more blurry, unable to see clearly. Furthermore, he could sense layers of restrictions around the main peak and layers of dragon might. The restrictions blocked him outside, not allowing him to get close. I'm a core disciple. Could it be that I can't get close to the main peak? Xiaochen knew that there was a problem with his identity. The vast Heaven Dragon Palace was filled with restrictions. However, he had a core disciple identity token. Many places were unobstructed and unrestricted. Never mind. Now that he was in the mood, how could he return disappointed? So, Xiaochen decided to force his way in. Boom! Xiaochen turned into a saber with an unparalleled sharpness, allowing Xiaochen to endure the vast dragon might and barge through 3 layers of restrictions. The immense pressure made Xiaochen feel extremely uncomfortable. All the bones in his body creaked from the pressure. Divine Dragon War Body. With a shout, Xiaochen materialized the Divine Dragon War Body. The dragon might merged with every cell in his body. A suit of armor made of dragon might formed on the surface of his body. Bang! 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 Just like that, Xiaochen cleared another 3 stages and continued heading for the peak. Xiaochen did not know that when he cleared the first stage, there were already countless hidden old men cultivating on the main peak. Those old men opened their eyes and noticed Xiaochen. However, after seeing his identity, no one bothered with him. The many old men smiled and stroked their beards as they watched Xiaochen barge through the stages with much difficulty. To them, this was not strange at all. Every year, there would be newly advanced core disciples who came rashly. The dragon might of the Heaven Dragon statue attracted them and forced their way through the stages. Here comes an unfamiliar face. I wonder how many stages he can clear. It looks like he does not know the rules. Aside from the sect elders, only Heaven-class core disciples can cultivate on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. Only Heaven-class core disciples can cultivate in there. Old Lu, let's make a bet. Let's see how many layers he can clear. How about 100 subdivine crystals? Haha. This old man will join in as well. I bet that he will back off at the 50th layer. His physical body cultivation is pretty good. He should be able to break through the 80th layer. It is not just his physical body cultivation. His saber intent is incredible as well. I bet 90 layers. There were even some old men who started discussing in secret, betting on how many layers of restrictions Xiaoqin could clear. There was a total of 308 layers of restrictions on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. Normally, the power of the restrictions was not fully activated. Only when an enemy attacked would the power of the layers of formations be activated. Otherwise, Xiaoqin would be thrown out of the first stage. After making it to the 10th layer, Xiaoqin's sharp spiritual sense suddenly discovered that although the main peak's aura was one and majestic, the dragon might seem to be sentient. However, the dragon might seem to have a mind of its own, wandering around and not merging with the main peak's aura. This strange feeling was extremely difficult to detect. However, Xiaoqin's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Furthermore, he was very meticulous, so he still discovered it. That seems to be the case. Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. Since that is the case, I can dodge the dragon might as long as my movement technique is fast enough. Given this, the pressure on me will be significantly reduced. Xiaoqin immediately took action. He scattered most of the veritable essence energy he used to protect his body and executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power. Xiaoqin's figure immediately flickered like lightning, moving extremely fast. He skillfully passed through the many restrictions. Oh no! He is going to break through the 100th layer. Jokes aside, once Xiaoqin broke through the 100th layer, he would be able to break through the outer barrier and land on the main peak, even though he would not be able to reach the peak. In the past thousands of years, there had never been a core disciple who landed on the main peak. Chapter 1914. After passing over 100 layers of restrictions, Xiaoqin suddenly felt his body become much lighter, and he could roam freely. It turned out that he had broken through all the restrictions on the outer layer. Further ahead was the restriction on the inner layer. He reckoned that there should be a core restriction on top. It seems like we can go down now. Xiaoqin relied on trickery to break through to the 100th layer. He admitted that he couldn't break through the inner layer's restriction, so he simply fell down. Looking down, Zhang Xian saw 3 people cultivating with their eyes closed on a platform. 2 men and 1 woman, they blended in with the surrounding mountains and rivers, their auras becoming one, parts of each other. Behind the platform was a cliff that was 10,000 zhang tall. Above them was a faintly discernible dragon head hidden in the clouds and mist. Spiritual qi cascaded down from the dragon head like a waterfall. As it splashed down, it formed a dense stream of spiritual energy that meandered down the mountain. Under such a background, the platform seemed like an immortal realm, like a dreamland, ethereal, and refreshing. Xiao! The 3 people cultivating on the platform opened their eyes at the same time. Their sharp auras seemed solid as they looked at the descending Xiaoqin. The magnificent momentum was vast and boundless. The 3 lines of sight were vast and mighty. Break! Xiaoqin gathered his dragon might and sent out a palm strike. Dragon roars could be heard from his body. The palm wind surged out violently, breaking through the 3 auras and bringing Xiaoqin down. Xiaoqin pushed off the air and landed firmly on the edge of the platform, on an old tree by the cliff. As Xiaoqin sized up these 2 men and 1 woman, he thought to himself, these 3 should be the current heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Axian, Li Luo, Zhu Yun. A heaven-class core disciple truly lived up to his reputation. With just 1 glance, he exuded a vast might and an unparalleled sharpness. With just 1 glance, Xiaoqin looked up at the tall cliff behind the platform, where the heavenly dragon's head reared up. Looking at it from afar and up close gave people a different feeling. Compared to the divine dragon's dragon might, the heaven dragon's dragon might was ethereal and ancient. It had a righteous qi that was compatible with the heavens. Xiaoqin focused his gaze and comprehended it carefully. A mysterious feeling lingered in his heart. What is heaven? The heavenly Tao is heartless, the Tao is heartless, the heavenly Tao is heartless, the the heavenly Tao is not old. The life and death of mortals, the flourishing and withering of plants, the destruction of dynasties, the birth of empires, what did it have to do with the heavens? What is a heaven dragon? Emotionless, heartless, desireless. No, that's not right. If it's heartless and heartless, it's not the heaven dragon, it's the devil dragon. Inexplicably, Xiaochen came to many realizations, but these realizations were constantly denied. Thousands of thoughts hung in his mind, tens of thousands of strands of annoyance dazzled his eyes. All of a sudden, the clouds dispersed, revealing the heaven dragon's head. As if dissatisfied with someone spying on it, a vast dragon might descended. Boom! Xiaochen fell down on the spot, but Xiaochen still didn't wake up. He was still immersed in that wonderful enlightenment. He didn't know. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mixed-blood dragon, and you dare to look directly at the heaven dragon. The blue-clad heaven-class core disciple of the three said indifferently and then ignored him. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The other two recovered their calm after being stunned for a while. Heaven-class core disciples already cultivated their mental states to a sufficiently strong level. Ordinary changes would not cause too much of a reaction. Since a core disciple barged into the main peak, the sect elders would naturally deal with it. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he fell into the deep abyss. A vast dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body, and the top half of the mountain trembled slightly. Xiao Chen's body exuded a dragon might that he had never felt before, giving off an ethereal and divine feeling. What was a heaven dragon? It was not heartless or heartless. Instead, it required one to be bold and broad-minded, to be able to accept this boundless heaven. However big the heaven was, one's heart had to be as big as the heaven. One had to accept the heaven and not completely merge with it. That way, one would end up walking the path of no return, heartless and heartless. One had to merge with the heaven and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiaochen discovered that his body was falling. With a thought, he turned into a flash of lightning and soared into the clouds. In the end, he ran into great resistance. There was a natural aura on the main peak. Dragon transformation. Xiaochen shouted in his heart, and he turned into a lightning dragon. The solemn and divine dragon might scattered the resistance. After a while, he flew back up. Whoosh! The shocking roar of the heaven dragon startled the three heaven-class core disciples awake. The instant they stood up, they saw a lightning dragon charge over. The dragon swung its head, and before the three could react, it was already above their heads. A strong wind blew, and the three's long hair fluttered. They quickly turned around and rushed over. The lightning dragon stuck close to the spiritual energy waterfall and floated up. It gave off an aura that was compatible with the might of a heaven dragon. The second layer of restrictions actually did not work on it, and it continued to soar up. When the three heaven-class core disciples saw this, they were greatly startled. Their mental states fluctuated greatly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Chen's physical body floated up and landed on the gigantic head of the heaven dragon statue. This was the summit of the heaven dragon. When Xiao Chen looked around, he could see the entire heaven dragon mountain range, as well as the palaces and cities dotting the mountain range. The buildings, the densely packed outer palace disciples, and the spirit beasts flying in the mountains were all incredibly insignificant in his eyes. Xiao Chen's mind immediately broadened. He felt a sense of disdain for the world, a tyrannical air of being the only sovereign. By relying on the momentum of the heaven dragon, Xiao Chen's horizons reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, an unprecedented lofty feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He vaguely felt like his heart encompassed the entire heaven dragon palace. Xiaoqian did not know that many peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace had appeared on the dragon behind him. Xiaoqian prepared to make a move and chase them away. Just at this moment, a figure silently drifted down from the sky. It was the third palace master. The third palace master slowly descended and gently pressed his hand down, indicating for the crowd not to act rashly and disturb Xiaoqian. The third palace master's eyes glowed as he saw through the mysteries of heaven. He could tell that Xiaoqian had entered some kind of profound state. Hence, the 100-odd peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace retreated quietly and scattered around the colossal Heaven Dragon statue, focusing only on Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian did not know this. His mind was immersed in this wonderful scene. His lofty sentiments surged, stirring up the winds and clouds in the surroundings. The sky changed color slightly. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was sovereign? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was sovereign? Luck was not on my side, and my life was as fragile as paper. Who was sovereign? In the world, only I am sovereign. For some reason, the energy for the supreme dragon fish started circulating on its own at this moment. Xiaoqian smiled. Then, he used the boundless lofty sentiments in his heart to practice the supreme dragon fist at the top of the Heaven Dragon statue. First move, leaderless dragons. Whoosh! Xiaoqian's veritable essence energy surged, and his qi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out everywhere as he punched, and his entire body trembled. Boundless veritable essence energy merged with the dragon might, turning into strands of dragon qi that wandered in the sky and turned into thousands of divine dragons. The thousands of dragon qi turned into true dragons flying above the Heaven Dragon statue's main peak. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of the millions of people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Second move, summoning dragons. Xiaoqian shouted, and the berserk dragons immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might supported Xiaoqian, causing his aura to soar. Xiaoqian's body erupted with a tyrannical air that made the dragons submit to him. Third move, Heaven Dragon without regrets. The boundless aura turned into lofty sentiments, gathering in Xiaoqian's punch. When he punched, it was like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of determination and sacrifice, shaking the entire main peak. The heaven dragon under Xiaoqian's feet seemed to sense it and came to life, roaring ferociously. Dang! 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 The ancient bells in the many palaces of the Heaven Dragon Palace rang at this moment. The bell tolled, and dragon roars reverberated endlessly. Fourth move, raging at the unfair heaven. The lofty sentiments turned into rage, shaking the sky and making the world change color. The rage in Xiaoqian's heart made the sky restless. Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts descended, striking at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian attacked in anger. His fist light soared into the sky, shattering all the lightning bolts that came at him. Fifth move, Master of the World. As Xiaoqian circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a war banner burning with flames. He held the war banner in his hand and gently placed it on the ground. Boom! The dragon trembled ferociously, shaking the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. As Xiaoqian stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue, he entered a wondrous state. His mind was clear, and all sorts of questions that were hard to understand were answered. Xiaoqian executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, moving clouds and flowing water, looking very soul-stirring. Every scene shocked the peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace behind. When Xiaoqian finished executing the fist technique, he felt very satisfied. His blood surged as he roared, "What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme." Immediately, a huge dragon image came out of Xiaoqian's body and soared into the sky. The dragon eyes looked down on the entire Heaven Dragon city. Delightful. Xiaoqun laughed loudly and looked around. However, he discovered no one. For some reason, none of the elders on the main peak appeared. Xiaoqun had been thinking about how to explain himself, but he could not be bothered to think. He turned into a flash of lightning and fled far away. Whoosh! 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 After Xiaoqun left, more than 100 figures appeared and gathered on the dragon head, watching as Xiaoqun left. The third palace master stood at the front. After thinking for a long time, he said gravely, "As the palace master, I announce that no one is allowed to say a word about today's matter. If anyone asks, just say that I practiced the fist technique on the Heaven Dragon Peak." Yes, third palace master. Chapter 1915. Normally, few people appeared on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. Outsiders could not have known that Xiaoqun had been practicing the fist technique earlier. The third palace master gave a rare stern order. Clearly, he wanted to protect Xiaoqun. The third palace master gave a deep look in the direction that Xiaoqun had taken. Then, he left with a complicated expression. When the many peak experts guarding the main peak on the Heaven Dragon statue saw the third palace master leave, they immediately started discussing the third palace master. Incredible! That white-clad youth actually comprehended a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. He might really become a Heaven Dragon in the future. It's hard to say. It is not like one can become a Heaven Dragon just by comprehending the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. There have been failures in the past. However, he managed to comprehend a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with just one look. That is the most shocking thing. Otherwise, why would the third palace master seal off news of him? Clearly, he wants to protect him. All of you, you're all wrong. It is because of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This fist technique was created by a bona fide Heaven Dragon. Most importantly, the Heavenly Dragon eventually chose to go against the Golden Dragon Emperor. The Heavenly Dragon was too vicious. The third palace master is afraid that the Golden Dragon bloodline will find out about this fellow. That's right. Back then, the Golden Dragon bloodline said that they wanted to destroy all the secret manuals that he left behind. The first palace master put in a lot of effort before he managed to preserve the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Golden Dragon bloodline felt that no one could practice it, so they agreed to keep it. If the Golden Dragon bloodline found out that someone practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be bad. Humph. What do you mean by bad? Could it be that they want to control what cultivation techniques the people of our Heaven Dragon Palace practice? The shock that Xiaoqun caused was too great. This resulted in this group of sovereign personage experts discussing it intensely. Compared to the peak experts of the main peak, the outer palaces, inner palaces, and core disciples outside the main peak were even more shocked. Everyone in the huge Heaven Dragon Hall saw the shocking scene at the summit of the Heaven Dragon. Compared to the group of elders on the Heaven Dragon statue who had seen the whole situation, they were far away. Everything he saw was even more magnificent, shocking, and inconceivable. If one were to say that the Heaven Dragon statue had come back to life, there would probably be people who would believe it. When the phenomenon disappeared, many disciples went crazy and asked around for information. He wanted to know what was going on and what had happened. Unfortunately, the third palace master had already sealed off the news. No matter how they tried, they could not find out the details of the matter. In the Heaven Dragon Palace, a palace was hidden in the clouds. The three palace masters had gathered because of Xiaoqun. The first palace master sat on his throne in the clouds. After hearing the third palace master's explanation, his expression turned grave. In that case, he succeeded in practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist. In my opinion, although he seems a little shaky, he has indeed brought out the state of the Supreme Dragon Fist, the third palace master said honestly and objectively. The second palace master said softly, "Big brother, it looks like your decision back then was rather wise. However, the first palace master frowned heavily. He did not show any smile on his face as he said indifferently, back then, when this fist technique appeared, I participated in it as well. I could not bear to seal it up like this. Who would have thought that someone would really succeed in practicing it? Humph. Big brother, what are you worried about? Haven't the 6 holy palaces squeezed our heaven dragon palace dry enough? If he succeeded in practicing it, he would just practice a fish technique. Could it be that he wants to kill someone? In any case, I will definitely interfere in this matter. Even if he is not my disciple, I will not let anyone use this as an excuse to seek trouble for him. The third palace master showed a sullen expression, expressing his stance. The first palace master and the second palace master exchanged looks. They knew their third brother's temper. He would not go back on his decision. Speaking of which, it was just a fish technique. There was no need to worry too much. If this happened in the other palaces, the upper echelon would definitely be incredibly excited. They might even report this to Ancestor Dragon City. However, when it came to the Heaven Dragon Palace, they had to be so cautious. This was rather laughable. After some thought, the first palace master said, this fist technique will probably be exposed soon in the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection. However, there is still some time. That should be enough. I'll make a trip to Ancestor Dragon City. Third brother, since I was the one who left this fish technique, I naturally will not ignore it. The second palace master smiled and said, third brother is right. It is a good thing that such a talent appeared in my Heaven Dragon Palace. Big brother, just treat this trip as good news. Those old seniors of the mixed blood dragon bloodline will probably be happy. However, the third palace master could not bring himself to smile in his heart. How could this be good news? Big brother clearly wants to shoulder the responsibility for this trip. Big brother will definitely blame the third palace master for not supervising properly, allowing the supreme dragon fish to remain and taking responsibility in advance. This will not affect Xiao Qin, ensuring that he can continue practicing the supreme dragon fist. Who knows what kind of difficulties he will face. With this thought, the third palace master could not help feeling sour in his heart. The first palace master looked at the third palace master before shifting his gaze to the second palace master. I'll leave the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection to you, second brother. Also, make preparations for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Right. When Xiao Qin returned to Cold Moon Cave and saw the startled disciples, he felt that the commotion was rather big. However, he had indeed felt something when he stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue. That kind of lofty aspiration and enthusiasm from standing on top of the Heaven Dragon statue for the first time had been fleeting. If Xiao Qin did not grasp it, it would be hard to reappear in the future. Heaven Dragon. Compared to completing the Supreme Dragon Fist in one go, Xiao Qin cared more about grasping a trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. In the past, the Heaven Dragon was just an ordinary word to Xiao Qin. He only knew the name but did not understand its meaning. Now, not only did he understand, but he even took that crucial step. If it were in the past, Xiao Qin could only dream about becoming a Heaven Dragon. Now, he truly had that trace of possibility. I can set aside the Supreme Dragon Fist for now. However, I have to properly grasp this trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. If Xiao Qin knew that the 3 palace masters gathered because of the Supreme Dragon Fist and that the first palace master even wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City to ask for forgiveness, he would probably make a different decision. Xiao Qin guessed that the first palace master would make a different decision. For 3 days, Xiao Qin comprehended that trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, storing it in his heart and planting a small seed for himself. Regardless of whether Xiao Qin could become a Heaven Dragon in the future, at the very least, his current dragon might was different from the others. Compared to the ordinary incredibly tyrannical dragon might, it had an ethereal and otherworldly air, giving off an unfathomable feeling. During combat, it could achieve many unexpected effects. There are only 20 days left until the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection. I have to allocate the time properly. Right now, Xiaoqin was very confident in the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection. 20 days was a limited time. There was no need to rush the remaining primeval heavenly pills. He could absorb them all in these short 20 days. It would be more appropriate to refine the 2 gifts that General Feng left for him. With the resources in hand, Xiaoqin could improve his cultivation at any time. After all, he had already broken through to late-stage Star Venerate. To Xiaoqin, there was not much difference between small perfection and great perfection. There was still some time before he could advance to peak consummation. He definitely could not achieve that in 20 days. Xiaoqin spread his hand, and a blade of grass and an unpolished piece of thunder flame appeared in his palm. The unpolished piece of jade still gave off a resplendent light. However, Xiaoqin was already used to it. Now that he was prepared, it would not hurt Xiaoqin's eyes again. It was just like the top of the Heaven Dragon. The second time he went there, he would not be as shocked as the first time. The Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao. Xiaoqin would have to consider which one to choose. The Thunder Dao. I have been stuck at peak small perfection for too long with the Saber Great Dao. I will definitely make a breakthrough. I have only comprehended the Thunder Dao for a short time. It is hard to say whether I can reach great perfection or not. After making up his mind, Xiaoqin decided to absorb the thunder flame containing the boundless Great Dao energy first. Whether the Thunder Great Dao could reach great perfection or not depended on this. Xiaoqin sat down cross-legged and sat down cross-legged. With a thought, a purple Dao disc slowly spread out behind him. Then, it condensed into a spot that gave off a resplendent light. Xiaoqin pointed, and cracks appeared in the unpolished piece of jade. After a while, the unpolished piece of jade cracked, and the thunder flame could no longer be suppressed, breaking free. The entire courtyard looked extremely resplendent under the light of this thunder flame. Xiaoqin endured the pressure and let the thunder flame enter his forehead. Boom! Instantly, the spot of Great Dao thunder light behind him grew resplendent, increasing at a visible pace. Chapter 1916. By the time Xiaoqin had completely absorbed the thunder flame had already been completely absorbed. The spot of light formed by the Thunder Great Dao behind Xiaoqin suddenly soared up, reaching a height of 3 meters. Lightning Dao, Greater Mastery. 3 meters was 3 meters. In Cold Moon Cave, Xiaoqin's Great Dao might radiated out continuously. Cold Moon Cave, which was half the size of a city, was completely enveloped by Xiaoqin's Thunder Dao might. Thunderclouds covered the sky. Xiaoqin felt that his control over the Thunder Dao had become even more proficient. Xiao! With a thought, Xiaoqin turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped around the Cold Moon Cave. Looking over, one could see a flash of lightning shuttling back and forth in the cave. Then, it became faster and faster, creating many afterimages. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with electricity. Combine. In an instant, the electric light quickly disappeared, and Xiaoqin's figure appeared, floating in midair. Xiaoqin revealed a smile. His Thunder Dao had reached great perfection. All his lightning-attributed martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and magic skills had advanced to a new level. The light of freedom was just like that. Freedom was like light, following one's heart. With a single thought, he could turn into a bolt of lightning and leap out. The agility of his movement technique increased greatly, causing Xiaoqin to get carried away, immersing himself in this kind of fast running. After landing firmly, Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grasped the Tyrant Saber's scabbard. Xiaoqin wondered if his Thunder Dao advanced further. Could the Tyrant Saber advance further? Xiaoqin recalled that back then, he had successfully comprehended the Thunder Dao and activated the Tyrant Saber's second form. Purple flames covered Xiao Chen's entire body, giving off a dreamy purple light. Its might reached the peak of an inherited Dao tool. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and grasped the saber hilt. He continuously infused the Thunder Dao into it. Boom! Boom! The surging thunderclouds were like a surging river, constantly surging. Wisps of lightning streaked across the sky, causing the sky to turn extremely terrifying. Imperceptibly, wisps of aura landed on Xiao Chen's body, causing Xiao Chen's aura to become increasingly domineering. There seemed to be an even more terrifying existence in the terrifying thunderclouds. As Xiao Chen infused the Way of Thunder into it, a mysterious door seemed to open in the thunderclouds. Soon. Xiao Chen sensed that the Tyrant Saber's inherited secret technique was about to be revealed. Xiao Chen roared, and the Thunder Dao berserk poured into his saber. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Chen's black hair danced in the wind. His delicate face looked as if it had been decorated with a paintbrush, becoming tough and masculine. A scarlet flame flared up on the purple saber. The thunderclouds in the sky scattered, and a door opened mysteriously. However, as soon as the flames appeared, they burned fiercely. Then, they were extinguished. The saber turned purple, and the mysterious gate in the sky closed. Still lacking a little. Clang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said with some regret. He vaguely knew what this inherited secret technique was. It was a soul. The previous masters of the Tyrant Saber all died a violent death. Their souls were probably infused into this saber. Why did this saber not have an item spirit? The souls of the previous masters of the Tyrant Saber continuously merged into it. This saber no longer needed an item spirit. Or rather, the souls formed by the previous masters were the item spirit of this saber. Although it was still lacking a little, there was hope. In the end, it was a good thing. If you find your next saber, please name it Moon Seeker. For some reason, the words that Ao Zhao asked someone to say before she left appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Actually, the one I love the most will always be the Lunar Shadow. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Then, he took out the box that sealed the Lunar Shadow saber and slowly opened it. The Lunar Shadow, which had been folded in half, lay quietly in the box. The Lunar Shadow, which had accompanied Xiao Chen for many years, looked much weaker now. It could not even be considered a Dao tool. However, the emotions that Xiao Chen poured into this saber surpassed that of a soul tool. Seeing this object, one would think of the person. The Lunar Shadow saber represented Xiao Chen's past, his experiences in the Kunlun realm. Regardless of whether it was Lu Riyue, Ao Zhao, or those unforgettable existences in the Kunlun realm, they were all related to this saber. Xiao Chen took out the remaining half of the saber and gently caressed it. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The expression on Xiao Chen's face changed as he let his thoughts wander. When Xiao Chen finished putting away the Lunar Shadow saber, he sighed and took out the grass. For the remaining time, Xiao Chen needed to focus on the saber Great Dao. At the same time, Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others all made good use of their time to cultivate. To think that there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. They found this somewhat unacceptable. In the face of such immense pressure, everyone put in 100 times the effort to cultivate. Everyone only had one thought, and that was to obtain that spot. Very good. You've finally mastered the great Tao of the sword. Elder Tian Yun said in satisfaction as he looked at Xiao Jinyu, who was covered in sword wounds in front of him. Xiao Jinyu panted continuously. His entire body ached, but his heart filled with excitement. I succeeded. Xiao Chen had been working hard since he arrived at this Heaven Dragon Palace. For close to half a year, he had endured immense torture from Elder Tian Yun every day. Xiao Chen's great Tao of the sword finally made a breakthrough, successfully reaching great perfection. Elder Tianyun said, "I'll teach you a sword art. Together with your great perfection sword great Tao, the heaven class core disciple slot will definitely be yours." "Many thanks, Master. There's no need to thank me. You relied on your own hard work to get where you are today. You relied on the hatred in your heart. This sword technique I'll teach you is called the Serene Cloud Sword Art. It will definitely bring out the hatred in your heart to its fullest, materializing all the might of the sword great Tao." Elder Tianyun waved his hand, and his secret manual landed in Xiao Jinyu's hands. Serene Cloud Sword Art. Xiao Jinyu flipped through it. Soon, he revealed an excited expression. This was actually a peak Earth-ranked sword technique. No wonder Elder Tianyun said that it could bring out the might of Xiao Chen's sword great Tao to its fullest. Aside from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques comprehended from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the grades of cultivation techniques in the world were divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and mortal. Each grade was further divided into superior, medial, and inferior grade. Heaven grade cultivation techniques could only be found and not sought, they were simply too rare. Even if Xiao Chen found one, it might not be suitable for him, so he could cultivate it directly. In the Cloud Sea realm, even a sovereign personage normally cultivated a peak Earth-ranked cultivation technique. Elder Tianyun gave Xiao Chen this Serene Cloud Sword Art. Clearly, he had high expectations of him. This disciple will definitely not let you down. I will definitely obtain a heaven-class core disciple slot. As for that Xiao Chen, I will make him regret what he said at the dueling plaza back then." Xiao Jinyu shouted after closing the sword art. Elder Tianyun felt extremely satisfied with Xiao Jinyu's state. He nodded and said, "Good. Right now, be it your confidence, aura, or strength, you are already close to the peak. When you finish practicing the sword art, no one among the core disciples will be a match for you." "Master, this disciple has a question." "Speak. Who exactly caused the mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon a few days ago?" Xiao Jinyu had also felt that majestic mysterious phenomenon back then. He had been shocked on the spot and felt very suspicious. Unfortunately, this matter had already been sealed. Even Elder Tianyun did not know the truth. He said, "It was the 3rd Palace Master. This matter has nothing to do with you for now. If you can become a heaven-class core disciple, you will have the opportunity to go to the main peak to cultivate and experience the might of the Heaven Dragon for yourself." The 3rd Palace Master. Xiao Jinyu sighed in his heart. No wonder. It turns out that the 3rd Palace Master caused the mysterious phenomenon. Sooner or later, I will stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon. Then, I will make the entire Heaven Dragon Palace pay attention to me. While Xiao Jinyu made a breakthrough, the other core disciples from the noble clans like Qin Yan and Fang Tianyi did not stop there either. All of them had trump cards and felt very confident. These people all possessed the true dragon bloodline and did not lack resources or talent. When they came to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they were like fish in water. All of them managed to enter the tutelage of a heaven-class core disciple. Under the guidance of a great teacher, they improved rapidly. Before the heaven-class core disciple competition arrived, no one knew who was the strongest. Unlike them, Yi Qianyun knew that he could not compare to these rich clan disciples in terms of resources and connections. However, Yi Qianyun was not stupid either. He did everything he could to get his lackeys to suppress the other inner palace disciples, squeezing out their resources. Yi Qianyun did his best to raise his middle stage holy venerate cultivation to great perfection. At the same time, he paid a visit to an expert in his sect. After some promises, he obtained a cultivation technique that could maximize one's advantage in cultivation, the Lord Dragon Art. With a thought, Xiao Chen could materialize his holy venerate will for a moment. With a thought, He could turn his holy venerate will into a dragon-shaped venerate, sweeping through the place. Those with weaker cultivations would not even be able to touch Yi Qianyun's face before they were suppressed. Clearly, Yi Qianyun put in a lot of effort to cultivate this Lord Dragon art to deal with Xiao Qin. You are just a late-stage star venerate. Let's see how you are going to compete with me. Yi Qianyun revealed a sinister smile. Perhaps Xiao Chen's potential would be greater than his in the future. However, he would not give Xiao Chen too much time in this heaven-class core disciple competition. Yi Qianyun only hoped to trample on Xiao Chen today and become a heaven-class core disciple. Once Yi Qianyun became a heaven-class core disciple, he could enter Ancestor Dragon City in the future. Yi Qianyun was confident that he could trample on Xiao Chen forever, widening the gap between him and Xiao Qin, not giving him a chance to turn things around. The heaven-class core disciple position was an opportunity. Be it Xiao Chen or Xiao Jinyu's group, Yi Qianyun had to trample on them all. Only Yi Qianyun was qualified to become a heaven-class core disciple. I have endured for so many years. I absolutely will not let your group of disciples, who just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace for half a year, succeed. Chapter 1917. At the Heaven Dragon Palace's dueling plaza, on this day, when the sun rose, the surroundings were already crowded with people. The number of disciples from the inner and outer halls was uncountable. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 around the fighting arena. Back then, Xiao Qin and a group of large clan disciples took the core disciple test together at this place. Today, the Heaven-class core disciple competition would also take place here. The Heaven-class core disciple competition was a major event for the Heaven Dragon Palace. Be it the core disciples in closed-door cultivation or wandering outside, they would not let go of this opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, the next one would be 3 years later. Even if they knew that they could not compete for a spot, if they performed well, they would still be able to obtain extraordinary rewards. More importantly, they would be able to account for themselves with a clear conscience. If they did not even have the courage to participate and were afraid of getting injured, they could forget about being a core disciple. Aside from watching the excitement, the outer and inner palace disciples wanted to see what they could learn from the core disciples. Normally, there were only about 1,000 core disciples in the entire sect. However, today, all the core disciples, whether in closed-door cultivation or traveling outside on missions, would be present. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the Heaven-class core disciple competition as 1 in 10,000. The intensity of the competition would definitely require everyone to bring out their full potential. They would definitely be able to observe many consummate techniques that were rarely seen. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, many strong auras came. Many core disciples escorted Yi Qianyun up from the foot of the mountain. There were hundreds of people following behind him, like stars surrounding the moon. After several years of hard work, Yi Qianyun had managed to form a small faction among the core disciples, with him as the leader. Normally, these followers used Yi Qianyun's name to suppress the other disciples. Yi Qianyun reaped the benefits and was happy to see them succeed. By relying on the chain of benefits, he firmly tied this group of people together, with Yi Qianyun at the center. As long as Yi Qianyun's strength continued to increase, they would be able to gain even more benefits by following him. They would rise or fall together. There were many similar factions among the core disciples. The Heaven Dragon Palace elders did not object to this. As long as they did not go overboard, they would even encourage the core disciples to do so. This resulted in the competition among the core disciples becoming increasingly intense. He wanted to let those disciples who didn't have a chance to learn about the cruelty of the world in advance, and from there, they would have to compete even more fiercely. Yi Qianyun was a famous person. He had become famous many years ago. Before he advanced to Holy Venerate, he could already fight across realms. Now that Xiao Qin was a great perfection middle-stage Holy Venerate, he was a popular candidate for the Heaven-class core disciple position. Yi Qianyun is here. This lineup is as big as ever. As expected of a veteran core disciple, he has so many supporters. Strange, why don't I see Zhang Yunxian beside him? Ha ha ha. Are you talking about that Zhang Yunxian? I heard that he ran into trouble and got locked up in the Blood Dragon Guard's dungeon. Yi Qianyun tried to fish them out several times but failed. Hee, this idea is really unlucky. Although the many inner palace disciples and outer palace disciples who knew of Yi Qianyun acknowledged his strength, they did not like him. If this person really obtained a spot in the heaven-class core disciple selection, many people would be upset. Right at this time, another two groups of people came. The leaders were respectively Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan. These two were disciples of large clans, possessing true dragon bloodlines and outstanding talent. They had taken heaven-class elders as their masters. In less than half a year, these two each gained their own territory. The number of people around them was no less than Yi Qianyun's. It looked like these two also knew about the core disciple competition. It was not just a competition between individuals. It also depended on how many supporters one had. Otherwise, when one went out and got into a conflict, it would be hard to avoid being outnumbered. When Yi Qianyun saw the two appear, he frowned slightly, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In less than half a year, these two's improvements already made him feel threatened. Senior Brother Yi, this is a heaven-class core disciple competition, not a group fight. What is the meaning of bringing such a large group of people over? Could it be that you think that you can become a heaven-class core disciple with more people? Fang Tianyi looked at the large group of people behind Yi Qianyun and mocked with a smile. Qin Yan smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps Senior Brother Yi thinks differently from us. After all, you are already a veteran core disciple. If you do not advance to heaven-class core disciple soon, you will not have any more chances. It is hard to avoid doing something out of line." Ha ha ha. I understand. I understand. Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan echoed each other, angering the group of people behind Yi Qianyun. On the other hand, Yi Qianyun's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "They are just proud of themselves for a moment. They are just good at talking. There is no need to bother with them." As time passed, more and more core disciples appeared in the dueling plaza. However, this dueling plaza was extremely vast, large enough to accommodate 100,000 people. Hence, it did not seem crowded. Furthermore, this was without activating the spatial formation. If the spatial formation was activated, it could easily accommodate 1 million people. Whoosh! At this moment, a black-clothed, cold-looking young man with a long sword in his hand gradually appeared. This youth looked thin and skinny. He was not old, but he had a weather-beaten face. A strange aura surrounded this youth, prompting others to retreat automatically, not wanting to stand with him. "It's Zhang Yi. Senior Brother Zhang." Someone among the inner palace disciples exclaimed in shock when he recognized this person. It really is Senior Brother Zhang. Didn't they say that something unexpected happened to him when he went to the snow domain to carry out a mission? I heard that he already qualified to become a heaven-class core disciple the previous time. However, something unexpected happened. Many people thought that he died. Senior Brother Zhang is actually still alive. When the black-clad man who suddenly appeared was recognized, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The newly promoted disciples felt confused. The expressions of the many older generation core disciples changed slightly. This was especially so for Yi Qianyun, who felt incredibly shocked. To think that he is still alive. Back then, Yi Qianyun had risen up among the core disciples precisely because of Zhang Ye's accident, gaining his current position. Yi Qianyun simply did not expect this person to appear again. Yi Qianyun had many doubts. However, since Yi Qianyun appeared here, that meant that he had already obtained the sect's approval and was qualified to compete for the heaven-class core disciple position. Junior brother Yi, you have improved in the 3 years since we last met. Zhang Yi suddenly turned his head back and looked at Yi Qianyun. Then, he smiled coldly. Yi Qianyun's heart trembled as a chill assaulted him. He took a long time to dispel the fear in his heart. Then, he said calmly, Senior brother Zhang, it has been a long time. So what if you are back? I am no longer who I was 3 years ago. Even if you are back, the Heaven Class Core Disciple position is still mine. Senior brother Zhang. Whoosh. Just at this moment, several strong auras appeared in the dueling plaza. No one expected so many experts to be hidden among the core disciples. If not for Zhang Ye's appearance, these people would not have exposed themselves. These people were rather old and had only one chance. If they failed this time, they would not be qualified to compete for the Heaven Class Core Disciple position in this life. Hence, these people usually kept a low profile, unlike Yi Qianyun. Immediately, the newly promoted core disciples, like Qin Yan and Fang Tianyi, could not help raising their opinion of this Zhang Yi. Zhang Ye's sudden appearance not only incited discussion among the many core disciples but also drew out a group of strong, low-profile, veteran core disciples. This made the situation even more confusing. Whoosh! 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 A wisp of sword intent and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky at almost the exact same time as each other. Clang! Xiao Jinyu landed on the plaza and looked around coldly. Then, his gaze landed on the figure materialized of lightning across from him. This figure wore white robes, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His delicate face showed no expression. This was the white-robed Shao Qin, the famous white-robed Shao Qin of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces. Although the two appeared at the same time, everyone's gazes were fixed on Shao Qin, just like Xiao Jinyu's. Whoosh! 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 Countless people stared at Shao Qin, wanting to see the legendary white-clad bladesman who destroyed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike and saved the Flame Dragon Legion by himself. At this gathering of dragons, be it Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, Zhang Yi, or the other low-profile core disciples, they all had the same image in their eyes. At this moment, all of them had the same image in their eyes. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Only Shao Qin received such treatment. Chapter 1918. This kind of treatment was clearly not what Shao Qin wanted. The more attention he received, the more he would be targeted. Even if he wasn't afraid of being targeted, it would be better if he didn't expose some of his trump cards. Whoosh! When Elder Tian Yun and the other heaven-class elders appeared in the dueling plaza, the place immediately fell silent. Elder Tian Yun swept his gaze across the entire place. Everyone immediately felt a huge pressure, including Shao Qin. Even after cultivating for 5 months and improving rapidly, Shao Qin still felt that he was far from Elder Tian Yun. He could not match Elder Tian Yun. The rules for the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition are different every year. I believe you all want to know what the rules are this year. Seeing that everyone was silent and focused on him, he slowly opened his mouth and said. Clearly, the rules could not be revealed in advance. Even these heaven-class elders would not know. Otherwise, if he knew the rules and had targeted training, it would obviously be extremely beneficial to him. The rules for this year's competition are very simple. The last person standing in the dueling plaza will be this year's Heaven Class Core Disciple. As for the others, even if they didn't qualify. For every person you knock into the air, you will obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill personally refined by the 3rd Palace Master. Hua! After Elder Tian Yun read out the rules, an uproar broke out. Everyone was stunned for a moment, their minds somewhat blank. Actually, it was not just them. These heaven-class elders were also confused. However, the rules were set by the 3 Hall Masters long ago. They could not object to it. Rumble. While Xiao Qin was shocked, the heaven-class elders worked together and moved the entire dueling plaza into the air. At the same time, the formation was activated, and in an instant, a giant arena was formed in the sky. Snowflakes flew into the air on the dueling plaza. The temperature plummeted, and the environment changed drastically. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are helping me, the heavens are helping me. Yi Qianyun was the first to react. He reared his head back and laughed maniacally, unable to suppress his excitement. The rules were simply too advantageous to Yi Qianyun's group. Although there were many peaks of various sizes in the dueling plaza, they clearly could not compare to Yi Qianyun's group. Protect senior brother Yi. The core disciples in front and behind him immediately surrounded him, protecting him in the center. After the expressions of Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others changed slightly, they hurriedly gathered the disciples of their factions together. It's not that simple. The heaven-class elders smiled faintly and attacked at the same time. Space and time in the dueling plaza became chaotic. After a moment of dizziness, everyone's position changed. Everyone's position was disrupted. Before Yi Qianyun and the others could gather their strength, the chaotic battle began. Boom boom boom. If one killed one person, one could obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill. This was actually quite tempting. The white snow drifted on the ground, and there was an icy smell of blood. The situation was chaotic, and there was no way to stop it. In every corner, there were figures fighting. It was a complete mess. Sometimes, when the two of them were fighting, someone would suddenly rush out and launch a sneak attack from the side, and the unlucky one would be killed. However, a special formation had been activated in the dueling plaza, and it was said to be killed. In reality, he had been forcefully teleported out right before he was killed. Every time you kill someone, no matter what method you use, it will be recorded by the formation, and there will be no mistakes. In this icy and snowy weather, ice-attributed martial artists undoubtedly had a huge advantage. Amid the chaos, Xiao Qin did not panic at all. If he could avoid fighting, he would avoid it. If he could not avoid it, he would kill in one strike, ending the battle quickly. Xiao Qin knew very well that while these rules looked absurd and chaotic, in reality, only the strong would remain. The more chaotic it was, the more it would show off the strength of the strong. The weak would not get lucky. Right now, this was just the beginning. Preserving strength was the most important thing. If he could make everyone ignore his existence, that would be for the best. Suddenly, a cold intent assaulted Xiao Qin. He turned around and retreated. An ice-attributed swordsman sneak attacked him. Xiao Qin's face turned cold, and he instantly executed the sharp spirit finger. Then, he gently caught the other party's sword with 2 fingers. How can this be? The newcomer was shocked to discover that Xiao Qin easily caught the sneak attack that he had prepared for a long time, taking advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. Scram! Xiao Qin flicked his finger, and that person vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Boom! Right after Xiao Qin dealt with this person, a shock wave surged over from the side. Someone's killing move had reached him. Those who could become core disciples were at least holy venerates. A killing move executed at full power would definitely be extremely horrifying. The shock waves could not be underestimated, either. Xiao Qin turned into a flash of lightning and quickly dodged. When he appeared again, he happened to appear beside 2 core disciples fighting. When those 2 saw Xiao Qin suddenly appear, they were stunned at first. Then, they decisively stopped and charged at Xiao Qin at the same time, showing great teamwork. Whoosh! Standing on a lightning dragon, Xiao Qin easily dodged the 2's attacks and punched with both fists. Boom! The surging vital chi knocked the 2 back at the same time. Xiao Qin! Xiao Qin had just stopped when a cold shout rang out. He turned around and saw a gray-robed youth. Snowflakes danced around him like butterflies. An expert. This was an expert who comprehended the snow great Tao. Excitement appeared in the gray-robed youth's eyes. He said seriously, "Let me try and see how capable the legendary person who chopped Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike is." Xiaoqin said calmly, "You will regret this." "Ha! This heavy snow is my greatest help. Come, let me see how you will make me regret this." The gray-robed youth stepped forward and laughed loudly. Then, he executed the snow great Tao, and his body immediately merged with the flying snow. His physical body turned corporeal, and his hair turned white. Even his spiritual sense could not detect the other party's existence. What an exquisite movement technique! With this heavy snow, it was simply a divine technique. No wonder the other party dared to look for Xiaoqin. However, Xiaoqin was still a little short. However, he could not fool Xiaoqin. In the next moment, Xiaoqin turned into a sharp saber, using his body as a saber. Combined with thunder dragon steps, Xiaoqin burst forward, so fast that no one could detect him. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The inner and outer palace disciples watching from the periphery of the dueling plaza felt their hearts tremble. The gray-robed youth showed a pained expression. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as Xiaoqin knocked him into the air. He was directly eliminated. How strong! The many spectating disciples could not help sighing to themselves. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality, it contained two great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality, it contained two kinds of great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. In a situation where others could not make out Xiaoqin's strength, he easily knocked a veteran core disciple into the air. After this successful strike, no one dared to approach Xiaoqin, creating a large empty space. However, after the chaos, the place slowly regained its order. Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others put in a lot of effort and finally gathered the disciples of their factions. Even Zhang Yi managed to form a team with a group of veteran core disciples that was not too many but extremely horrifying. After a while, Xiaoqin was horrified to discover that the empty space around him was growing larger and larger. Then, Xiaoqin looked back and discovered that a group of people had surrounded him at some point in time. Heavy snow drifted down, and a chill assaulted him. However, what was even colder than the snow was the way Yi Qianyun and the others looked at him. "You truly live up to your reputation," Yi Qianyun said with a smile. "Xiaoqin, no matter how strong you are today, heavens will destine you to be eliminated. No one has any objections, right? Let's attack together and eliminate him first." No objections. There was a kind of tacit understanding. There was no need for words or discussion, it formed naturally. Such a large encirclement was formed by everyone unintentionally. It was still the same saying, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Only Xiaoqin received such treatment. Chapter 1919. When Xiaoqin looked around, he saw more than 10 groups of various sizes surrounding him. Among them, there were two strongest. One was Yi Qianyun. His group had the most core disciples, close to 100 people. The second was Zhang Yi. His group did not have many people, but they were all strong veteran core disciples. There were also people like Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, and Fang Tianyi, who had advanced to core disciple status at the same time as Xiaoqin. They had developed very quickly in the past half a year. If they had enough time, it would only be a matter of time before they surpassed Yi Qianyun. Aside from these people, many core disciples startled awake from the chaos saw this scene and were startled. This startled them. In a fluster, they found their own factions to enter, increasing the number of people surrounding Xiaoqin. A rough count gave at least 1,000 people. Most of the core disciples had been eliminated in the first wave of chaos. For some reason, Elder Tianyun waved his hand, not getting the other heaven-class elders to continue disrupting Xiao Chen's group. Elder Tianyun, after the other elders asked for instructions, Elder Tianyun said indifferently, just wait and see. If the palace master does not send any instructions, we do not need to act on our own. Yes. The second palace master and third palace master had indeed instructed them to disrupt Xiao Chen's group only once. However, that was because they had not expected such a situation. The two palace masters stood side by side on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. When they saw the scene in the distance, they felt slightly stunned. The second palace master wanted to say something to get the Heaven-class elders to disrupt the factions gathered in the dueling plaza again. Just as the second palace master was about to speak, the third palace master thought of something and stopped him. There's no need. After thinking about it, it might not be a good thing for him to become a heaven-class core disciple so quickly. We might as well suppress him for 3 years. The second palace master thought for a while and felt that this made sense. Given Xiao Chen's potential, he could afford to wait 3 years. 3 years later, his potential would completely erupt. At that time, when he entered Ancestor Dragon City, his accomplishments would be even greater. The most important thing was that he could use these 3 years to slow down on the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This would ensure Xiao Chen's safety. The various factions in the dueling plaza carefully watched Xiao Chen. At the same time, they worried that their formation would be disrupted again. Who knew, even after waiting for a long time, the elders had no intention of disrupting the formation. A smile slowly appeared on Yi Qianyun's face. He said seriously, Xiao Chen, it looks like the elders do not wish for a mixed-blood dragon to become a heaven-class core disciple. Jump down yourself, lest we make a move and embarrass you. The leaders of the other factions showed playful expressions. Whether Yi Qianyun's words were true or false, they did not care. At the very least, the heaven-class elders had not broken their formation yet. It was worth pondering over the hidden meaning behind it. You don't want me to become a heaven-class core disciple? Xiao Chen did not know if it was true or not. Although his expression did not change, he felt slightly angry in his heart. He looked at Yi Qianyun coldly and said, I will stand here. Let's see how you will make me jump. Xiao Chen. Chen's S, Xiao Yi Yun said. Chen's 2, Palace Chen's, Xiao Chen's, Yi, felt. Everyone knew how powerful Xiao Chen was. They spread out their holy venerate wills and merged them into one, looking like a vast mountain range that instantly encased Xiao Chen. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen would have feared this holy venerate will. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. However, now that Xiao Chen comprehended a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, his dragon might gained an ethereal air. Xiao Chen merged his dragon might with his star venerate will and floated in the air. The early stage holy venerate wills of the 10 did not affect him much. What's wrong? It's not very effective. The 10 holy venerates charging over at the same time were somewhat stupefied when they discovered Xiao Chen suppressed by the holy venerate will. They felt like Xiao Chen was like the wind. He clearly did not move, but he drifted around, not affected much. Die! Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and the scabbard with his left. Then, he pulled hard with his left hand. The scabbard turned into a beam of dim light and shot out. Before the leader could see clearly, a horrifying saber intent pierced through his chest. Then, the leader turned into a beam of light and was forcibly sent out by the formation. The other 9 turned their heads to look. They only saw the disappearing tail light of their leader, which shocked them. When the 9 turned their heads back, they only saw a flash of saber light. Blood spurted out of their necks as they were forcefully sent out. Clang! Xiao Chen turned around gently, and the tyrant saber happened to be stabbed into the scabbard, which remained in the air, giving off a melodious saber hum. Xiao Chen's movements were as smooth as flowing water. Those who were slightly weaker could not even see how Xiao Chen drew his saber. He was dressed in white and had a saber in his hand. It seemed like the saber in his hand had never been unsheathed. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qianyun and smiled faintly. Yi Qianyun, your follower is too weak. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chen was clearly just smiling faintly. However, this smile startled the people beside Yi Qianyun into taking several steps back. Yi Qianyun was somewhat embarrassed to discover that the people behind him were 100 meters away from him. What fast speed! His Thunder Dao has reached great perfection. The eyes of several people lit up. When they saw the power of Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike, they felt startled in their hearts. It was indeed a great perfection Thunder Dao. Otherwise, those 10 core disciples would not have been unable to block even one move. Xiao Chen was too fast. Damn it! Xiao Jinyu cursed in his heart. To think that this fellow actually cultivated the Thunder Great Dao to great perfection. Fortunately, it was just the Thunder Great Dao. Compared to Xiao Jinyu's Sword Great Dao, it was still somewhat noticeable. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. We need to eliminate him first. Otherwise, we will not stand a chance. This saber strike exposed Xiao Chen's strength, strengthening these people's resolve to work together to eliminate Xiao Qin. Xiao Jinyu shouted. Then, he led the disciples behind him and charged at Xiao Qin in unison. Attack, then. Even Zhang Ye's cold expression changed. This veteran core disciple demonic genius also felt threatened by Xiao Qin. Dong! 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 Everyone moved. In that instant, the remaining 1,000-odd elite core disciples charged at Xiao Qin. You really do not want me to become a heaven-class core disciple. You all are too much. Under such circumstances, those elders actually did not disrupt the formation. Xiao Chen's heart had already died. Xiao Chen raged in his heart. If you don't let me succeed, I will succeed for you all to see. I have to obtain the heaven-class core disciple slot. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. Fortunately, these 1,000-odd people were not united, giving Xiao Chen some opportunity. The Supreme Dragon Fist was most suitable for fighting one against many. When Xiao Chen executed leaderless dragons, dragon roars immediately rang out from his body. In that instant, more than 1,000 dragon-shaped strands of energy shot out. Bang! 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 Zhang Yi, Xiao Jinyu, and the other outstanding talents immediately shattered some of the dragon-shaped energy. However, most of them flew about chaotically, catching the many core disciples off guard. The 1,000-odd core disciples had an unparalleled aura. The overwhelming first wave of attacks actually ended up blocked by Xiao Qin. When the many spectating cultivators saw this scene, they could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. However, how would they break the second wave? Still, the 100-odd core disciples and outstanding talents did not get flustered. They shattered the dragon-shaped energy and continued charging at Xiao Qin. Dance of Remnant Snow. Zhang Yi drew the sword in his hand. His sword was actually a broken sword. After Xiao Qin executed his killing move, the snow filling the air turned into a sword dance that seemed incomplete but actually contained hidden mysteries. Then, it swept towards Xiao Qin with a horrifying aura. Serene Cloud Sword Art. Xiao Jinyu turned into a beam of dim light as his sword swept through the air, materializing jade-green sword images filling the air. They merged completely with his sword Great Dao, leaving no openings. Yi Qianyun snorted coldly and said, "Venerate dragon art." Yi Qianyun's horrifying holy venerate will turn solid and materialized an ancient heaven dragon traveler holding a heaven dragon dagger axe. Then, with a horrifying aura, he thrust it at Xiao Qin. Rock Dragon Burst. Layers of heavenly shadows. The 100-odd core disciples that shattered the dragon-shaped energy did not hesitate to launch their killing moves. The overwhelming attacks immediately densely packed together, covering the sky and land. When Xiaoqun looked around, he had no way to escape. All sorts of terrifying and peerless mysterious phenomena and towering auras were released. All of these attacks came crashing down. Xiaoqun estimated that he would die on the spot. Even the formation would not be able to save him in time before he was blasted into bits. Damn it! I cannot die. Summoning the dragons. Xiaoqun punched again. The berserk dragons in the sky immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might infused into Xiaoqun's body, causing his aura to soar. Xiaoqun burst out with a tyrannical air that made the dragon submit to him. That is not enough. Another punch. Xiaoqun paled slightly. He gritted his teeth and circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then, he followed the lofty aspirations and tyrannical air in his heart and punched again. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiaoqun punched, a blazing war banner materialized. This war banner was incredibly heavy. Heavy might and pressure crossed the obstruction of time and space and landed on the war banner, making the flames burn even fiercer. No one dared to catch it. Together with the aura of summoning the dragons, Xiaoqun stretched out his hand to catch the war banner. Then, he paused. Xiaoqun placed the war banner under his feet with some difficulty. Boom! The ground trembled, and the vast dueling plaza shook. Before the berserk aura, Zhang Yi and the other 100-odd core disciples' attacks and killing moves were stunned. Heaven Dragon's Rage. Xiaoqun shouted and punched. His heart filled with rage as he sent the blazing war banner flying. The war banner instantly shattered all sorts of mysterious phenomena and sword moves. Zhang Yi and the other 100-odd core disciples vomited a mouthful of blood as the war banner knocked them into the air. Such a scene shocked everyone, rendering them speechless. How can an evil dragon rule the Dao? However, it was not over yet. Xiaoqun's rage had yet to subside, and the flame of battle in his heart had yet to extinguish. He held on to his last breath and punched again. Boom! 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 This punch detonated the thousands of strands of dragon qi in the air. The core disciples fighting with the dragon qi were all knocked back. Everyone looked around. Aside from Xiaoqun, there was no one left standing in the dueling plaza. How can one be honored? I am honored. Chapter 1920. Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. Zhang Yi held his chest as blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He ignored it completely, only staring at Xiaoqun. Without a doubt, Zhang Yi was certain that Xiaoqun had executed the Supreme Dragon Fist earlier. Why was Zhang Yi so sure of the Supreme Dragon Fist, which was known as the Heaven Dragon Palace's forbidden technique? It was because he had practiced it before. However, after cultivating it for 2 years, he could not make any progress and could only give up. Zhang Yi, who had studied this fist technique for 2 years, was very clear on how horrifying the might of this fist technique, which the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon had ordered to be destroyed. Once Xiaoqun succeeded in practicing it, he could only use one word to describe it: unparalleled. This was an unparalleled fist technique. It would be dazzling and dazzling, lasting for eternity. No matter how much time passed, the fist technique would give off a piercing light again. It's him. The one who practiced at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day was him. It's him. He was the one who was practicing at the top of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner hall disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after they recovered from their shock. The mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day reappeared at the dueling plaza. The unparalleled lofty sentiments and tyrannical air of supremacy were nearly identical. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. Everyone would not forget what happened 20 days ago so quickly. Not to mention, he would never forget the phenomenon from that day. That blurry yet clear, seemingly contradictory existence at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace had long since been imprinted in their hearts. At this moment, the white-clad youth stubbornly standing in the dueling plaza was completely different from the figure in their memories. They were a perfect match. White-robed Xiao-Qin. White-robed Xiao-Qin. White-robed Xiao-Qin. After a while, an orderly cheer came from the dueling plaza. All the inner palace and outer palace disciples shouted Xiao-Qin's name like crazy. Thunderous voices echoed in all directions. A rare scene appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace. On top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain, the third Hall Master and the second Hall Master were stunned. Actually, they had seen a similar scene many years ago. What happened in the past was just like what was happening in front of him. History was always shockingly similar. Forget it. The third Palace Master closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He already knew Xiao-Qin's choice. At the same time, the snowy environment in the dueling plaza suddenly changed into a downpour of rain, lightning, and thunder. Yi Qianyun wiped the rain off his face and stood up as he cursed, "Damn it." The people who could still fight stood up one after another. In the heavy rain, they looked at Xiao-Qin with somewhat grave expressions, their expressions complicated. They had obviously seen the scene 20 days ago, but they had never imagined that it would be Xiao-Qin. The figure on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain had left a deep impression on them. Should he give up? Everyone was asking themselves in their hearts as they allowed the heavy rain to pour down on them, completely ignoring it. Should he give up? The dragon race had always admired the strong. Even the mixed-blood dragons had their pride deep in their hearts. No matter how one denied it, no matter how much mockery one received, one would always have one's own bottom line in the depths of one's heart. I give up. Suddenly, a core disciple behind Yi Qianyun gave Xiao-Qin a deep look. Xiao-Qin gently pushed off with his feet and spread out his arms. Then, he moved further away in the heavy rain, slowly leaving the dueling plaza. Unfair. Xiao-Qin's strength had already convinced them. Furthermore, after learning that Xiao-Qin was the person who stood on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain that day, the one who made his mind waver, the core disciple found it simply unfair. This core disciple could not accept it in his heart if he continued to surround and attack Xiao-Qin. Since ancient times, from top to bottom, the dragon race worshipped the strong. The strong were fearless and fearless. I give up. I give up. I give up. Immediately, the various core disciples pushed off with their feet and became like phantoms, disappearing into the heavy rain. Heavy rain poured down, washing away the dust in the dueling plaza and washing away the hearts of everyone present. Immediately, most of the 1,000-odd people in the dueling plaza left in the blink of an eye. There were still less than 100 people left. Such a scene had never appeared before. Even those heaven-class elders were stunned when they saw this. White-robed Xiao-Qin. White-robed Xiao-Qin. However, in the eyes of the spectators, the inner and outer palace disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace felt inspired. Their exclamations became even louder. I withdraw. I withdraw as well. Slowly, the 100 people standing in the dueling plaza, the veteran core disciples with outstanding strength, all thought for a while. Indeed, they were not as strong as Xiao-Qin. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Then, they left with a trace of loneliness and carefreeness. Soon, aside from Xiao-Qin, only the previous top core disciple, Zhang Yi, the current top core disciple, Yi Qianyun, and the three new core disciples, Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, and Qin Yan, remained in the dueling plaza. there was only a total of 6 people. The 6 all had their own obsessions and desires. For this day, they had put in a lot of effort. Even if they knew that they would lose, they would not give up. Receive 3 moves from me before we talk. Fang Tianyi snorted coldly and threw a palm strike at the ground. Boom! The rainwater on the ground turned into thousands of waves that shot out. In the next moment, Fang Tianyi appeared in the air. Then, he said, "First move, Traceless Heaven." When Fang Tianyi's palm strike landed, he sent out a flawless palm wind, as vast as the sky. It was like this palm strike created a real sky. It contained heaven's might, boundlessly vast. Bang! A fist light shot out, and Xiaoqin clashed head-on with this palm strike. He took 3 steps back, moving 1 kilometer with each step. Heartless heaven! Fang Tianyi roared ferociously and sent out an even mightier, more radical, and more horrifying palm strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind tore through the heavy rain and struck Xiaoqin's face. In the next breath, Fang Tianyi charged over to Xiaoqin. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaoqin made his move, using the scabbard to block the other party's palm wind. Bang! The heavy rain trembled and turned into powder. A temporary gap appeared around the two. Just as the torrential rain was about to fill this vacuum, the 2 of them each made a move at lightning speed. The instant the heavy rain filled the gap, blood spurted out and merged with the heavy rain, quickly vanishing. The rain was still falling, and the saber was still there. However, only Xiaoqin remained. Fang Tianyi touched his neck in horror. The formation had sent him out, he had been eliminated. Clang! Clang! The sound of 2 weapons being drawn rang out. Qin Yan and Zhang Yi could not help attacking at the same time, charging at Xiaoqin. The tyrant saber was drawn, and a saber light appeared. Xiaoqin fought an intense battle with the 2 in the rain. 2 swords, 1 saber, 3 people fighting in the rain, seeking a result. At some point in time, the surroundings turned silent. Everyone was immersed in this exciting battle. It had to be said that both Zhang Yi and Qin Yan were experts at using the sword. When the 2 worked together, their might increased. However, when facing Xiaoqin, they could not suppress him. For some reason, they could not suppress him. Be it sword techniques, movement techniques, or states, they could not do anything. 1 man and 1 saber in the heavy rain would definitely have a way to deal with it. Instead, the 2 entered the beautiful dream that Xiaoqin fabricated. Why was it like this? Zhang Yi and Qin Yan used the swords in their hands to materialize states and create sword moves to suppress Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin's cultivation improved further. He used the saber in his hand to detonate the flaws in his opponent's mind. Then, he looked for an opportunity to kill in 1 move. With dreams as a saber. When the opportunity arrived, Xiaoqin did not hesitate to detonate it. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber, and an illusory purple saber chi burst out of the 2's chests. Pu-ci. The 2 vomited a mouthful of blood as the formation forcefully sent them out. The rain continued to fall. However, the blood flowing out of Xiaoqin's wounds did not stop. The rain could not wash it off completely. Still not retreating. Xiaoqin looked around and smiled faintly when he discovered that Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qianyun were still there. He did not hold back at all, spreading out the 2 Dao discs behind him one after another. The 2 Dao discs condensed into 1 point. Then, they suddenly soared to 3 meters tall. How can it be like this? Xiao Jinyu, who was hugging his sword, was stunned. He thought that he had a trump card of the sword Great Dao and firmly grasped victory. Who knew? Xiaoqin immediately displayed 2 great perfection Dao might. Xiao Jinyu's expression turned sluggish, and his mind went blank. He no longer had the strength to hold on to his sword. It fell heavily to the ground with a clang. Pu ci. The instant the sword landed, the two great perfection Dao might layered over each other, knocking Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qianyun back at the same time. Chapter 1921. Yi Qianyun and Xiao Jinyu immediately got knocked into the air by Xiao Qin. They did not even get a chance to bring out the trump cards that they had prepared. This blow was simply too great. Be it Yi Qianyun or Xiao Jinyu, they both held huge trump cards in their hands. Yi Qianyun had a wholly venerate will. After it fully materialized, its might doubled. Xiao Jinyu had an even sharper great perfection sword Dao might. Unfortunately, they ran into Xiao Qin. Even though Xiao Qin was already fatigued, the moment he revealed two kinds of Dao might, the two immediately gave up, losing all courage to resist. The two looked around. Aside from Xiao Qin, there was no one else in the vast dueling plaza. Only the heavy rain and Xiao Qin remained. Cheers rang out in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, all of them chanting white-robed Xiao Qin's name. Times create heroes. The Heaven Dragon Palace had not produced an expert for a very long time already. The Heaven Dragon Palace needed such a demonic genius, outstanding talent to stand out and redeem the name of the Heaven Dragon Palace. To redeem the name of all the mixed blood dragon bloodlines, the people who lived at the bottom of the empire. When Xiao Qin looked around, he saw the Heavenly Dragon Palace disciples shouting his name excitedly with excited expressions. A trace of warmth appeared in Xiao Qin's heart. For the first time, he had a strong favorable impression of the Heaven Dragon Palace and the dragon race disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. After Xiao Qin executed the Supreme Dragon Fist and blocked all the attacks, he suffered significant injuries. His soul energy, vital qi, and veritable essence energy were nearly drained. However, these people did not take the opportunity to launch a second wave of counterattacks. Unless Xiao Qin activated his great desolate Ian bloodline, he would die for sure. However, these people did not do so. As they looked at Xiao Qin, they silently chose to give up. All for the sake of achieving the qualifications to obtain a heaven-class core disciple spot. During the entire battle, no matter how intense it was, no one activated their dragon race bloodlines. If one could activate one's bloodline, others could as well. As long as it was not a life-and-death battle, there was simply no need. No matter what, one had to admit that even the lowest-level mixed-blood dragon bloodlines had their pride. The pride of a dragon was forever hidden in everyone's hearts. Boom! The Heaven-class elders attacked at the same time, and the dueling plaza returned to normal. Elder Tianyun looked at the only person left, Xiao Qin. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. 5 months ago, he had the opportunity to take Xiao Qin as a disciple. However, because of the other party's bloodline, Xiao Qin chose Xiao Jinyu, who had a true dragon bloodline. At that time, Xiao Qin, who was unconvinced, did not endure it. He laughed mockingly and said that he had misjudged Xiao Qin. 5 months later, Xiao Qin used the Supreme Dragon Fist to personally verify his words before Xiao Qin. It wasn't fake. He, Elder Tianyun, had misjudged. Although Elder Tianyun felt somewhat embarrassed, he still carried out his responsibility. He said seriously, "The results for the Heaven-class core disciple slot are out. Congratulations, Xiao Qin. You are the new Heaven-class core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace." After saying that, he took out a war flag with a heaven dragon on it from a brocade box held by a servant behind him and handed it to Xiao Qin. "Drip your blood on this heaven dragon war flag." Xiao Qin did as he was told. He took the war flag and dripped his blood on it. Boom! The might of the heaven dragon surged out of the war flag. A dragon image containing Xiao Qin's essence blood rushed to the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace and entered the Heaven Dragon statue. After entering the Heavenly Dragon statue, from now on, he could enter the Heavenly Dragon main peak at will. Whoosh! At this moment, the war flag also transformed, becoming 2 meters long. With a gentle wave, the Heaven Dragon war flag fluttered in the wind. The Heaven Dragon embroidered on the war flag seemed to come to life, looking very realistic. Xiao Jinyu, Zhang Yi, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, and Fang Tianyi, congratulations to the 5 of you for obtaining the reserve qualifications for Heaven Class Core Disciples. You can enter the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace to cultivate together. After further tests, you will have the opportunity to obtain the status of a Heaven Class Core Disciple. Elder Tianyun passed on the second Palace Master's instructions as he looked at the other 5. Such a pleasant surprise elicited joy on the faces of the other 5. Although it was only reserve qualifications, it was far inferior to Xiao Chen's official quota. Xiao Chen did not even have the Heaven Dragon war flag. However, at the very least, there was still a chance. Come with me. Elder Tianyun glanced at Xiao Chen and the others. Then, he led the 6 to the back. The other Heaven Class elders stepped forward and dismissed the spectating Heaven Dragon Palace disciples. The Heaven Class Core Disciple selection came to an end here. At the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace, the second Palace Master and the third Palace Master showed somewhat complicated expressions. Supreme Dragon Fist. It truly lives up to being a forbidden art. Even this cannot trap him, the second Palace Master said softly with a sigh. The third Palace Master said softly, that is because the disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace are willing to give him this opportunity. Compared to Xiao Qin, who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, I am even more delighted. The pride of our Heaven Dragon Palace disciples still exists. Even though the Empire suppressed them, their spines did not bend. That mixed blood dragon bloodline will definitely have a future. I will personally refine the primeval heavenly pills of all the disciples who gave up. The second Palace Master was startled. Third brother, can you handle that? Do you really have to waste all your time on this? The third Palace Master said coldly, I'm happy. I'll leave the newcomers to you. I'll go back first. As the second Palace Master watched the third Palace Master leave, he smiled bitterly. Third brother is still as willful as before, his temper never changing. He's coming. The second Palace Master looked around and saw Elder Tianyun leading Xiao Chen's group of 6 to the main peak. I should get busy as well. On a tall platform densely covered with palaces on the Heaven Dragon's main peak, the second Palace Master appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. Greetings, second Palace Master. When Elder Tianyun saw the second Palace Master, he respectfully greeted the second Palace Master. Zhang Yi and the others immediately felt startled. This black-clad old man who suddenly appeared before them was actually one of the 3 most mysterious Palace Masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Zhang Yi and the others quickly bowed together with Elder Tianyun. The second Palace Master smiled faintly and said, There's no need to stand on ceremony. This old man's name is Zhu Yang. Others address me as Old Eccentric Zhu Yang. Those who can become Heaven Class Core Disciples and are qualified to be substitutes are the pillars of my Heaven Dragon Palace. There is no need to stand on ceremony with me. Yes, second Palace Master. According to the rules, only newly advanced Heaven Class Core Disciples can make a request of me. Substitutes are not qualified. However, I'll make an exception today. All of you can make a request that is not overboard. Palace Master Zhu Yang did not waste any words, directly giving everyone a pleasant surprise. Being able to make a request to this person who might already be a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor was simply too tempting. The group entered deep thought. Clearly, they were thinking about what kind of request they should make. Fearing that someone else would beat them to it, Yi Qianyun stepped forward and said, Second Palace Master, this junior would like to obtain a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can bring out the potential of my bloodline. That works too. No matter what, a great desolate Ian bloodline was a boundless treasure to any cultivator. Compared to ordinary people, a great desolate Ian bloodline held a huge advantage. The more potential one could bring out, the better. If one could transform 10% of one's bloodline power, one would gain great benefits. However, one could not rely on oneself to transform one's bloodline power. One could only rely on external items. Furthermore, the further one went, the more difficult it would be. The natural treasures needed would also be of higher quality. Sure. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly. Then, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Yi Qianyun. This is a peak-grade blood transformation pill that the third palace master specially made using 10 natural treasures that can transform one's bloodline. Only the third palace master knows the alchemic recipe. The other divine dragon palaces will use a large amount of resources to exchange for it every year. Thank you, Senior Zhu Yang. Yi Qianyun joyfully received the jade bottle and carefully put it away. Qin Yan immediately said, Second Palace Master, I would like a peak-grade blood transformation pill as well. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly and said, You are too late. Make another request, then. Such a reply drove Qin Yan crazy. However, Yi Qianyun secretly rejoiced in his heart. The others no longer hesitated. They all made their requests, and Palace Master Zhu Yang easily satisfied them. It seemed like the requests that they racked their brains for were trivial in Palace Master Zhu Yang's eyes. Elder Tianyun watched from the side, silently making demands. These people's horizons are still too low. Only Xiaoqin remained. Palace Master Zhu Yang handed him a jade bottle and said, This is your reward for becoming a formal disciple. It is a special peak-grade blood transformation pill. You can also make another request. Who knew? Xiaoqin did not accept it. He looked at Palace Master Zhu Yang and said, I can forego the medicinal pill. However, Second Palace Master, I would like to meet someone. What? Qin Yan, Zhang Yi, and the others were stunned. What the hell is this request? This is too willful. Chapter 1922. Who do you want to see? Second Palace Master Zhu Yang asked as he looked interestedly at Xiaoqin. Naturally, the person Xiaoqin wanted to see the most was Lu Riyue. However, this was not the request that Xiaoqin wanted to make. Lu Riyue was in Ancestor Dragon City and already knew the exact news. Furthermore, Xiaoqin was getting closer to that step. It was only a matter of time before they met. There was no need to waste this opportunity. Xiaoqin looked around. Then, Palace Master Zhu Yang said something to Elder Tianyun, and Elder Tianyun led Zhang Yi and the others away. Now, only Xiaoqin and Palace Master Zhu Yang were left. After Xiaoqin verified that there was no one else, he said, I want to meet the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist, the senior who fought with the Dragon Emperor 25 years ago. Who told you all this? Palace Master Zhu Yang's face suddenly sank, and his gaze instantly turned incredibly sharp. It was like many sharp invisible arrows piercing towards Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin immediately felt immense pressure. His legs trembled involuntarily, and he found it extremely difficult to stand. It seemed like he had asked a taboo existence. However, Xiaoqin did not panic. He asked calmly, Does it have anything to do with my request? Palace Master Zhu Yang looked at Xiaoqin for a long time. His expression remained sharp as he continued to put pressure on Xiaoqin. When Palace Master Zhu Yang saw that Xiaoqin did not react strangely under the heavy pressure, he slowly withdrew his aura. Then, he sighed softly, It does not matter. However, he is already dead. I cannot fulfill your request. Dead? Xiaoqin felt that it was impossible. He was a bona fide heaven dragon. He only challenged the Dragon Emperor and could not be executed. After becoming a heaven dragon, he held a special position and enjoyed an extremely high reputation. Executing him would be too great a threat. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled and said, I know that you want to become a heaven dragon. Furthermore, you have cultivated the supreme dragon fist. Your request is not excessive and very reasonable. However, I cannot do it. I cannot let you meet a dead person. Take the medicinal pill. Make another request. If you can't think of anything for now, you can keep it for now. Xiaochen received the peak-grade blood transformation pill and muttered, then I'll keep it first. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Alright, you may leave. Your soul blood seal has already been inserted into the core formation of the Heaven Dragon Peak. From now on, you can freely cultivate here. Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly. When he saw Xiaochen turn around, he raised his head and muttered to himself, there should be a full moon tonight. The summit of the Heaven Dragon is probably the best place to admire the moon. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night breeze was cool. Inside the cultivation room, Xiaochen opened his eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. In the middle of the night, Xiaochen consumed 5,000 primeval heavenly pills. Then, he stabilized his cultivation. Without thinking too much about it, Xiaochen walked out of the room and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. In the night, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. This time, Xiaochen did not encounter any obstruction. He successfully broke through and landed firmly. Then, he arrived at the platform where the spiritual energy waterfall was. This place was known as the Profound Dragon Platform. The Heaven-class core disciples loved to cultivate here. Firstly, it was rich in spiritual energy. Secondly, it was the place where the Heaven Dragon hung its head. When cultivating here, one could sense the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, which could help a cultivator resolve many difficult problems of the martial Dao. More importantly, the summit of the Heaven Dragon was above. Many Heaven-class core disciples dreamed of standing there one day. Xiaochen wanted to see if the scenery of the Heaven Dragon Palace was different at the summit. Then, he gently pushed off with his feet and turned into a lightning dragon. Receiving the baptism of the spiritual energy waterfall, he soared upwards. After a while, he firmly landed on the summit of the Heaven Dragon. Xiaochen saw a person happily admiring the moon above. Who knew how long he had been there? It was the second palace master, Zhu Yang. Seeing Xiaochen arrive, the second palace master Zhu Yang immediately flew over without saying a word. Whoosh! 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 Xiaochen quickly followed. Gradually, he felt the pressure increase. He could not help feeling startled. The second palace master is flying to the starry heavens. Indeed, Zhu Yang was in front. Without saying a word, he tore through the sky and arrived in the boundless starry heavens. The vast starry heavens looked boundless. The second palace master Zhu Yang arrived at an asteroid belt. Hundreds of thousands of Yuan meteors formed an extraordinarily vast formation, looking like a vast sea. This greatly startled Xiaochen. He found it hard to imagine that there was such a horrifying formation in the world. The stars were the rocks, and the starry heavens were the ground. Even from a distance, one could feel the vastness and grandeur of this asteroid belt. Xiaochen looked into the distance and was somewhat horrified to discover dense resentment and boundless killing intent gathering at the center of the asteroid belt, which was the center of the formation. Countless negative emotions gathered together to form a horrifying human face that kept twisting. Xiaochen could not help shivering as a chill assaulted him. He did not dare to look. Drip. 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 Xiaochen seemed to hear the sound of water dripping. Every time a drop landed, his heart trembled. Even his soul felt shaken. What is that sound? Xiaochen thought, feeling confused. At the same time, he felt an unbearable pain, like his soul was about to scatter. The second palace master Zhu Yang shielded Xiaochen in time. Then, he leaped into the air and landed on an asteroid. The formation formed by thousands of asteroids immediately spun continuously. The might of the world that moved with it could easily kill a sovereign personage. "Follow me closely," Palace Master Zhu Yang said. Palace Master Zhu Yang said. Xiaochen recovered his wits and quickly followed, not daring to act rashly. As Palace Master Zhu Yang ventured deeper, Xiaochen got closer to the core. The distorted human face formed by boundless resentment, killing intent, and rage in the center of the formation became increasingly clearer. "Let's stop here, then." Palace Master Zhu Yang stopped. The asteroid under him slowly rose as he peered through the hazy fog. Xiaochen suddenly discovered a black dragon city under that horrifying, distorted human face. That is Dragon Prison City. The Divine Dragon Empire's sovereign personage and above criminals are locked up there. The person you want to see is there. Xiaochen looked in the direction Palace Master Zhu Yang pointed and discovered an altar in the city. There was a scarlet dragon pillar on the altar. A cold sword was stabbed into the top of the dragon pillar. Chains flickering with cold light bound a petrified cultivator at the very bottom. Even though that cultivator was petrified, his eyes still looked spirited, filled with spirituality. This made it clear that he was not a statue. It was a person who was temporarily petrified. This is the person you want to see. He offended the Emperor's might and was personally suppressed by the Dragon Emperor. He is locked up in this dragon prison and will only be released after 3,000 years. Xiaochen did not reply, completely attracted by that petrified cultivator. That cultivator had a special air about him. Even from a great distance, Xiaochen could feel a great aura that encompassed the entire dragon city. However, this dragon prison filled with sin and negative emotions could not make him sink into depravity. This person was clearly suffering, but he could not see any rage or helplessness from being punished. That's not right. Xiaochen suddenly discovered that the scarlet dragon pillar was not scarlet in the first place. Instead, a terrifying divine flame burned on the altar, burning that dragon race cultivator red. Although this person was sealed, he was still suffering inhumane torture and punishment. He was constantly being burned by the raging flames. However, Xiaochen overturned his own thoughts after a while. The reason for that was because he saw that there was a sword wound on the chest of the sealed stone statue. Someone purposely left it there. Blood dripped onto the altar from the wound. The dripping sound that Xiaochen heard at first was this person's heart blood dripping. The scarlet dragon race cultivator was dyed red by his own heart blood. Xiaochen immediately felt shocked. He did not know how tall that dragon pillar was. To think that the heart blood dyed it red. What kind of punishment was this? Boom! Just at this moment, the distorted face in the sky let out countless miserable shrieks. The distorted face turned into countless strands of black energy that scattered in the starry heavens. However, it could not escape the top of the dragon prison. The distorted face scattered, and light and shadow turned blurry. Then, it formed the face of a normal person. This person looked exactly the same as the face of the person being punished on the dragon pillar. Even his aura was exactly the same. "Zhu Yang, are you here to see me again?" A somewhat hoarse but incredibly mellow voice spread throughout the starry heavens, echoing endlessly. Every meteor in the entire meteor formation shot out a resplendent pillar of light as if trying to seal off the starry heavens. This startled Xiaochen. Such a scene was truly unexpected. Even after being sealed and suppressed, this person could still cause such a commotion. Chapter 1923. That face in the boundless starry heavens gave off a hazy light. His deep voice reverberated in the huge meteorite formation. A pillar of light soared into the clouds, isolating this space. Even that voice became intermittent. However, that did not stop Xiaochen from understanding what it meant. The face above the dragon prison glanced at Zhu Yang before looking at Xiaochen, who was behind him. Xiao Chen's expression froze, and he stopped speaking. Zhu Yang said softly, "It is not me who wants to see you. It is him. You know the rules of the Heaven Dragon Palace. As long as it is within my means, I will do my best to satisfy the newly advanced Heaven Class Core Disciple's request. His request is to see you, to see the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist." The face floating in the air laughed and said, "I'm just a sinner. What's there to see? However, you said that he is a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. That is interesting. Ha 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 ha." That person suddenly started laughing maniacally, stunning Zhu Yang, not understanding what was going on. However, Xiao Chen found it strange. Could it be that this person already figured out my true bloodline? That's right. I immediately recognized your bloodline, the Blue Dragon bloodline. To think that the Blue Dragon bloodline did not go extinct and even infiltrated the Heaven Dragon Palace. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline? That person's voice suddenly rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, startling him. How did you know what I was thinking? Your expression betrayed you. Don't worry. I will not tell anyone. If I did not specially study the Blue Dragon bloodline, would not have recognized your bloodline so quickly. If it were anyone else, even if their cultivation was the same as mine, they would find it difficult to make out your bloodline. After all, it is a bloodline that people have forgotten long ago. Who would go to the Blue Dragon's old lands to investigate it like I did? The Blue Dragon's old lands? Where is it? After a short exchange, that person did not speak to Xiao Qin or give Xiao Qin an answer. Instead, he started chatting with Palace Master Zhu Yang. He successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. After hearing Palace Master Zhu Yang's introduction, the gaze with which that person looked at Xiao Qin became somewhat playful. I thought that it had already been destroyed. Unexpectedly, he still helped me keep it. However, this fist technique's flaw is extraordinarily large. While the two of them were talking, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed a sword wound on the chest of the petrified body tied to the dragon pillar. It was no longer a drop of blood dripping down. Blood gushed out like a fountain and splashed out. The divine flame in the altar burned brighter and brighter as the blood poured into it. The dragon pillar became bright red and glistening. The treasured sword at the very top trembled slightly, as if it was guiding the sword wound on the man's chest. The petrified skin cracked bit by bit, looking exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Chen felt intense pain just by looking at it. Who could endure such inhumane torture? However, the face above the draconic penitentiary did not seem to be affected at all. Instead, it calmly chatted with Palace Master Zhu Yang. Xiao Chen could not bear it anymore. He said, "Second Hall Master, let's go." Palace Master Zhu Yang nodded and said, "Let's go, then." The meteor under their feet carried the two away, moving far into the distance. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at that person. He saw that the face in the air gradually turned blurry, but that person still smiled at him. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and entering the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair. Who is honored? Luck is not on your side, and your life is as fragile as paper. The instant Xiao Chen turned around, a mighty, ferocious roar suddenly rang out. That person roared with a voice that came from his soul. That person's voice echoed in the surroundings, chanting the incantations for the Supreme Dragon Fist. The veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body started circulating for some reason. It was not under Xiao Chen's control, moving according to that voice. As that person's veritable essence energy surged and that person chanted, his Heaven Dragon's mysteries slowly merged with the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Heaven Dragon Fist absorbed water and nourishment, growing stronger bit by bit, complementing the Supreme Dragon Fist. Wait, Xiaochen suddenly discovered that the incantations that person chanted contained many things that were not in the Supreme Dragon Fist. Was it because the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiaochen obtained was flawed in the first place, or did this person gain new comprehension of the Supreme Dragon Fist in the past 20-odd years? Xiaochen did not know, but he could clearly sense that this was only beneficial and not harmful to this person. Not only did the Heaven Dragon's mysteries grow, but the Supreme Dragon Fist also became complete. What is supreme? Until the end of time, the Supreme is not old. Time passes slowly, the Supreme is immortal. This heart does not die, these words do not regret, this body does not die. At the end of the incantation, Xiaochen was certain that the Supreme Dragon Fist was not missing something. Instead, it was the new comprehension and completion of the Supreme Dragon Fist that this person had gained in the past 20-odd years. Many of the things that this person said surpassed Xiaochen's understanding. What is supreme? The original Supreme Dragon Fist only had these simple words, "In the entire world, only I am honored." However, now that this person said so many words, he must have gained some new comprehension. Xiaochen was extraordinarily intelligent. For now, he could only feel that he was honored in the entire world. This was very simple and tyrannical. 25 years ago, that person felt that he could be called supreme if he was unrivaled in the world. Now, he gained many new understandings. Until the end of time, time passes slowly. This involved the time Tao. This heart does not die, these words do not regret, this body does not die. However, it also transcended space and time. Xiaochen could not figure out what it represented at the moment. Ha ha ha. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, you cannot lock me up. My heart is with the great desolate Yin. My will be passed on forever. My physical body will be immortal. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, I will return sooner or later. That person's voice grew softer and softer as he laughed maniacally. Whoosh! Second Palace Master Zhu Yang led Xiaochen out of this oppressive place. When the two looked back, they remained silent. Do you regret it? Second Palace Master Zhu Yang suddenly asked. This stunned Xiaochen for a moment. He could not understand what the Second Palace Master meant by regret. Second Palace Master Zhu Yang was referring to him wasting a request. Or was it regret and disappointment in his heart? All he saw was a sorry state, suffering all sorts of torture, far from being as unrivaled as he imagined. However, it did not matter whether he understood or not. Regardless of which it was, Xiaochen did not regret it. He directly shook his head. Second Palace Master, I don't understand. Does he not feel pain? Xiaochen thought about the flame in the altar and the sword wound that Xiaochen purposely left on his chest. Xiaochen's heart bled at every moment. Such pain could not be described with words. Palace Master Zhu Yang explained softly, his pain is a soul-deep torture. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the most horrifying aspect of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. He makes you feel so much pain that you want to die, but you cannot vent it. After 1,000 years, once the seal is broken, all this pain will pile up and be vented. Even if you regain your freedom, your physical body and soul will crumble. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt horrified. The image of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor appeared in his mind, making him tremble in fear. No one can challenge the Dragon Emperor's might. Even the Heaven Dragon is no exception. Palace Master Zhu Yang said softly, hence, I feel that bringing you to meet him is not a bad thing. At the very least, you will not have thoughts that you should not have while cultivating the Supreme Dragon Fist. When Xiaochen heard that, he could not help asking, what thoughts does Second Palace Master think I will have? Zhu Yang looked at Xiaochen and said, even without me saying it, you should know the negative effects of the Supreme Dragon Fist. The rage and resentment it contains can attack a cultivator's soul at any time. There is no perfect cultivation technique in the world. There are always losses when there are gains. You are a rare genius of my Heaven Dragon Palace. First brother and second brother have high hopes for you, hoping that you can revitalize the Heaven Dragon Palace. I do not wish for you to destroy yourself. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he said softly, many thanks for the 3 palace masters' concern. Xiao Chen will definitely engrave the Heaven Dragon Palace's kindness to this junior in his heart. The second palace master nodded and said, after you return, cultivate properly. Do not slack off. The competition between the 7 outer palaces will begin in half a year. Do not think that you can rest easy with just the Supreme Dragon Fist. Even in the current Heaven Dragon Palace, you are not unrivaled among the Heaven Class core disciples. This junior understands. Xiao Chen was very clear on the drawbacks of the Supreme Dragon Fist. If he could avoid using it, he would do his best. Aside from the Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiao Chen was not much weaker than Yi Axin, Li Luo, and Zhu Yun. As for the Heaven Class core disciples of the other outer palaces, Xiao Chen only needed to think about them. Murong Yan, Wei Hongfei, Situ Changfeng, and the others were just core disciples, but they were already incredibly strong. Xiao Chen could guess how strong those Heaven Class core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines were. The resources they could use were much more than the Heaven Dragon Palace. Even if Xiao Chen used the Supreme Dragon Fist, he would not dare to claim that he was unrivaled. Xiao Chen still had a long way to go. Go back, then. Palace Master Zhu Yang led Xiao Chen back to the Heaven Dragon Palace. The moon was still there, but the moonlight was much thinner. Cultivate properly. If you have any questions, you can ask us. After saying that, the second palace master Zhu Yang vanished from Xiao Chen's sight as if he had never appeared.